What's that?
Oh, I believe that beating and punishments do work. I'm a I'm proof, living proof. But see, it's how you do it. My mother and my grandmother, if I spilled Kool-Aid on the couch, I did not get a beating. You see, they
Hold on, real
didn't.
quick. Hold on. I don't want to talk about your personal stuff because once you talk about personal stuff, one, people lack the self awareness to know how to fucked up they are, right? You got people who got substance abuse problems, on the edge of depression and anxiety. They already suffer from cognitive decline, and they just come in with an opinion like, "Oh, look at me. You're not the no.
Okay, well
We
let me
wouldn't
put
look
it.
at you."
Let me
Just
put it.
hold on, real quick. Hold
Mhm.
on, real quick. Because with deep analysis, I guarantee you fucked up. That's the problem with it. So, like in a general,
See,
no, I'm serious.
you just
Yeah, it's like a coping thing.
wait a minute. Let me get myself together. Okay, hold on. All right, let me put it this way. Um, it's how you uh, correct your kids. You don't.
Yes, how?
If your kids spill, can I speak, or are you just going to keep interrupting me because you might as well just drop me if this is going to continue. Um,
Yeah, that if you got dropped, that's fine. Like,
no, I'm
what the
just
fuck?
saying if you, I
No,
mean,
no, just all right, then
just drop me.
go. Don't threaten me. Just go. What the fuck? You not talking about nothing. What's up, Jug?
Hello.
Hey, you want to
Yeah,
say something?
I'm I guess you could say I'm pro on physical punishment, but only as like a last resort when you've exhausted every possible resource you have at your disposal, and that means everything. Like you tried to correctively tell the kid what they're doing is wrong, why it's wrong. You tried to assess that they have any learning disabilities. You put them in like classes, therapy, if that you have the money to do so. If everything has failed, and you can protect that kid or get them on the right path by giving them a little tap or a few spankings after you've
Hold on.
exhausted
You
every
think?
other resource.
Hold on, real quick. You think that intervention, critically analyzing what's going on, looking for outside resources, a tap on the ass is like, oh, a tap on the ass must be the solution. That makes sense to you?
No, I said if
No, no, no.
everything else,
I want you to think about that.
yeah,
Like you said, every resource you done the intervention. One, I hope that resources include looking at yourself as the parent, right?
yeah.
You got you got specialists involved. They don't running tests. You trying to see the child has delay. You get medication. You doing modifications and accommodations, and you think a tap on the ass, maybe a tap on the ass would be the solution. That's all those things you like. Oh, tap on the ass. That makes sense to you.
If everything else has failed, yes, it would make sense to me.
That's what I'm saying. The cognitive decline is fucked up. We live in a society where people just like we got all this trauma from today current society, the past societies, and we still be looking at stuff like, yeah, this shit makes sense. You do all those things and that's not working. You're like, well, I'm just gonna whoop your ass. Like that's so stupid.
So let me
And
ask you
it's
this.
interesting, no, because the way you set it up, you try to safeguard it. Normally, if you do all those things, you're definitely not gonna resort to corporal punishment. But like you just try to lump them in. If you do all the things, then you find the core issue and you address the core issue and you do intervention. It would never lead to like, oh, well, we tried this medication, didn't work. Take him home and whoop his ass. That's stupid.
Well, see, the difference is I am willing to do as a father anything to make sure my kid grows up on the right path. I'm doing everything at my disposal to make sure that my kid grows up to be a decent human being with respect and follows a righteous path in life. But somebody who is super
Have you
against beating
accepted
and punishment will not do everything it takes. If they have exhausted all of those things, then I guess they're just going to let their kid become a criminal or delinquent.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Y'all always go criminal delinquent because y'all think kids are flawed. Because like that's literally pushed by religious propaganda. Um, and all those things again. If you let me explain something. You put a child in therapy and the therapy's not working, they're gonna say the parent need to go to therapy. That's what I'm saying. The
Yeah.
person who really need that ass up is you. Like you don't want who fucked up. That's what I'm saying.
Well, if I'm
You
I'm
don't
willing to do
realize
that though.
that.
I'm willing to go to therapy if it means
Hold
I
on.
can
Why
help
did
my
you go
kid.
straight to?
I'm
You
willing to do
think?
that.
Hold up. Do you know the consequences? And how punishment works when it comes down to consequences, positive, and negative reinforcement, and when it comes to corporal punishment. Do you understand the consequences of not handling those situations correctly?
Depends on depends on the
No,
offense.
no, you don't. But no, corporal punishment causes anxiety, PTSD, depression, cognitive
Life
decline, can
causes all
lead
of those
to
things.
risky. Hold up, lead to risk-taking behaviors and substance abuse.
Life causes all
And
of
you
those
see
things.
what causes it?
Life.
That's what I'm saying. Like you,
Which
like
one of those
this
things
what I'm
that you
saying.
can live life and
I'm gonna
nobody
be
has
honest.
experienced it?
Most people is annoying because most people are too dumb to have children.
Yeah, I'm saying nobody has not experienced any of those emotions or symptoms. That's what I'm saying.
So you,
Just by
that's
living
what I'm
life,
saying.
you
You
will
don't care
experience every
about. You
single one
don't
of
care
those
about
things.
the best. You don't care about what's best for children. Just be honest.
How do you know what's
Like
best?
it's the no, because I can
How do you
tell.
measure?
Hold
How do you
up,
measure
because
what
I
was
just
best?
hold up. I just broke it down. You literally cannot find one. You can't find one empirical study to justify that it works. You
Can
don't
you
care
find
about
me?
that.
Can you find me a perfect
I'm not
kid
going.
that grew
Hold
up on
up.
a
I'm
perfect
not.
route? Can you find me a kid
Lord.
where everything was done right for? What does that look like?
Do you know what a longitudinal study is?
Yeah, a study done over a long period of time.
Okay, so when they do those longitudinal studies and they track children's progress,
How do they
right?
measure it?
The ones who hold up, pause. So you know what a longitudinal study is, but you're gonna cut me off while I'm explaining it.
Okay, explain.
Okay, so when they collect the data and they track behaviors, that's how they measure it, by tracking behaviors. Literally, it said that it's not effective. And the thing about punishment, we gotta understand a lot of times the way people are implementing punishment, we're not thinking about negative and positive reinforcement. We're thinking about, oh, you did something, this is the consequence for it. One, it doesn't give the child the ability to think critically on their own and about their decision making. Two, it does is a temporary fix and it causes other consequences. For example, if I know I'm gonna get in trouble, I'm gonna lie next time. If I know I'm gonna get, you might yell at me, I'm gonna be real sneaky about it so I don't get caught. It leads to delinquent behavior. That's the irony of what you're saying.
I think that's disingenuous though, because you can't tell me that every single person that was spanked as a child when it was a normal culture for decades ago has grown up to be a delinquent. You can't tell me that.
That's what I'm saying. You ain't paying me no mind. That's what literally. It's like talking to the general population about how we have a like anti-intellectualism when it's already impacted society. When I talk about a cognitive decline, you're not crazy about it. You don't give a fuck about it. You just want to argue as if the societies before us wasn't fucked up. Like the silent generation, it wasn't heavily impacted from the fucking World War. Like the boomers ain't fucked up, and they didn't. Mental health wasn't normalized. That's what I'm saying. Y'all niggas just fucking stupid.
Yeah, but there's only a smaller percentage of people that are in prison or jail for devious crimes. The rest of the people are outside. Are you saying they're all just completely messed up? Like, are you saying like
So
90% of the population is cooked?
just prison. So do you think no one? You think everybody who's outside of prison is doing exactly what they supposed to be doing, and they good? Their mental health is fine.
No, mental health is
You
a
think
real
that?
thing, but I don't know how you would measure
Yeah. Then
this.
why do you?
What is
What
the
do you think leads to the
longitudinal
mental
study
health?
measuring? That doesn't make any sense.
What do you think leads to the mental health?
Life is hard.
Okay, and not making a safe space for children makes it harder. And you're stupid.
I think being able to survive the difficulties of life and adapt to it are more important than just having a peaceful childhood.
You need to like. They should have just threw you in the wild. Then whoever raised you should have just put you in the wild.
I had really good parents.
I don't know what you coping with right now, but it's not this conversation. What's up, Shenron?
Hey Tara, what's going on? Uh,
I don't know how long I'm gonna run this live. Nigga, stupid. But go ahead.
beating and punishment don't work. Um, yeah, ultimately, what it actually will do, it'll cause people to think of other ways to try and accomplish the same thing, right? Um, and it's still something that I'm kind of breaking myself out of too, because even as for a while, like whenever I thought of kids and I thought about discipline, right, it was always like, I'm gonna have to quote unquote not be able to spare the rod and spoil the child type thing, right? So there's still parts of my mind that I can break out of. And I do see the value in like the whole quote unquote gentle parenting thing, right? Because the notion that if you can't sit and explain it to a kid that's supposed to be old enough to understand, maybe it might be something else going on that doesn't require like actual force or something like that in order to help them understand or in order to get the changes that you'd like to see, right? And I think because there's this notion, which has pretty much, I think, just really just been to bulldoze and just treat humans and kids like they're just I don't know, like some random, I guess, NPC, like whatever you want them to do, you just got to force them to do it or something. Like they're just random, I guess, characters, right, that you can just modify whenever you choose, however you choose, as opposed to autonomous beings that have their own thoughts and feelings. I think that's caused a lot of issues in our society ultimately, right? Like even if we go over the prompt that you've been running like yesterday and kind of the day before yesterday with that dude, I'm pretty sure one of the reasons he reacted like that is because that's how he was raised. That force is the way to go, right? Or violence rather. Even if you look at what a lot of men do, right? That's one of our first go-tos, and I think it's a natural go-to to an extent, honestly, to become aggressive or become hostile and then enact violence in some way, shape, or form. So I think that it's kind of it's definitely something that we're socialized to do, right? The moment we see a kid or somebody acting out in some way, shape, or form, we automatically think to utilize violence in order to curb their behavior. But specifically when it comes to kids, I think that's kind of what's been leading to a lot of detrimental behavior and a lot of detrimental trends in the community, specifically the Black community.
We need to figure out what the problem is. It's the parents. It's the adult. The adults are fucked up. The kids are born into a fucked up world, and the adults who fucking foolish to do anything about it. So they like, well, you need the world fucked up, but I'm a make you more docile so you can contort to the world. That's what I'm saying. Some weak ass parents. Hold up though, Drinker, you gotta go to work.
No, I got a minute. He can. Whoever below me can go first.
Go ahead, Law.
I've heard like the words in this discussion, anger and violence, and I don't equate anger and violence to discipline, and I think that's where this discussion goes wrong. Not all spankings or beatings comes out of anger and violence, right? Some of them come out of actual discipline, not anger and violence. And if you are spanking or disciplining a child out of anger, then you're wrong. Okay, I will say this: I got beat as a child, and
No, I don't want y'all to know. Nobody's talking about their personal experience. Because again, I'm with deep
it never came from a
evaluation.
place
Hold
of
up, no,
anger.
sir. I don't want to hear about your personal experiences. Because y'all be fucked up in y'all lack self-awareness. I don't want to hear about your fucking self. Because hold up. No, you either, sir. Don't want to hear how you fucked up. We talking about a general conversation. I don't want to hear about how you was abused as a child and you so unconditioned to being abused, you think that shit normal. No, thank you. Don't want to hear it.
Let me ask
If
you,
you want to
Hus.
talk about in
Hey,
general, we
let
can
me
talk
ask
about it.
you.
No,
Let me.
I don't want to hear your. No,
Speak
I
on it.
don't. Hold up. No. Nobody said I want to hear about your personal story. That's not what the conversation's about. What's up, Drika? If you came up here to tell your personal story, you could jump off the cliff now. We not talking about that.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't, but I do got a question.
Hold on,
No, we gonna move on.
I don't. Good morning, Tara. Hey, Sheen. But hey, everybody.
It's live,
I don't know.
pointless. Just
This
go
is
mute.
whack
No,
as
hold
fuck.
on.
Bye.
Hold
Hey,
on. It's
bye.
somebody else's
Bye.
Look
turn.
at this shit. Y'all fucked up. Y'all can go.
I don't never understand why they want to tell their story, but whatever. The way that parent or people try to equate violence against children with discipline is insanity. This idea that you can violently assault your child in a loving way is again insanity. It's crazy. Y'all are stupid. I'm tired of it. We have too much information that proves otherwise. And a lot of y'all that come up here wanting to tell your story are the exact people. Your lived experience is why you shouldn't do it. And you done twisted it into why you can. And I say this all the time. The reason why is a lot of adults think that it's okay to do these things to AB children is because you think you have a better chance. You know they can't defend themselves the same way. And how you know I know this is because there's a shift that happens, not all the time, but sometimes there's a shift that happens with certain children when they become teenagers and y'all start all of a sudden you talking about what better not happen. No, let's see Mr. 50-year-old. Let's see Miss 50-year-old. What you gonna do now? So yes, I think it's just weird that they conflate the two, and I think it's on purpose because it doesn't work. Disciplining is about guiding a child and teaching a child, and a lot of you the main thing that you need to do is model the behavior that you want your child to have, but y'all can't because you're unstable motherfucking creatures. That's why you can't model the behavior, because you ain't got it in you.
Yeah, that's why I said the first thing to parenting is reparenting yourself. But and I think it's interesting. Again, I'm gonna say this: there's fucking zero empirical studies that support corporal punishment. Yet y'all advocate for it so hard, and it's crazy. It's a reason why y'all want to come up here and tell your fucking story. You need to tell that shit to a therapist. What's up, Zay?
Hey, how you doing? Do you need my age or anything, or do you just want me to?
No, I don't care how old you are. What you want to say?
I agree with the prompt. I don't feel like, and like again, this is coming from a place of feelings. I don't have fact or anything, but I 100% don't believe that beating, like any form of violence, is necessary in raising a child. I think like there are other things you can do, like the last person that just said, like you can raise them on strong values, guidance, like, or just simply model how you want your like child to grow up. And you have to show that exact same behavior. Like if you want your child working out, you should be healthy, you should be working out. You want your child eating the right things, you should be eating the right things. Like you're supposed to be the role model. You don't have to show violence. And in a lot of cases, when I see violence being used, it's usually by parents that aren't often present in their child's like personal lives, other than like what, like the most like school, maybe that's about it, but they don't really usually know what's going on with their child, so they resort to the simplest form of punishment, which is violence. And I feel like that's the main issue here.
Thank you. Go ahead, Julius.
Good morning. My position is that you actually get better results by training children and disciplining them. I also take a careful approach on
What do you mean by training?
training them, not just teaching them, because teaching.
It sound like you talking about puppies when you say that, though.
I think what he's talking about
That's
is
how
like
that.
Hold on, let him finish his own thought.
So that's how people usually take it. I know it's a trigger word, but in reality, we live.
It's not that it's a trigger word. Is it the most appropriate thing? And if you actually training, like, explain what that look like.
Oh, this is what it looks like. Professional athletes, they don't get taught or disciplined how to.
Now, don't use an example with professional athletes. Using an actual example, what it look like with children.
Okay. Well, if I take my children and I train them, meaning I ask them to carry out the task before me, I can.
We know what training means. Give us an example of the activity, the behavior, sir.
How to express themselves, how to use words correctly, how to treat people, how to,
Yeah, so training wouldn't be the best word for that. It's not that people are triggers. You're using the wrong word to communicate that.
No, it is training. The problem is that maybe you don't like that
No,
word.
communication and collaboration. Training.
There's a difference.
The thing about training is the idea that like everything comes from you towards the child. But if it's about communicating better, that's a conversation. It can go different ways based on the way the conversation is going, based on the situation, based on the feedback from the child.
I disagree.
So it's not training.
I disagree with you 100%, because there's times when you're not going to just, when you're talking about having a conversation is one thing, but to educate and just give information.
But see how you saying educate and communicate and teach, you not say training.
Okay, again.
Training would be every time you do a behavior that I like, I'm gonna give you a treat for it. Like
isn't that shaping?
That's what I'm saying.
Isn't that what we do when we're shaping and we're reinforcing those behaviors?
So let's just drop you since you want to interrupt. No, what I'm saying is if it's not training, it was weird when you said it was triggering. When in reality you just used the wrong word.
It's not. That's what you choose.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Joy.
That's what you choose to believe, but at the end of the day, there's a difference.
Yeah, we literally use the term no home training when somebody's acting out of control. So I don't really think this is that bad.
I don't care. It doesn't matter what people say. People say a lot of shit that's fucked up. People say ain't no God to raise your children, and there's millions of fucking resources out there. So
I hear what you're saying. It's just we all know what somebody's saying when somebody says no home training.
What do you come up here to say?
Oh, the prompt is like correct in a way. Like if that's like your first recourse to like do to like a child, like you're just gonna fuck that child up because they don't actually understand. Like they're little kids. But like when you've exhausted, like if you, in terms of like money, if you've exhausted all the things you can do, like making them do push-ups, maybe like making them do a lap around the block or something like that, you know, some sort of punishment that isn't like physically like, you know, like abusive, like, you know, and if you can afford therapy.
Explain to you what I explained to the other dude. That's what I'm saying. If you exhausted every resource, you reached out to specialists, you've done interventions.
If you have the money for that.
Hold up. If you did testing, you did all those things, right? And none of that stuff is working. Even when you don't have money, there's a lot of ways to get those resources, right? If you've done all those things and they're not working, then you're fucked up. It's the parent that's fucked up. It's not the child. If you're doing all these things to try to mediate the problem and the problem still persists, it's probably the parent. You're the one. That's what I'm saying. When children go to therapy and it's not working, they tell the parents they need to go to therapy. When children are having behavioral issues, it's usually because of the way the parents is reacting to them. That'd be the problem. It's not, oh, I need to hit the child now. No, you need to think about the way you're interacting with the child.
All of that is true. Like I'm not gonna push you on that. It's just I think like when it comes to this topic, it needs to be like some sort of level of nuance when it comes to sometimes kids are really fucking
Give us
bad.
a situation where you would hit a child. What do you think is justified?
It's gonna take a lot for me to get to that point, but like I guess
No,
like
I'm
if you
just saying,
really,
the point.
I
What
got
would
you,
it look
yeah.
like?
Like maybe if I see my kid like bullying other kid on the playground, they're beating them up really bad. Like I might give.
So you won't beat them up?
No, I'm not. You're not even letting me speak. Like nah, I'm not gonna like beat them up. It just like I grab them by their arm like or something like and like I tell them how like you shouldn't be putting your hands on kids, but I'm not gonna
By
ball up.
putting your hand on the kid.
What? No, I'm not. Okay, you're putting words in my mouth. I'm basically
No,
saying.
I'm talking about what you're saying you would do.
Okay,
I'm
but
gonna go to my child.
at no
who's bullying
point did I
another
say
child,
I.
and I'm gonna bully them.
Okay, at no point did I say I'm going to strike the child. I'm just saying like if I see my kid doing some sort of because like kids play video games, they be on the internet all the time, they learn shit from other people. It's not always the parent.
But what she's
And
saying,
you have the
putting your hand in a situation like that where you're trying to correct a child, getting into their space. Hold on, why you breathing so motherfucking hard?
My bad.
God damn.
Jay, these women are inept to have this conversation.
Hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. What she's
They're just
saying
inept.
is,
They're inept to have this conversation, bro.
hold on, not you being an abuser. Shut the fuck up. If you're trying to correct a child from doing something like that, you stepping into their space, cornering them, grabbing them, and like touching them without their permission, it's only
Excuse
gonna
me?
hold on. I hate when motherfuckers know what they know and don't want to hear nobody else point. When you put your hands on a child to correct them about that without their permission, you're only reinforcing that when I want something done, I can.
So they should just let the kids fight and beat each other up.
So you're gonna keep on cutting me off, and you're not gonna hear what I'm saying.
Answer to the question though, like should they just let the
No.
fight continue?
No. Had you shut the fuck up, I would have got there. But you want to interrupt me because what?
Just hurry up.
Is,
like I guess.
No,
like,
you heavy breather. No heavy breather. No, you need a breathing motherfucking machine up here. Tara, this the one thing I've learned in having these conversations, especially with men. They want to put their hands on children.
Oh, so that's what it is. Okay.
They want to be violent, and when you try to give them alternatives and explain, hey, when you're trying to correct a child, you got to be careful that you're not invading in their space or you approaching them a certain type of way because they're not going to be receptive, and it's going to reinforce, hey, if I want to get things done, I just got to dominate more. That's what you're not getting, dummy. You're not getting what I'm saying because you want to be combative. That's
you literally just called me out of my name multiple times and I'm the one being combative. Like, listen to yourself. You're an oxymoron.
No. I don't care what I am, and you're just a moron. I don't give a fuck what I am, you idiot.
I can tell. I can tell.
You're not safe around children. You niggas ain't safe around me. That's what it is. I'm better than you. How about that?
I'm glad you feel that way. I don't care about you.
So
I
why every
mean, hold
time?
up,
So
hold
why every
up, hold
time the
up,
man?
hold up. It's an order, and yeah, like you need to get your breathing checked out. See what the fuck wrong with you. Go ahead,
Bro, I
Rabbit.
have a headset and I was breathing into the mic. That's my bad.
No. You need to go talk to a doctor. Rabbit, you want to say something?
Yeah, I don't know how long I'm gonna last on here, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna name. I'm gonna.
Hold on. You gotta get this disclaimer. Go ahead. I am.
Sorry?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Here I am. I have a son,
So
and I think
why did you not allow me to speak?
Go ahead, sir.
so.
He
I believe
you
beating.
ain't last very long, sir. Go ahead, sir.
I think beating children is an absolute like no go, right? But I'm a firm believer in pain retains, and I'm not talking about you physically like hurting your child, right? There's other ways you can discipline a child without physically putting your hands on them. For my son, personally, I do the pluck method. He is a toddler, but he needs to understand when he inflicts pain on the other people, and the only time I ever do that is when he hits people. And I communicate
So
first.
every time, hold up. I just want to
Huh?
be clear. Every time he hits somebody, you say you communicate first and then you hit
Yes.
him.
Not the first time. If it's a multiple
No, it don't
reoccurring.
matter. Let's say
Yeah.
he did it. Let's say it happened 5 times or
Yeah.
10 times, 100 times. He hit somebody,
Yeah.
and you're like, "I'm about to hit you," and then you proceed to hit him.
I don't
What did he
open.
learn?
I pluck him.
Oh, you pluck him. So
Yeah,
you
and
don't want
I
people.
don't
You don't
pluck
want
him.
him to hit people. You want him to pluck people. Do you know
No,
what
listen.
social
Can I
learning
finish?
theory is? Hold up, y'all don't know what the social learning theory is. Do you know why your kids don't use Russian like profanity words? Do you know why your child doesn't cuss in Russian? Because you don't cuss in Russian. They don't fucking know shit about Russian. So if you sitting there plucking your child, you're teaching, you're reinforcing that behavior, sir. That's what you teach. Every time you pluck them, oh, you pluck. Like, how you going to tell a child to not be violent by doing something that's violent? That doesn't make sense.
Can I finish? Yeah. So I have other methods, right? The only time I ever pluck him is when he hurts someone else. I'm a firm believer in pain retains. So he's not even he's about to be 2, right? But he understands
So
that
you
what he
plucking a
What?
baby.
A baby?
You plucking a
I'm
baby.
can I
Hold
finish?
up.
I don't
That
pluck.
baby, hold
But
up.
you,
That child ain't been on this planet for 2 fucking years and you plucking the baby.
Can you listen? I don't pluck him
No,
hard.
I'm not. Listen, when young children hit, you show them what a soft, gentle touch look like. You don't hit them. Not a baby, nigga.
I'm not
A
smack.
baby?
Can I speak? I'm not plucking him to the point where he cries.
No, that's fucking crazy.
Parent, they always try to justify what they do.
It's not a justification. Shout out to all the dads who in their kids' lives. But what I'm trying to say is that
Hold on, Drika, you got
I reinforce him by letting him know that pain like hurts other people. So if he feels a little pluck, I'm not whooping him. I'm not beating him. He knows what
I just
timeout
told you,
is.
sir, listen to what I'm saying, because you're talking about a baby. Listen to what I'm saying. That's what they do. They hit initially. That's what it start off as.
But when you slapping your grandmother in the face,
Sir, listen to what I'm saying.
okay.
Listen to what I'm saying. Especially a child that small, okay? They don't know. They're like a blank slate. They don't know except for what they're around. You don't return it by doing something violent. You show them what gentle touch look like. Kids look for your response because their ability to get your attention is tied to their survival. So you could be reinforcing something without you even realizing it. Especially, like, I'm not saying this is your case. If a child is being neglected and you give them negative attention, like yelling, but they can get your attention, they're going to keep doing it. That's why you got kids who, when their parents are going through something, they start misbehaving more so they can get more attention. You teach them what gentle touch is. You show them every time they smack or something. You gently brush their shoulder, something gentle, and you reinforce that. You don't pluck them. You don't hit them. Anything physical to hurt them, because all you're doing is getting them to stop in a moment to think about their pain, but they're not learning anything. They're just learning that you are not a safe person. That's a baby, sir, and that's unacceptable.
Can I finish my thought now, please?
Hold on. What do you think about what I just said before you finish your thought?
Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna say I agree with what you're saying, right? And I'm taking it in, and I can work on my parenting skills. I'm not a perfect parent. I'm not a perfect man, right? I'm learning every day, but I know this is what you can hear him in the background. I'm taking him to school right now. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to implement something that was a little different than how I was raised. I used to get my
Hold up. How about this? Hold up. Mute up. Get your child together, figure out what's going on with him, and then when you done, you can unmute and join open panel. What's up, Slime?
I just mainly want to piggyback off of what you said as far as disciplining your child is teaching them about violence and this, that, and the third. Me personally, the way how I see it, discipline, punishment, a spanking, a beating, whatever you want to call it, it is somewhat necessary. For the simple fact is, talking doesn't always work, and I can say that from my.
Well, you didn't hold up. I don't want to hear about nobody's personal experience. For you to assert that, tell us what research have you
But how
read.
though?
Hold up.
Can I just ask you a question?
Hold up.
I just have one question? Just one question.
No. I'm asking you a question. What empirical studies have you read? What books on parenting have you read? What classes have you taken? Like, what information do you have that it works besides you just making that assumption?
By the life that I live right now, by actually going through it.
So you
A book
self-awareness.
isn't gonna do any of that. Can I talk though?
You no. You lack self-awareness.
Can I talk though? But my thing, what's the point of
listen, I'll sit up here and talk to myself. I don't care about y'all promoting abuse with children. You want to say something, Mike?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, it says beating and punishment don't work. I don't know about beating. I don't know if I can describe it as beating, but punishment. The simple thing is, it depends on the child's age, of course. But yes, the belt is just the thing. The problem is people are punching their children. You can't punch a child. The child doesn't look at that as a whooping. It's called whooping, not beating. You can't punch a child. You get you.
They got a lot of names for it.
You get you something, and you give them a little burn, him or her, a little burn.
What do you mean by a little burn?
A little burn, okay, if you keep getting hit with a belt and it sting like that, trust me, 6 out of 10 children are gonna say, you know what, I don't want to be Kunta Kinte. That hurts.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm serious. That hurts. I don't want it. I don't want that. So
Ain't that the study?
That's what it came from.
Ain't that exactly what it is? That shit.
That's what it.
And I want to say one thing because before my service go out, they always try to make it seem like it's certain children that need this. If your child is that misbehaving that bad, maybe it's something mentally going on. Get them evaluated, not putting your hands on them. But the way that y'all try to justify beating like y'all the master, like I said, they be wanting to get their lick back, Tara, and they take it out on children because they're defenseless.
Whoa, that's wrong.
Oh,
That's
no,
wrong. I think that's wrong.
yeah, we got some really emotional girls in here.
Bro, I'm probably the youngest one in here, and y'all sound crazy about that.
No, we ain't
Exactly.
no emotional. Hold on, we ain't no emotional girls. We grown women. You're emotional. That's why you
Why she
hit
keep
children.
muting
But
me?
you a
No,
scary.
no one ever told
Yeah.
you. Never heard me say
Oh.
I'm hitting children because
Actually,
it didn't take me.
I'm muting my work.
I got 3 whoopings in my life, and that's all I needed. Okay, and my kids do the same thing.
No, I don't want to hear about your abuse stories.
Okay.
I don't want to hear them. The thing is,
What you
you're
want to
not
hear though?
listening. Hold up, sir. Hold up. That's the problem. I'm gonna tell you, this is the problem. All right, and I normally don't cover this topic because it's so agonizing. There is information out there. Y'all have access to AI. Like, there are books. I don't know why people say there aren't. There are so many fucking books. There are so many classes. There's so much information out there when we really come to research about how there are better practices when it comes to raising children. And too many people want to resort to, because whether you realize it or not, a lot of y'all you're like your chronological age, but you're not your correct developmental age. And y'all still want to be like, well, we could just hit them. We could just spank them. I'm okay. Y'all don't care to look it up. And then when people give you the information, y'all argue against it. Y'all argue against it. You fight for it. Like y'all don't think it's strange that they making laws that say don't hit on your kids the way they do? Like y'all, it's like y'all don't care, and it's very interesting because again, we live in a society where there's a lot of trauma that's happened and passed down from generation to generation, and people just want to say, "Look at me, I'm still okay." That's the problem. Y'all don't respect children. You don't see children as people because the information is out there. But y'all, I guess, want to go off of opinion. And you don't care what the consequences are.
Good morning.
I don't think. Hold up. I don't think children are stupid. Y'all, when y'all say you gotta hit a child, it means you think a child is stupid. Like I know that if it's something going on, I can have a conversation with a child. Y'all send y'all children to schools where they are not hitting on your children because they're not allowed to. And the children are there
They
being
used to be
disciplined
allowed
just
to.
fine. Hold up. And they stop for a reason.
You think bullying got stopped in schools?
No, it hasn't.
Spanking got stopped in
Bro, this
schools.
comment section, no, she tripping. Like, I'm just leave this alone. She tripping.
Hold on, you want validation from the comments? Go talk to the comments then. What's up, coach?
Hey, what's up?
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm driving right now, but I'm good.
Hold on, if you driving, you gotta go. What's up, Northside?
Good morning.
Salutations.
Yeah, I would say this. I mean, I don't necessarily
Yo,
agree.
sound goofy. You sound crazy.
Who?
No, go
Anyway,
ahead, sir.
anyway,
I'm talking
I
about
would say this. Discipline is necessary when raising children, but beating them maybe not so much. All kids don't need to get whooped.
No
Um,
kids need to be whooped.
in my experience, I use
No,
exercise to
hold up. We're
discipline.
not talking about nobody's experiences. That's on top.
Exercising is
No, hold
better than
up.
whipping.
No. Y'all always want to be anecdotal. Nobody wants to talk about something that's rooted in research. That's the problem.
Well, where have you
Everybody got
researched?
hold on, sir. Everybody has experience.
Fair enough. Where have
We
you
talking about the
researched?
conversation, sir. We talking about the conversation in general.
Okay, fair enough. Where have you researched?
So have you researched anything?
I asked you the question first.
No. I done repeated myself multiple times. Have you researched anything?
Yes.
Go ahead, we listening.
Okay. And I said what I said. Exercising reinforces discipline more so than whooping.
What does that mean?
I use calisthenics as a form of discipline to reinforce bad behavior. Push-ups,
How's that
exercise.
Okay, how is that effective?
Because I'm not whipping them, and it's a way to understand what you did to reinforce what was put in place.
Tell us what the behavior was that's the consequence.
It could be anything. Acting out in school, not doing homework,
Okay,
not
pause.
doing
We'll go with the
chores.
first one. Hold up. Pause right there. The acting out in school.
Mm-hmm.
Have you talked with the teacher or contacted school to see what the problem is? Got some testing done, see if they need accommodations. It literally, they may not be understanding what's going on in classroom. How's doing 20 push-ups? Hold
I
up.
received a
How's
phone call
20
from the school.
Hold up. How is doing 20 push-ups in their bedroom or wherever they doing it at going to translate to them better understanding their math work?
Well, that wasn't the reason why they acted out. Talking, being mischievous.
Why do kids talk during class?
Say that again.
Why are kids talking during class?
I mean, there's probably a myriad of reasons, but not one. I don't know. Why do kids talk?
Yeah, you don't know. That's the problem. And you're like, oh, do some sit-ups. That doesn't address the behavior.
Okay. What would address their behavior?
You find out what was going on. Were the expectations clear? Were they not understanding their work? Did they not understand it was a time to transition from the time they had free time to do that work? There's a lot of things that be considered.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. You push that.
I disagree.
Does not address the core issue.
But you make it the teacher's fault.
Tell me why you disagree. Why do you think push-ups is going to fix it?
I will tell you. Because you think when the children act out or do wrong that it's the teacher's fault as opposed to the children being mischievous.
No.
Thank
Hold
you.
up.
I'm
Pause.
finished.
Pause. No. As somebody who is a teacher, sir, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. When you have issues in a classroom, you need to restate the expectations and you're consistent on what the consequences are. The consequences are something that goes back to the core issue. It's not something unrelated like doing jumping jacks in the backyard. That don't make sense. Y'all just trying to figure out anything out in the moment to feel like you
Still
address
gets into it when they
something.
act up in
Your child
class.
not doing homework. You need to figure out what's going on with the routine. Why they not getting their homework done? You talking about doing some sit-ups? Homework still not to be done. They ran around the track. They still got to do their homework. It doesn't address the core issue. Go ahead, Anthony.
Go
Go
I just wanted
ahead,
to say,
Crypto.
if my service working, that's still punishment though. And that's the problem. It's unrelated and it's a punishment. It's something that the parent is feeling good about. It's a power play.
Yeah.
So how do we
It is.
discipline our children then if we can't punish them and we
Go
can't whoop
ahead,
them?
Anthony.
Good morning. Fellas, y'all
How you
not,
doing?
yeah, good morning. You guys aren't listening. I understand exactly what she's saying. Corporal punishment is the only reason why the kid responds to that is out of fear. It doesn't correct it gives kids behavioral issues in the future. This is peer reviewed information. And I'm here to say that I was guilty of that because that's how I was raised. I popped my kid on the butt, and then it creates behavioral issues. So I'm not saying I understand exactly what they're saying. If you look at the history of this, corporal punishment does not work. Okay, it doesn't. So that's essentially what they're saying, and I get what you guys are saying. And I have two children. I have a son and a daughter, a
Wait,
14-year-old.
Anthony, I want to add something to what you're saying, and I think this is important. I think that the reason why people lie about or give it new names, the abuse or the harm that's happening to children, the violence that happened to children, is to justify it being done because people feel guilty. But if we can start admitting, okay, what I did, let's say you used to do it, let's say you're doing it now, and you like, oh my God, this conversation made me feel guilty because I do that, and they're saying it's violence, but I don't feel like it's violence. Accept that it's violent, sit with that it's violent, and then stop. Don't do it no more. And then from moving forward, talk to your children, try to rebuild a connection and trust with them. But instead, motherfucking grown people want to be excused. They want to be able to justify bad behavior. No. Just admit, oh my goodness, I thought that this was normal. It happened to me. I thought it was okay. I'm listening. I'm studying. I'm doing the research. I realized, oh my God, I was harming my child or my children. I'm going to stop immediately. And instead of me feeling guilty or trying to justify why I did it, I'm going to admit it. I'm going to change my behavior and I'm going to do better moving forward. But no, y'all want to vindicate yourself. You're trying to defend yourself and you're trying to justify it like you're on trial. It's the weirdest thing. And it has nothing to do with the child. If I learned something new that could help me as a parent, I would just immediately do it. And I wouldn't put the pressure on me wanting to look good for outside people. I wouldn't care about that. I would just say whatever I need to do for the child is what I'm going to do immediately. Period. Point blank.
Because when your children fear you, you put them in survival mode. I don't know if y'all realize it. When your child is in survival mode, when a person in survival mode, if you know about the like hierarchy and needs, like they can't get to like self-actualization. They can't build their self-esteem. They're constantly hyper vigilant to their surroundings. That's not how you deal with it. Be little shit. Y'all escalate it because you think it's not a big deal. Again, corporal punishment leads to PTSD, depression, anxiety, cognitive decline, risk-taking behaviors, and fucking substance abuse. But y'all not hearing that, and
There's
it's
a
weird that
difference
you don't want to
between
hear it.
physical
Wait, one more
abuse.
thing, Tara, because these niggas ain't talking about nothing. They
So
trying to
do
justify.
push-ups and like
Hold
running laps
on,
around the block, does that
hold on.
like instill fear
Okay, all right.
and like cause PTSD?
He hear me talking. I know we don't go off the commentary, but I think it's important. Somebody said God sent his own child to unalive. I think that's important because in all the conversations we talk about here and how men think like they're gods or something, I just think that there's a correlation. I think it's something real evil about that, something real insidious about that. And my apologies for stepping out of turn, but I just thought it was important based on what we talk about.
My question to that person: what you going to send your child to unalive? What the fuck? Like that's crazy.
Can I say something?
Yeah, then we're gonna go to dad.
Yeah. So again, The reason why I think that men are trying to defend it is because that's how they were raised, and it doesn't. It's not your fault. I don't think that it's our fault that we was AB'd when we were younger, but it is our fault to perpetuate that same behavior or for our children to inherit that behavior. Because
But it's crazy because the thing is men and women were both raised that way,
yeah,
and yet you have more women more likely to like lean into like, all right, this didn't work. These are problems we have in society. It doesn't make sense because it's like it got to be something different, a little bit more than that. And it goes back to what Drake is talking about, like this dominance, wanting to dominate people.
yeah,
It's a problem.
yeah, you don't want to physically hurt anyone you love, gentlemen. And I know that the delivery is not the way that you like it, but don't miss what the message because of the way it's delivered. I understand exactly what they're saying because I was guilty of that. I don't
I let that.
I don't have a
Hold on, let that go.
yeah, I don't have a problem with saying that, and I'll give a quick example. I raised my voice at my daughter.
Hold on. Let that go because there's other people up here.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I agree with what you guys are saying. I just want to ask one question. So what is after you reflect and you understand like, okay, because I'm a new father, I haven't done anything to my child ever in life. I wouldn't put my hands on my kid at all. But what is the way to, I guess, reflect as a parent? Okay, the kid was talking in class. I want to figure out what I can do to help them maybe stop talking in class or start
But see,
focusing.
that's the thing right there. That's the thing right there. So one is a lot of reparenting yourself and emotional regulation. Who making all that background noise? But hold up. One of y'all, I don't know who that was. It's loud. But when you say I want to figure out what's causing the problem, that's the thing. You have to get to the core issue, right? Like a lot of times we think, oh, just because they children, like you can't relate. Think about it as an adult. When you having issues, what do? You figure out what's causing the problem, and then you apply the solution to it. Whatever the issue is, you find out what it is. Like the example I usually use is like if kids are jumping on the couch. Your kids keep jumping on the fucking couch and drawing on the walls. Instead of you going in there and yelling at them and hitting them, okay, your kids got a lot of energy. They need to get out. You need to take them outside. You need to help them decide something else they can do. Explain to them, hey, on the couch, if you fall, what can happen? You can hurt yourself. That's something they can reflect on. Okay, next time you need to get some energy out, what could you do instead? Go buy them a fucking trampoline or something. I don't know. Whatever fits for your child. Y'all make that decision together. That's going to help them. So next time they want to get that energy out, instead of them looking around the corner to see if you ain't looking and then sneaking and jumping on the fucking couch, they're like, okay, I need to get my energy out. I can do this instead. It be little shit like that. You find out what the core issue is. What's causing it? If they drawing on the fucking wall, they might want to just fucking draw. Let's go to the fucking dollar store, get that brown fucking paper and put it on the wall. If you want to draw, don't draw on the walls. Because what can happen? It can destroy the walls, right? So you can draw on this paper, and if you fill in the paper, we can hang it up somewhere and get you another one. It be simple shit that you can do.
Yeah,
Can I
I
ask you a
understand that.
question, Holmes?
Oh, sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on. Let him respond.
Yeah, I understand.
Oh,
I think that's definitely a good idea. But what about maybe like for a toddler? So like, how do I tell like my toddler start off like I guess on a good path, like from right from wrong? I mean, because I can't communicate with
Hold
them.
up. It's not. No, hold up. It's not. When you just say right path for a toddler, it's a day-to-day thing. You see what's going on. You set a routine. You find ways for them to be independent. Let them feel safe in the environment so they want to explore things. Give them some structure. See what kind of activities they're into. Give them opportunities to do a lot of different things. See what they want to do. They might be into Legos. They might want to draw. They might want to like find something that fits them, and then you can build structure around it.
All right.
Go ahead, Antoine.
can I ask a question? No, I can't ask no questions. All right, so I want to know. So why is that? I have a 7-year-old, right? And when he's around me, he's respectable. He does everything that needs to be done. But when he's around his mother, that is an enabler. Don't spank him. Don't do anything.
Oh
He's
my God.
disrespectful. I want to ask this question, so I want to
No,
know this. What do you?
I
Oh my
usually don't
God!
answer questions, but I'm gonna answer your question.
And then
Hold
I
up.
have kids.
Hold up. No, that's enough right there.
Damn,
Right?
he can't
Because
finish.
You see,
that's
you guys are
actually
lost. That's why society's the way
hold
it
up,
is.
hold up, hold
You guys are
up,
lost.
hold up. Ain't nobody even saying nothing. You saying people lost. You want to ask a question. Ain't nobody saying a motherfucking thing, and you already
Okay,
saying
it's
people
no, but you
lost.
guys are over here talking.
Okay,
But
all
wait, we
right. So
can't
you
talk.
can listen to the answer from the comments. So this is the way this works, right? When parents pick up their kids from the daycare, sometimes the kids start running around once the parents get there. And people are like, oh my God, they don't know how to act when the parents get here. When reality is, when the kids feel safe in a space, again, they start exploring their environment. The reason why he's well behaved and obedient over you, because you fucking scary. You're fucking scary. He don't feel safe around you. That's why. And when he get around his other side of the family, he get to be a fucking kid. But for you, he got to be fucking docile. He got to be on his best fucking behavior. You scary, sir. That's what it is. That's why he acting like he in the military when he over your house. What's up, Midway?
What's up with you? Can I speak? I don't want to be rude on your panel if I can't speak. Probably got the floor.
I just introduced you, sir. You doing too much.
Nah, I'm just trying to be respectful, man. But so to add on to what you saying, because I'm just listening. A lot of the things that you saying are right. And as a father who was raised like by old Southern women in the South who used to, you know what I'm saying, was like basically the baby boomers and stuff, they used to just do all type of recklessness to us. And you're right, because it added a lot of problems within my life, and I had to low-key heal and overcome a lot of things too. So what I do for my children, I try to go by love and logic, and I try to teach them that there are consequences to your actions. That doesn't mean I'm gonna do anything. It's just that if you keep on yanking your, let's say for instance, you keep banging your toy up against the you bang your toy up against the dresser. You bang it so much it's going to break. Now I love you. You know I love you. That's not even a question. But there's consequences to you banging the toy. But to agree with what you're saying, you're right. You might need to get that energy out. You might need to redirect
What's your
what you
question?
got.
What's the consequences
Huh?
what's the consequence of them banging that toy against the
No,
dresser?
no, I was saying like you might be banging a toy.
No,
You
I
might be.
know, but I'm asking you for a reason. What's the consequence?
I said you might be banging the toy up against the dresser really, really hard, and the consequence is not for me. It's a consequence on yourself. You might break it yourself.
Yeah.
Now you
you
said.
ain't got the toy no more.
Now you said. Now you don't have your toy no more. Now you said. Now I use this thing. I go to a parenting class called Love and Logic, where they teach like. Lola, they teach you basically you're against yourself. A kid might be like, "Oh, I broke my toy. You got to give me another one." I can't get you another one. This is you. It's teaching you responsibility, and it's teaching you the way of the world quite early without me being. You need to go and do this and taking off your belt, because you're right. A lot of that time doesn't help. A lot of that time, for me personally, when I was acting out in school, when I broke that lady window, when I was just being a, you know what I'm saying, a devious and little bad kid, I don't want to say I didn't deserve it when I talk back, but these, like you say, these children are different. You have to, like, you know what I'm saying, talk to them. You have to do it. So I see you be low key smoking everybody and putting everybody on the fire. I just want to say I agree with you. I just want to say that you do. I see what you're saying, and I do see what some of the fellas are saying. I see from both sides of the coin.
What's your question? For the situation that you explained with the child hitting their toy against the dresser, now the toy broke, right?
Let's just say they just banging.
No.
Just, you know.
I know. Hold up. Because it would be nice to also have a discussion, right? Let me ask you a question. What do you think that child learns in that situation versus you coming in yelling at them and taking the toy from them?
Well, when I come in, just to specify, like when they banging their toy up against the dresser and then they start crying, what happened? What happened? I broke my toy. I'm calm, and I do this with my kids now. I'm calm. We shouldn't have been banging it. Well, we've learned a lesson now. We shouldn't be banging our stuff up against the dresser. Ain't no, you don't bang that. I don't try to do. Me personally, I don't try to yell and try to. You don't bang those stuff up against the dresser. Now you don't broke it. Look at you now. Sit your ass down. No, that's wrong. That's making them feel bad. It's just a reckless mistake. But I do explain to them like, hey, we learned a lesson.
The thing is, they would feel bad in both situations. But one, they actually learn it from their own actions.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, like the consequence, you don't get another toy. You don't replace the toy. You're right.
I don't replace it. And at the end of the day, you learn like, okay, if I do this, I could break it and I won't lose it. Daddy won't give me another one. Mommy won't help me get another one. Let me stop. So it teaches them against themselves versus, you know what I'm saying? You do it. You just being just like you say, just being reckless and being things like that. And I just want to, and I know you setting us on fire, but I just want to back up the fellas because not everybody in here has the intention of like harming children or doing things like that. Hell no, ain't nobody on that type of time.
No, but hold up, but you missing something too. Because as a woman who talk about certain issues, men come in here and just want to argue with me and antagonize me just because I'm a woman, and they were trying to dominate.
That's wrong. That's wrong. I agree with you. That's wrong.
So like, hold up, we ain't gotta coddle them.
No, ain't nobody coddling.
I'm just saying we know what they don't know. No, if they came up here to be antagonistic, then that was on them. They got their consequence, just like that toy. That toy got broke. So don't coddle them. Let them deal with consequences.
Respect. I mean, me personally, I don't see it as coddling. I just, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a Gemini. I see both sides.
Let them have that hold up. Let them have that consequence, sir.
Oh, okay. So,
hold on, let them out.
No, I got you. I agree with you. Respect.
Oh, there's other people up here though.
I didn't want to interrupt. I'm trying to understand.
Hold up.
She said let Mouse go though. Yeah, she said.
You can go after Mouse.
How you doing, Tara?
How you doing?
I just wanted to say, when I was a kid, I used to get whooped and punished and my game taken. I'm not scared of my mom and dad. That's normal.
Okay, hold up. We're not talking about people's personal experiences because, again, a lot of people. Hold up. Because a lot of times y'all let what's called self-awareness, right? Again, you're not going to come up with empirical, because we can't see it, do a close analysis on you to understand all your personality disorders, all your deviant behaviors you do, all the things you hide behind in the closet. We can't do that. We can't talk about how the substances you're abusing when nobody's looking. You understand what I'm saying? We don't know about how you lack your to regulate your emotions. So we're not doing your personal experiences when they're talking about, oh, it worked for me, because that's always the talking point. But it has no substance. But go ahead, Purple.
I will say, I do understand what you mean by starting off with making sure we understand the reason not to bring up our personal situations, because some people aren't vulnerable and they aren't really transparent and honest. But for me, I'll say that I think me being disciplined caused me to be extreme in soft parenting. So when it comes down to like beating, I don't like to beat my kids. It caused everything to be broke in my house, but at least they're happy. I don't really understand what the question is though. That's what I was gonna say when I was like, I didn't want to interrupt nobody. But is there like a specific question? I don't know.
No, it's a statement. It's not a question, it's a statement.
Just elaborate off of the statement.
No, because the thing is, right, there's the information is out there, right? But the way our society is set up, there's a large population of people who are just uneducated. And it's interesting. The reason why this has to be like an argumentative thing instead of a discussion is a lot of people get defensive about their own how they get hung up on the topic, even though, again, corporal punishment, taking away things from kids, saying you can't do this for a week and all that shit don't work. It's not rooted in empirical evidence, yet people want to do it anyway, especially black people. Black People is a book. Damn, I can't remember that lady book, but she wrote a book, and she was basically tracking it back to chattel slavery. I do know Dr. Joy DeGrasse has a book called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, and a lot of the things we do with our children are the direct thing that was passed down through chattel slavery. When you say I'm going to basically treat my child this way so they don't get in trouble, they don't be delinquent in the future, same thing that people who were enslaved did to their children so they wouldn't get sold away, that the people who were captured them essentially thought that children were dumb, so they wouldn't sell them. All that stuff was rooted in survival, and it's been passed down from generation to generation. And we just like, this the way it's supposed to be. That's the problem.
Yes,
So if you want the
yes,
information that's out there, all you gotta do is look it up.
I agree.
Literally, all
Exactly.
you gotta do is
I
look it up.
agree.
Do you
I
have
definitely
children?
agree with a
Do
lot
you have
of.
children, host?
Oh, okay, let's cut me off.
Go ahead, finish what you were saying, Purple.
I
I
was
was gonna
gonna
say, do you
say.
got kids?
Somebody talking, sir.
I was gonna say I definitely agree with like that psychological, mental enslavement that we kind of are locked in. A lot of us find ways to come out of it, but I agree. My biggest thing with like being a child is it shouldn't be out of emotion. Like if it's genuinely out of like disciplining and
But a lot of times people don't recognize that it's out of emotion.
hmm
A lot of times you got adults who get in conflict in relationships and don't realize till later down the road, oh damn, I might have fucked up. So in the moment, you can't even make that judgment. That's why you
I
should
really
avoid.
love this topic. I'm gonna like exit out of TikTok, but I'm not gonna leave the chat, so it's gonna look like I'm in sleep mode. But I just have to do something
No, that's
important.
fine.
But I love this topic, and it's actually a topic that I really do want to listen to because this is kind of like my life right now with my toddlers because I don't beat them, so it's like my parents and it's a
Yeah,
little different. So I want to hear it.
if you feel like if it's some stuff you're curious about again, there are tons of books you can read.
I'm definitely
Right?
gonna look
You
into
can
it because
go.
I never
You
thought
can
about.
go. Hold up, because I'm not just saying it for you.
Yes.
AI don't always give reliable information. However, you can ask AI for actual academic sources, open access, and you can take parenting classes. But go ahead, Warren.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I hope everyone's having a good day. I just want to make the statement. I believe that beating and punishment are two different things.
No, they are two different things, and neither one work.
Okay, so I heard you equating, excuse me, the punishment to the old days of slavery or whatever, how they were teaching their children how to not get kicked off the
Are
farm.
you white?
I'm mixed. All right, so listen. All right, so my thing is, if you look at it like that, what is the difference in that and education? If you're starting a child off early by teaching them the rights and the wrong.
Go ahead, 706.
Yeah, I kind of got a well, not an example, but I kind of agree with it. It can go both ways, but I kind of noticed when I was coming up, getting into a lot of trouble. I responded different with different people. Like my grandmother, she was the type, hey, I'm not gonna play that with y'all. She kind of was more old school with the discipline. Mom, she was a young mom. A lot of stuff I was doing probably didn't look at. She looked at it like, so. I kind of noticed like, it was a group of us, like, coming up, just a whole lot of kids, going over your grandmother's house. It's a lot of stuff we didn't do because we knew she wasn't gonna play that. But I get around mom, or I get around somebody that's more lenient or don't believe in punishment. Me being a kid, I'm gonna take advantage of that. They just being a kid. When we come, every kid is not the same though. That's why I say I agree both ways.
Hold up. Let me explain something. So hold up. When you went to school, right? Were you misbehaved a lot in school?
Yes and no. I was I misbehaved. I was class clown type. No, not just
All right, okay. So hold up. And they still didn't use corporal punishment, right?
When I went to school, it was paddling. So yeah.
How old are you?
36. I caught the
Where you
last
go to
end
school?
of
What state?
it.
You went to
Georgia.
school.
We with school.
Okay. All right, cool. All right. So they
Okay.
paddled you.
Yeah.
Hold up, they paddled you. And then you got your ass whooped at home and you still was acting up in school, so it didn't work.
It did because
No, hold up. If it worked, why wasn't you well behaved in school?
that was the turning point because I was noticing, hey, well,
No. If hitting children work, you don't have to keep hitting them, right?
right.
So you got paddled and you got beat at home and you still was acting up.
The thing was, I didn't do this. I didn't repeat the same thing. I didn't go do. If I got in
So you
trouble,
just
it
found
wasn't
new
the same
stuff
for
to
the same
do.
reason.
So you just found new things to do.
Some kids, hey, I'm telling you, you might see you wasn't that type of kid. You maybe didn't get in a lot. That's what I'm trying to tell you. A lot of kids really do need punishment.
No. First of all, and I'm not going off of personal experience. Okay,
Me,
just so you know, I have my master's in child development and education,
right.
and I've been in education for over a decade, sir. So you can't tell me about no temperament children. I've engaged with thousands of them.
Do you
A lot
believe?
of times they hold up, sir. Hold up, sir. They're going through something. Something's going on. They have something going on with the way they're conceptualizing information. Something's going on at home. They need reinforcement. Something's going on. You're not gonna whip out a paddle and beat the child, especially, sir, since you said it had to happen on multiple occasions. Doesn't work, sir.
It did for me. I wasn't. I
It,
wasn't. I
it
feel
did for
like I wouldn't
you,
be.
but you had to
Damn.
get at home and school, and you still act up. So what? So the other kids were just behaving. But you was acting up, and it worked for you, and you don't see the contradiction in
Me,
that.
but I had me being sneaky, thinking I could get away with
Okay, and that's what
misbehaving.
makes you sneaky. That's the point.
No,
If a child hold up, if a child does something right, and instead of having this conversation with them, figure out what's going on, again, addressing the core issue, and you just give them a punishment, you're in survival mode. Your goal is to avoid punishment. That's why you sneaky.
I
That's why
remember.
kids
I
be lying.
remember.
They don't, sir. They paddled you in the head, and you can't conceptualize things. That's why you was fucking up in
Damn.
school. No,
Ooh.
they beat you, sir.
Mm.
I'm telling you.
I
Corporal
get it. I get
punishment
it.
causes no.
That's probably why you
Corporal
treated me like you treated
punishment,
me, and I'm
sir.
treating you.
Listen to what I'm saying. Corporal punishment causes cognitive decline. It stunts your brain development, your ability to think logically, sir. That's what I'm saying. You're saying you got all this punishment and you still was fucked up. Clearly it wasn't working, and you want to still advocate for it. That don't make sense. What's up, Quavo?
What's up, sir?
Hey.
Son, well, I agree with you, though. I mean, that's just fact. I got beat on, boy. I got beat to the floor, to the ground, punched in the face, punched in the chest, thrown across the room. That shit ain't helped me at all. It just made me to the point where I really go against authority. And I
You
mean,
probably
Terry, you know that from me going to the penitentiary and shit. It just made me to where anybody who felt they was tougher than me or gonna tell me what to do, I automatically went against them, broke every rule, because I had got numb to the ass whoopings. You feel me? So I agree with you. It don't help nothing. I don't even touch my kids. And me and my children relationship is totally different from me and my pops relationship.
So I got a
We gotta
question. You
understand.
being grown
And
now, what you think would have
hold
helped
up,
you back?
hold up, hold up. Another thing we gotta think of: our parents we're not. They were not living in the information age the way we are. So we can't even use that as like that's what I'm saying. A lot of stuff they was doing, they should not have been doing. But we can't even use that excuse because we got the fucking World Wide Web. Like that shit don't make no fucking sense. Go ahead, Hollow.
Yeah, beating and punishment don't work. I'm reading the prompt. I'm gonna say I'll get you on the beating part. I'll agree in some instances, but the punishment, no, definitely punishment does work.
Give me example. Give me example when punishment works.
Okay, so I have kids, and my wife is actually a teacher, and I
Thank
hear
you,
huh?
Mariposa. You say your wife is a teacher, and I'm sure she don't. Okay, go ahead.
So when my daughter gets in trouble, I take the TV away. So let's say if she has a bad day at school and I see her behavior is really messed up, and I know that she likes watching TV when she comes home. So I say, okay, since you had a sad face today, I'm taking the TV away for 2 hours. So
So hold
now
up real quick. How many times have you had to do that?
I've had to do that one time, literally, because the one thing she loves is being on that TV and watching that TV. And she's in pre-K, right? And she's about to be in kindergarten.
She in pre-K, my God.
Yeah, but
So
she's
hold up. Your daughter who's in pre-K came home and had a sad day. Why was she sad?
So it's not a sad day. It was a smile. It was a sad face. So what?
Well, hold up. So she can't have. So you're teaching your daughter that she can't have a sad face.
Hold on. A sad face means that she was being
Oh, you talking about the behavior chart?
What? What'd you say?
You talking about like a behavior chart?
Yeah. It was like a mad.
Okay. Why did she have the sad face?
Okay, so she was over there. So the teacher was talking, right? And she's over here playing around and playing with her friends, and her friends are telling her the teacher's talking, and she's like, well, I don't care. The teacher's like,
And when you talk to her, what did she say?
she told me the
What's her
truth.
response? No. You didn't. I'm not talking about. Did you ask her if she was talking? Did you ask her why wasn't she paying attention to the teacher?
Of course, that's all. We always do that. And she says,
Okay, that's not age appropriate language for a pre-K student.
What are you talking about?
Have you asked the teacher if you could sit in the class and observe? Have you asked the teacher what the problem
Ma'am,
is?
I work 12 hour. Ma'am, I work 12-hour shifts.
Okay,
I'm
then
not
say
doing
that.
that.
You're too busy working to raise your child properly.
Too busy working to raise my child properly. First of all, the punishment worked. It worked. She doesn't do it anymore. She's had a happy face every day since then.
The way you talking to people, it seemed like you needed a spanking growing up. You was very, very
No,
rude.
nigga, you fucking abusive. Don't think about putting your hands on me, bitch. What the fuck wrong with you?
Hey,
Everybody
you know,
polite,
lie.
but you on this counter. So they tell me a lot about your character.
I will agree with the beating because I used to get beat, and I feel like the beating is definitely abusive behavior. I feel like nobody needs to really be putting their hands on a child, especially at a certain age. But I disagree because punishment in certain forms do work. Because you got to think about it. If we teach our kids that there is no punishment for their actions, they're going to grow up and do what they want outside in this community, especially in the black community. And they're going to, people are locking us up for no reason, unaliving us for no reason.
Are you black?
Yes.
You said that K real hard. I'm just wondering.
Yeah,
he said it real tough.
So I'm a black person.
Hold up.
He said it tough.
No, sir.
Yeah.
You just displayed what I was just talking about. Again, Dr. Joy DeGrasse has a book called Post-Traumatic Slave Syndrome, where that's passed down mentality. The thing is, sir, the punishment, one, has to be related to the behavior. And it's not like punishment is called a consequence. And you have either negative or positive reinforcement. And you have a way, it has to be a way that has the child reflect on their own behavior so they can make this better decisions in the future. Because I guarantee you, when you just take the TV away, you keep taking the TV away, she's upset with you for taking the TV away. She's not going to internalize what the problem is. That needs to be a conversation. Right now, while she's young, you could build up her critical thinking skills, her ability to reflect on her own behavior, and you're deciding to implement the consequence on your own instead of talking through it with your child and having her decide what a better decision would be.
I've definitely had that. Me and my wife do that. First of all, like I said, my wife.
So you already said.
I've done the punishment afterwards.
You already said I work 12 hours.
Yeah, I still can come home and talk to my kids. Like, what do you mean? You act like I'm supposed to go into her school, though. That's the thing. You're acting like I have time to go to her school. I have time to come home and talk to my family. I don't have time to just go into her school and sit down. That's what I'm saying. I'm not over here like I'm not with my family. Obviously, I come home every day, but I'm not over here able to just go in her school and just.
So, okay, you said so. The next day was a smiley face.
Yeah, every day since then.
Hold up.
Go ahead.
You contact the teacher to get feedback from the teacher, because you're not supposed to just talk to the teacher when things go wrong. When the behavior changes, you're supposed to also reach out to them. Did you reach out to the teacher after that to ask them what was going on?
My wife does, because she works at that school.
So hold up. So your wife do all the parenting?
No, I do most of the parenting.
You
too.
just take TVs away.
I do all of it. What are you talking about? We're doing it together.
No, it sounds like your wife doing it.
My wife does a part of it. I give her credit for it.
Hold up. No, she the parent. Let her talk.
So,
what's up, Feathers? No, nigga.
Yo,
what's up, Feathers?
Yo,
Hey.
so I hopped in. I mean, I'm Mexican American, but you know, my mom, she gave me.
Hold on, nobody asked you that.
No, I'm just like I'm coming
Mexican.
from like my own heritage, like how I was.
Okay.
So my mom, she would give me like whoopings and all that, but like, bro, it literally humbled me, to be the man that I am. Like, she was.
All right. So, Mr. Mexican,
That-
you ain't talking about
that-
shit. What's up, Brilliant?
Yeah, I got a.
And good morning. Good morning,
You're a
Tara.
very rude person.
How you doing?
It's so
Bitch,
good to
go
hear your
then.
voice.
Hold up, if you don't
Very rude.
fucking like it, don't come in my space, bitch. I don't give a fuck. I am rude.
Damn, y'all ain't used
Oh
to
yeah,
that.
she.
I'm fucking rude, and I don't give a fuck. Nigga, you need to go get your wife because you ain't no motherfucking parent. Go ahead, Brilliant.
This
Yo,
is
Yeah,
I
I'll
just this
wild.
report
is
this live
wild.
real
So
quick.
okay, can we all
Now
right
that's some
now.
old hoe ass shit, bro.
Hold on. Let's
Penis
I'll
calm
fucking
report this
crazy.
down,
live real
gentlemen.
quick.
That's some hoe shit to report the live,
And
bro.
yeah,
Hold
like
up. Just ignore him. I already blocked him.
so
Go
I
ahead.
just wanted to just say thank you for having this conversation, and you're so correct. I really honestly wish that people would go and have like child development classes. I understand. I think every parent should be forced to have one because I'm just listening and it is cringe. A preschooler, like I don't think they understand. Really, it really is indicative of how so many people, they don't realize that they are acting out the trauma that they endured when they were really young. You're asking a child, you're taking away a television. She doesn't even realize why the television is really being taken away. Like at that age,
Exactly.
developmentally, that is an absolutely inappropriate response to why the child. Not to mention, if you don't go into the classroom, you don't even understand or know what really was going on with the teacher. I have been, and I am an educator, and this is actually, I mean, I am a now doctoral level educator, and so my research is about some of this. Right, I have been in classrooms across this country, and I have seen teachers who don't even understand childhood development. Even sending home
You know, I just realized who this
you know
was.
who it is, baby. How are you, baby?
Go ahead.
So
I'm good.
she knows that I don't play around when it comes to the social emotional health and wellness of children. But let me just tell you, like this, like it's wild. You can't be going in, y'all. And this is just for everybody, right? Like you really have to be mindful of how we are teaching our children because it's impacting their actual physical brain. And so oftentimes we think, you do what you can from what you feel like you know. But like you said, Tara, we have no excuse not to do the work. We have access to information everywhere out here. And so you need to be going into your children's classrooms because honestly, some of these teachers don't even realize that their expectations are unrealistic and they're not setting appropriate boundaries and they are creating the issue. So your child might have a frowny face, not even because anything that she honestly did. She's developmentally being a preschooler and the teacher doesn't understand, right? But then if you don't go into the classroom, and that's what Tara is trying to tell you, if you don't go in and really find out and have these conversations with the child's teacher, you don't know. And then you're just perpetuating this energy of fear. So now the child just learns to fear you, right? So then when the child really needs support and help, they're not going to come to you.
Brilliant.
And so then you want to talk. Then this also moves into as they get older, as they're teenagers. People ask me all the time, "Why? How are your teenage boys so well behaved and so well adjusted?" Tara knows me. She knows the type of parent that I am. She also knows the type of educator that I am. Like at every stage of development, these are human beings. These are human beings. And so I am going to treat and acknowledge and honor them as human beings, these beautiful spirits that we have responsibility to support. So I just wanted to say that. Tara, go ahead. I'm just going to go back because I'm actually in a school right now supporting teachers. And I had to step out to my car because this is wild. But I'm glad you're having this
Appreciate you.
conversation.
And I wanted to make a comment on the teenagers, y'all. The teenage years are supposed to be the easiest fucking years of raising children. The problem is when you restrict a child's autonomy, they're going to rebel. And the reason why some of y'all taking the doors off the hinges and you mad that your child don't want to listen to you is your child trying to have control over somebody who's a human being who should have their own autonomy. The teenage years are supposed to be easy, and some of y'all saying they the hardest years. It don't make sense. You haven't laid the foundation.
Man, Tara, what was you
Spot
wearing out
on.
getting
I
thrown
agree.
through
I
the
agree.
wall,
Spot
man?
on. Tara knows. That's what Tara knows that, and she is 100% right. And let me tell you, like I said, I have teenage boys who are honor students, and they are anyways, they are academically sound. They are also just some of the kindest people. I always say all the time, like, I am so honored to be their mama because they are so kind and loving. But also, you got to do the work. You got to do the work when they're younger. And you have to consistently do the work. So my children know when they have things that don't go right, they don't have a problem coming to me because I've respected their agency. as Tara said, right? Their autonomy, their agency. And we have to really learn that. And we have to make a decision that we are going to, why, even though, I mean, yeah, I got spankings growing up. There were things that my parents didn't do that were not the best, but when you know better, you do better. And we have to make a decision to also confront the trauma that we may have endured as children so that we don't pass that on to the next generation. You have to be committed to breaking generational curses. I just feel like that also just goes back to you having to look in the mirror. Some of these parents need to look in the mirror, but God bless these little ones who have to be in a school building where they're really honestly not getting what they need, and then they go home and they're being harmed. So just keep that in mind. I hope it
Bruh,
maybe touch somebody.
Yeah, they
to get
being
rocked
bullied.
upside your head and not know why the hell you getting rocked upside your head is a totally different feeling when you younger, man. I'm gonna tell you that now. For them not to explain why they beating your ass over something that was so petty, it will do something to you. Like me,
Yeah,
it
because
made
the
me
first,
not like my pops. I simply rebelled against them. It was no more fear. You stop crying after a while when you getting that ass whooped. Now you just hate them. Now you
It
just
sounded
want
like
to
you
take
was
something
abused
across
though,
their
bro.
head, bro. I'm
You
telling you.
wasn't
hold up,
against spankings,
Quavo.
bro.
The
You was
first,
getting abused.
hold up, 706. Hold up. The first step of being a parent is you have to reparent yourself. Y'all gotta accept that our society messed up, and like we fucked up. Like it's so much trauma. It's so many. We can sit here and talk about all these systematic issues. We think that stuff don't impact us. You gotta reparent yourself. That's why I said y'all talking about the worst case scenario, and I done got all these interventions for my child. It's you. You the one who fucking your child up. You need to be honest about it. That be the problem. It's you. You don't have the temperament for them. You need to go get that shit sorted out. Go ahead, Pony. Hold up. My bad. It was Reds first.
How you doing? So I
Hold up, Pony. My bad. It was Reds first.
okay.
Hello, hey y'all.
How you doing?
Good. So my thoughts on beating and punishment. I have kids, and I don't believe in beating my kids. I definitely feel like talking to them is a better way, talking them through it and letting them understand what they did, how it affects them or people around them too. Like maybe even the household, how their actions is, you know, being I don't know the word, but yeah, how their actions affect them, and just allowing them to see what they're doing in a way that makes sense to them. And I definitely feel like at different ages, they need different types of conversation when they're a little bit younger. Now, I do believe in some type of consequence. Like my son, if he does, he's a toddler. If he does something, I think a 2 minute sit down. Like, oh, like if I tell you this, if I gotta tell you again, you're gonna sit down for 2 minutes, and then we could talk about it.
Hold
Why
up.
you sat
Hold
down
up.
for
Sit
two
down.
minutes or something.
Give an example. Sit down for what though?
Like if I tell him, you relax, you jumping around too much, calm down. Okay, sit down for 2 minutes. You need a break, you know?
I'm, hold up. So the
Mm-hmm.
thing is about young kids, and it could be annoying as an adult. They got a lot of energy
They
in them.
do. They
They
do.
got a lot of energy. And the thing is, when you're saying sit down and calm down, the reason why he's keep trying to get up is because he don't understand what's going on. He just know he got all this energy inside of him. Um, have you considered that maybe it's something he could do instead? Like in this case, when they were talking about the push-ups and stuff, you literally could teach him exercises he can do in place to burn off some energy.
Mm-hmm. Like at
Like,
certain points, it's okay. At certain points, he just needs to sit down, like
but
sit
it's
down.
important. But it's important. Listen to what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Especially while he's young, it's important that he recognizes what's going on with him.
Mm-hmm.
You saying sit down, and then he still want to get up. Now he's being rebellious, and he don't need to be.
Nope.
Like we can understand, we can teach our children to misbehave, And they don't want to make us disappointed. They don't want us to be upset with them.
Mhm.
And you don't want that to end up being some type of people pleasing behavior.
Mhm.
So if you keep getting up because you got energy, all right, go sit over there. You're a toddler. You learn how to count. Try to do 15 jumpers and count to 15, whatever number he can count to.
Mhm.
And he's burning the energy and he learning something. Instead of just saying, well, I said sit down, because then you telling him to just respect authority, and sometimes he shouldn't be. Sometimes he shouldn't just be obedient to somebody telling him something, because sometimes people are telling him to do stuff he ain't supposed to do. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I
The
definitely
idea is that he's
agree.
recognizing why he's doing it.
Mhm.
You have the conversation. The
That's
conversation isn't, I told you to sit down.
mhm.
The conversation is, hey, you keep getting up. What's going on? You got a lot of energy. Oh, you got energy on your body. This is what you do when you have energy. You
Mhm.
help him understand what's going on with him so he can reconnect himself to his body and help him find the solutions on what to do about it. Not just listen to you. That's the mistake I think you're making with that.
Right. So that's one way of doing it. It just depends on what's going on. That's another way which I do implement sometimes if that's something that can happen. Or another way is giving him a task, something to definitely keep him occupied, to calm him down a little bit, something more like that requires more of his attention. So just
I
thinking
mean,
of
it
the
just
best way.
depends.
I'm sorry.
If the task work, that's fine. But I'm saying, like, sometimes doing them jumping jacks is tire his ass out, and he gonna want to sit down anyway.
Right. Sometimes I even join him in, just depending on what it is. You know what I'm saying? Those are three different ways how
No, you're
I'm
right. It
saying
can
I'm
also be
handling the
boredom.
situation. You know
No,
what I'm saying?
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm saying that could also be boredom. So sometimes giving the task will work, as long
Right.
as that's addressing the behavior. But if
Mhm.
you give direction and they not listen to the direction, it means you haven't identified the true core issue, and you need to figure out what it is and help them identify it.
Right.
That's how you build up that's also how you build up their decision making skills when they're young.
Mhm.
So they're like, they start assessing their environment, understanding what's going on with them, and making better decisions.
Mhm.
That's what I'm talking about, the cognitive decline. When you tell them what to do and how they should do things, it's a disconnect. You understand?
Right. I get it, because I have a 10-year-old too, and that is more common in our conversation a little bit, where she feels like sometimes she doesn't have like a voice, and I'm like trying to explain to her, like, well, not even trying to explain to her, trying to teach her a little bit like ways of life and ways to do things. She kind of getting into her own ways. So I think when she gets as she get a little bit older, a more conversation happens for me to understand her and for her to understand herself too at the same time. So definitely I don't beat her. More conversations happen with her because she's developing or develop a lot more than the younger one. Definitely don't beat him neither. Because he's just smaller and it just doesn't make sense to
Yeah,
do it.
it's important that it's age appropriate, and we gotta understand, again, our children are people, and they gonna grow up, and you gotta be able to connect what's going on with them right now to how they gonna respond to things when they get an adult. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Sure.
if it's a conversation with her, that's great, because like now she's learning to communicate, and I'm pretty sure. And I would just say this: in a conversation, it should be more, because a lot of times people are talking at their children. I'm not saying
Right.
that's what you're doing.
It's
You
it's
gotta make sure
learning
you're
how to
listening.
communicate for her,
Yeah,
right? At this point,
yeah, and
teaching her how to communicate, and maybe if she, even when she's upset, sometimes it can come off disrespectful. But even if she doesn't intend to do it, it's the fact that you did it. So just try to teach her how to do certain things in certain ways, you know. But yeah, and also I got beat when I was younger. So when we were raised in a different time, and we were raised by people in a different time where they were taught certain, they only knew what they knew at that time. So I feel like
Straight from
even
slavery.
though we turned out to be, what
No, we fucked up. Hold up.
no,
No, we fucked up.
we are fucked
No,
up. We are
yeah,
we
we
are
fucked up. That's the
traumatized
only.
from
Hold
what
up. No,
happened.
I want to be
But
careful with that, because we fucked up.
like our parents are us as adults.
I know I'm fucked up.
Yeah, so I feel like we are traumatized, and as adults, we could pick different routes. But the way that they chose to discipline us worked in a sense, because now that we're adults, we understand and we know, what's right from wrong and what we want and how to parent and stuff like that. And then when there's different
Yeah, I agree.
resources and stuff like that.
I agree with you, but just because there's other people. Go ahead, Pony.
Good morning. How y'all doing? So, just like a lot of the past guests, I was also, I ain't gonna say beat. I did get spankings when I was younger. I wasn't like a bad child, but I do have 3 kids also, and I Like the guy who was saying he worked 12-hour shifts, I work 10-hour shifts. But when the start of the school year starts, I establish a relationship with the teachers. There's a lot of teachers who have different apps where you can communicate back and forth. So you don't necessarily have to go into the classroom to see what's going on. If you establish that relationship with the teacher early on, they reach out, you talk to them back and forth. I do believe in spankings, and I do believe that it starts at an early age. Like the guy said, he took the TV away from his preschooler. So I also believe in stuff like that. I try to establish a communication line with my kids so they can
Why do you
feel.
believe in spankings? Did you say you believe?
So
Why do you believe in?
okay, so I have a 12-year-old. I don't know if you hear the baby in the background. I have an 8-month-old and a
Hold
6-year-old.
on.
You can help.
You go ahead. We'll come back to you so you can do what you gotta do. Go ahead, Johnny.
Hey, how y'all doing? I guess I'll start from like my own personal experience. And
Hold on. The only
can you
thing
barely hear
is
me?
when y'all, yeah, as long as you're not using your personal experience to justify some fucked up behavior, go ahead.
Oh no, not no. I just wanted to put it in context because it goes into my own children, right? So for me, growing up, I can admit that I was abused by my parents. I think it was Q or Quad or whatever his
Exactly.
name was, right? So what that did for me, I developed I was desensitized to getting beatings and spankings. Like, I mean, I used to get hit with stuff. Like, I got the scars to show from stuff that my father has done to me, things that my mother has done to me. And I can tell you it does not work. In fact, like, I got worse. So, like, I got to the point where I was getting beat so bad, I didn't even cry anymore. So then I became a rebellious adult. Anything that showed up as a form of authority, I just rebutted against it. And it could be completely right. And I knew it was right, but because it was different than what I was like, no, you're not going to tell me, you know what I mean? Just because of those experiences. So turning point, right? I become a young father. I was 21. That's still, it's not super young, but it's young, right? I'm still developing at the age of development in my own space, right? Well, I end up getting married years later, and the lady that I
Don't
married,
make this story.
I
This
won't.
story's
I'm
gonna
gonna
give me
talk.
anxiety. Don't make it long and drawn out.
All right, I got you. The lady I married believed in giving spankings. So for me, I already made up in my mind when I had kids that I didn't want to do it. Well, we bumped heads on that fact. And I'm going to tell you, for my son, giving him spankings did not work. The root cause of his issue was honestly because I think that's where a lot of parents mess up now is like we never get to what the root cause is for children. And I've heard that come up quite frequently in the conversation. We never find out why the child is acting how they're acting. We just immediately we're impulsive. We are reactive to everything that they do that we may not agree with as adults. And just because we're adults, we feel like we're the authority figure. So we never give an opportunity to figure out what's actually going on. So for my son at the time, his birth mother was not involved in his life. So I
Wait,
raised my son. And
hold on. You gotta wrap this shit up, sir.
all right, I got you. I'm gonna tell you, it's coming. It right here. So, and the root cause of his behavior was because his mom wasn't present. So a lot of his misbehavior was linked to that. And I think I'm just saying, like, from my own personal experience, that's what I wanted to share was
Yeah,
that a
we
lot
got
of
it.
times it's root cause.
No. If that's the case, neglect can lead to like kids acting out for the attention. Um, I don't know the name of it, but I was watching those documentaries about jail, and it was one of those jails where the people were locked up all damn day. And they would talk about how like where they would come give the food to the inmates, and they would do stuff like throw shit on them and stuff like that. Like a man be sitting there with his feces in his hand, ready for you to come to throw it at you, just so they can come in there and whoop his ass because he needed human contact. So like severe neglect, like when your kids sometimes your kids are acting up because they need more attention from you.
But
But
sometimes
what
they
that
also
leads,
have the attention. Look at all some of these Caucasian kids who get everything from their parents, and then later on in life, they're
yeah, I
killing their
disagree. Hold on, you the one who said you think
yeah.
spanking is okay though,
Yeah, so
right?
this is what I was trying to say. I was saying that first of all, I established that relationship with my kids, and I do warning systems. So first, we have warnings. So we're talking about if they was misbehaving or not listening. It's like, okay, I give you 2 to 3 warnings, and this is like not just in one day.
It's a bad strategy. You got to. I can tell you right now, it's a bad strategy. That's the problem.
Well,
Because hold up, how does the warning, a generic warning, address unique behaviors?
So, like I said, we talk. So, like, let's say for my daughter, she's 6 in the 1st grade. If she went to school and had a bad day, the teacher say Imani was talking a lot today. She wasn't on task.
Do me a favor. Don't say your children's names online. You don't never know.
Okay, well, she was not doing what she was supposed to be doing. So when we get home, we talk about, hey, what was going on in class today? Why are you not paying attention? Why are you not listening? This, that, and the third. Oh, I was.
How old is she?
6. So
okay, y'all find this. All right, go ahead, finish. But
so we'll talk about it, and I said, okay, well, that doesn't make mommy happy. We're on to.
All right, stop, ma'am, stop. It doesn't make you happy. Who gives a fuck, ma'am? Honestly, hold up. You're teaching your child people pleasing behavior. It don't matter if it makes you happy. That's extrinsic motivation. That's looking for outside validation. That's not good. That's a manipulation tactic. And I understand you might be, because you say you work 10-hour days, it's a lot. I get it. The warning system, it's like that's not gonna work because one, a 6-year-old ain't gonna be able to identify the whys to everything. Children communicate through behavior. They don't always know why they're doing it. That's a conversation you need to have with the teacher to figure out solutions and find out things that could work for your child. But the one mommy's unhappy is manipulation is going to lead to people pleasing behavior and it's detrimental. You need to stop it immediately. And the warning is too generic, is not working. The reason why you believe on spanking because you got a bad system.
You can agree to disagree. Like
it ain't agree. No. It's not agree to disagree. You don't want to take the feedback. That's fine. But for the people who's listening, that's a bad system.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Once you tell your children to do something because it makes another person feel like anything, you're teaching your child to people please.
Let me ask you a question.
There's a lot of adults now who are trying to unpack people pleasing because they learned it at childhood, and that's where it comes from. Okay. It's because your parents used the trust that you had with them in order to manipulate your behavior, and maybe you don't know better, and that's fine. But your system isn't a good system.
Okay, so what I just said in regards to, let's say, Caucasian people and their parents giving them everything and they still acting out.
No, you making that you hold up. You can't parent your children off of stereotypes.
Well, I'm asking you.
You can't hold up, ma'am.
I'm asking you.
Cannot raise your children off of tropes.
I'm asking you, why do they predominantly be on the news and in situations where their kids are cussing them out and or killing them versus a Black American? You hear that all the time with Caucasian. Oh, they try to do time out and Johnny didn't do. What he was.
That's a start. No, white people be beating the shit out their kids, ma'am. That you think they be doing time out?
Oh,
they be beating
yeah,
fucking.
absolutely.
Hold up. No, they be beating them fucking children. Where you think we got it from? No. It's not because Johnny got time out. It's because when nobody's looking, Johnny got his ass whooped, ma'am. Oh. The same spanking you think is okay. That's why Johnny doing all that crazy shit. Because Johnny big now. They can't. He can whoop it at his parents' ass now, and they scared of him, so he's running the motherfucking house.
Well, for everybody that's getting beat, there's the same number of times that for the people who aren't getting beat and are still acting out.
Again, you making no, you're not. Hold up, you ain't doing no research. You ain't looking nothing up. You going off of stereotypes and tropes, and you repeating things that other people said, and it's coming from an uninformed place. Again, you live in information age. You can look these things up, ma'am. Timeout isn't even a good tactic. That Nanny McPhee lady, she get a lot of criticism because she don't use good tactics, but it get ratings and people watch it because they get outraged from the behavior. You got to go educate yourself because the person who's going to suffer the consequences is going to be you and your children. It's not going to be anybody else.
Everything you're saying is one way for us.
What's up, Liz?
Hey, yeah, I think that the solution, I don't think that it's a matter of it being this sort of dichotomous thing where beating your kid is automatically going to lead to your kid being a bad kid, and then indulging your kid, and that doesn't mean that like indulging your kid means that they're automatically going to become a good person. I mean, you can overindulge a kid, right? But I will say that I think that as parents, especially as mothers, like we need to, I don't know, I want to say trust our instincts more, because people will give you really bad advice. And I was given very bad advice before I had my daughter. When I was pregnant with my daughter, I had two different women who were older in their 40s. I was 24 when I had my daughter, who told me that absolutely you need to spank your child. You need to spank your, like, swore by it, and was just, and they were like, and basically told me that I would be a bad parent if I didn't. Right? And so this kind of stuck with me. And then when my daughter was, I don't know, maybe 4, she threw a laptop across the room. And then I was like, oh, well, this is it. This is the time I need to spank them, because, the older lady said to do it, and I don't want to, be a bad parent. And so I did one time, and immediately I was like, I am never doing that again. I'm never doing that again. And I immediately realized, I was like, why? Like, it didn't feel right to do it. And then you did it, and it definitely didn't feel right. You immediately realized it was the wrong decision. Why are you listening to people just because, of some perceived authority that they have?
The thing about that is that I don't have, somebody mentioned it but wasn't addressed that. When you use corporal punishment on your child, and the first time they do it and it didn't work, you got to do it harder the next time. You gotta hit harder the next time.
Is that what people say?
Escalate over time. No, that's what happens. The little tap, it didn't work, so you hit harder next time. Not one is a lack of emotional regulation, but it escalates.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, but and then when you say like the advice, like for me, if it wasn't in a longitudinal study, if I couldn't look it up and find empirical evidence to support it, I wasn't doing it. And I used to tell people all the time, you can't give me advice because you fucked up. You're fucked up. Like, and maybe you don't realize it, but you're a fucked up person. Fuck you telling me to go over there and hit on my child for. Talking about when they get older, they gonna do something to you. No, something wrong with you.
Right,
That's
right.
insane.
And I should have thought that through. I really should have. And like things became a lot more clear once I realized that like that was a bad thing to do, and I never wanted to do it again, and I never did do it again. Like, yeah, the entire thought process of like listening to those two women and like keeping that with me and deciding that I needed to follow their advice immediately started to make zero sense, right? In retrospect. But so I don't know what I was thinking. But anyway, this is a really good conversation, everyone. If you could please tap the screen and gift the host. Tara is extremely knowledgeable in this field, and she's offering essentially like free parenting advice that a lot of people pay a lot of money for. So yeah, do gift and tap and gift the panel, and yeah, send your daily heart me. I don't think we have that many. Send your daily heart me. That's really important.
Thank you, Liz. I just want to say this: if you fucked up, because you're a parent, you're gonna make mistakes, right? Go apologize to your child and tell them why you apologize. Tell them why you was wrong for doing it. Because it's interesting how loud parents we be telling about the shit they done did to us, and they be like, I don't remember that. I don't remember you, but
Man,
you
what you
remember.
out, man?
You remember that shit?
Man,
First of all, I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes they gaslighting us, but it wasn't
man.
that memorable for them because they got that shit off. They got that shit off. Go ahead, Quavo. You want to say something?
Dog, you took it right out of my mouth, Tara, bro. When I came at this man one day and was telling him, bro, you used to do this and do this, and over the smallest shit, bro. Man, I ain't do you like that. You lying on me in my face. I said, bro, you fucking serious,
You should
bro?
have whooped his ass right then and there. You should have whooped his ass.
Man, come on, Tara. You know me and this man done got in fights, bro. He's 6'4". And like he used to call Mr. E big man. Now I'm younger, Tara, so all I'm doing is copying my pops. So one day E come through the hood. I said, "Hey, big man." E told my pops, man, my pops beat the brakes off me, bro, and I didn't understand why. I'm like, what happened? You don't tell that man no big man. I'm like, nigga, I'm doing what you were doing. Ugly ass. Yeah, man. Hey, man, y'all done triggered me, man. Let me go back on mute.
What's up, Vamps? Hold on, no, Loki was up here first. What's up, Loki? You on
How,
mute.
how's everybody doing?
Hey.
Um, I like listening to everybody's stories. Uh, I came from my background, foster
Hold
home.
hold up. No, everybody ain't telling their story.
Oh no,
No,
I'm
y'all,
not
no,
story.
y'all be dumping shit. No, you got the wrong
Okay,
idea.
my
Summarize it
my bad.
and link it in with the topic, sir.
Yeah, I'm definitely on topic. Yeah, I was raised in foster homes. I've seen firsthand how you shouldn't raise your kids. Like you shouldn't beat them physically. You shouldn't use psychological warfare on your kids. You need to show them. You have to be proactive as an adult to your kids. You can't sit on your behind and command them to do things because they don't understand. They're fresh into the world. And all children are hands-on. So you have to get up and you have to direct them. You have to show them. You have to speak to them slowly, calmly, because kids don't know. They can make repeated mistakes, but it's not their fault. You have to keep speaking to them, show them, point over to the direction, and not spank them, physically pat them on the behind, or if they throw a tantrum, right? Because they don't know anything about controlling emotions. You have to show them. You have to be a pillar in their lives. You can't show any type of negative emotion towards them in regards of their mistakes because they don't know. They need to know how to fail in order to succeed. They need guidance and they need a parent to be that parachute. So when they fall, they don't need a parent to tell them or yell at them, get up, stop crying, or spank them on their behind because they're crying. You need to pick them up and talk to them and show them it's okay. You're not being weak. You're not being a beta. You're being a strong, independent, or whoever you're with, if you're still with your partner, you're being knowledgeable, reasonable, and patient and gentle. That's all part of being an adult, is because when you were a child, you had to go through confusion. You have to go through everybody else's narcissism. You have to deal with their hate, their abuse. You have to deal with them blaming you, right? As a child, they take their narcissistic behavior and project it onto children. This is reason why some children with a narcissistic parent, could be a mother or father, right? These kids grow up beating their parents because their narcissistic parents projected all that behavior onto their kids, and their kids don't know nothing else. That's all
Yeah,
they know.
because of the society we live in, all of us have innate narcissistic traits. That's very important to know. When you say that word gentle, I really wish they didn't call it gentle parenting because people weird. Like it really should be research based parenting. Like for real. And if you ever confused about like how should I handle this situation, put yourself in your child's shoes.
Yeah,
Do
absolutely.
you think do you want to be smacked the fuck across the face when you make a mistake? I think
No,
the fuck not.
right. Or
Do you want to be
I'm sorry.
stuck in a room by yourself with nothing, nobody engaged with for a week just because you made a mistake? I think not. Like again, your children are people.
Yep.
So if you're struggling, think about all right. If this was me, how would I want this to be handled? But hold on, I'm gonna go to the next person. Go ahead, Vamps.
Okay.
Bermuda, you can hear me?
You said what?
Y'all can hear me, right? Valid.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So, topic is subjective. I'm not going to say I disagree, and I'm not going to say I fully agree. But certain tactics work for specific kids. Like,
And this is hold up, pause. This is why I don't usually be telling my business, but when it comes to this topic, I tell my business. I've been in education for over a decade. I've encountered thousands of children. I've gone to countless professional development. I done took in many courses. I have my master's in child development and education, sir. Let me explain something to you. It's not, we always want to say, because that's a safe set and it's a way to get out of it,
Can I
right? oh, my child might be different.
Can I finish?
If you can hold up, pause, because there's a lot of different strategies you have for different temperaments in children. A lot of them, right? You identify the core issue and you find interventions that work. If it don't work, you find another one. It's never going to be hit a child. When you have children in schools all day with adults and they not hitting on those kids and they able to apply intervention to children. So y'all can't do that. You can't use that as the escape route. That's not going to work.
Okay.
If your child, no, it's not that your child is different and it's a different method. And I'm saying this because you say you agree and disagree. So I know you toting that line.
No, I said
it's never
it's
going
not
to go
that.
to corporal punishment.
I said it's not that I disagree or agree to it. So I'm literally I'm in the gray area. So anyway, can I finish what I was saying? Because I don't know.
I mean, I thought somebody in the gray area would want more information, but go ahead.
Anyway, I'm trying to explain it to you. So, certain situations you'll see, okay, maybe I have been in a situation where I was beat. I didn't like it. No. Do I want to do that to my child? No, I don't want to do that to my child. But I do want to handle what the fuck is going on in society. So me doing specific things and disciplining my child, not beating them. I'm not saying beating them.
What's the specific things then, sir? Because they also say punishment on the screen. What's the specific intervention you talking about, sir?
You said not to get personal, but okay, so
No.
as a kid, you're asking me a question. Can I answer it?
Hold up.
You're asking me a question. Can I answer it?
Hold up. Because Loki just told me to model, and I modeled for you, sir. I broke it down. I explained what I was saying. I gave an example. I gave a solution
And I'm
to
trying
deal
to
with that
answer your question.
problem.
I'm trying to answer
So
your
I'm
question.
asking you, sir. It don't have to be personal. Just give an example, sir. Of what are you talking about?
All right, so have you seen kids get shipped off to other places, like other remedial schools or
Okay.
anything?
Okay.
No.
I know what a alternative school is, sir. Now what? What are you doing?
All right. It's impossible to get a point across if you're gonna keep interrupting or trying to be condescending.
All right. I asked you for example. It ain't that
I'm
hard.
giving
Go down to
examples.
the comments and talk about it. What's up, Lotto? Y'all want to come up here and gaslight and play? If somebody asks you an example for something you already thinking, you saying you doing, you can't give an example. You playing around. That's what I'm saying. Like it's just weird. If you think it's okay to beat and punish children, say that. Don't try to be slick about it. What you think people ain't gonna recognize that? That's crazy. All you had to do is use an example.
Yeah, he was just manipulating the narrative. That's all.
What's up, Star?
Hello, can y'all hear me? Okay, so I just came on here. I was very excited about this. I never see anybody talk about this on here. No, I just get on here to say no. I don't have no education in it, but I have children. Beating and punishments don't work. It didn't work for me. I know many people in my family who it did not work for. My brother did 6 years in jail because the first time he got around a pew, he wanted to go and use it. My daddy beat the crap out of him growing up, okay? Y'all not about to say, oh, it worked. No, I have a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old. I do not beat my children. I do not punish my children. I be getting into it with my family members all the time. My whole family hate how I raise my kids. And guess what they always say? They say I'm lucky. I'm lucky.
Don't fuck them people.
They say I'm lucky. And I literally, at this point, they are 14 and 16 years old. When is it not going to be I'm lucky, and when is it going to be it's because how I raised them? I literally let my kids do anything they want. They have free will. They're little people. Whatever they do, whatever comes about, they going to come and talk to me about it, okay? Guess what my kids do? Nothing.
Well, hold up real quick. You never gonna get validation from your family, but hold on, let me show y'all this chart real quick. I made this earlier about the parenting styles. It's not that the kids are doing whatever they want to do. There's still structure there, right? So it's 4 different parenting styles is usually relied to. The most are let me be honest, we all cycle through these depending on a certain situation, right? If you had a family a family member that passed away, you may be more neglectful than you normally would be, right? If it's an emergency situation, you worry about their safety, you might be more authoritative, right? Permissive, depending on the day, it might be their birthday, you let them have extra fucking cupcake or something. But authoritarian parenting is the most successful style, and you're basically there are structure there, and there's also support. You're not just saying do what I say. You're having a conversation about there's still expectations, there's still boundaries, but you're supporting them through it. If you're sitting there struggling, if you're saying, you know what, I'm gonna punish you unless you get your schoolwork done, that's not support. That's actually neglectful. Hey, I see you struggling in school. I'm gonna come to the school. I'm gonna talk to the teacher. You ain't got time. I'm gonna email the teacher. I'm gonna see your work. What's going on with school? You're showing support, but I expect you to do better. You should also expect for yourself. That's when you have a conversation with your child. Why is it important that you do better at school? What are your goals in the future? You tie it in so they can see themselves in their future and how it relates to what they're doing in real time. So it's authoritarian. So I just want to make sure, because a lot of times when people think of gentle parenting or like free range, a lot of these parenting styles, they go straight to with permissive parenting, and there's no structure there. There's still structure. They're not doing whatever they want to do, right? There's still expectations and boundaries, but you're doing it with support. Just so y'all know, I want to make sure that part is clear. Go ahead, finish up, Star, and we're gonna go to the next person, London.
Yeah, but just exactly like you said, yes, that is clear because like basically they just do them, but they know when I'm serious and when I'm playing, it's funny because I don't have to get like that. That's the whole point. You feel me? So they know if I'm getting there, okay, we really gonna do what we gotta do. But like I said, and then I love to talk about a situation that's very close to me if I can real quick because I have a niece, okay? She ran away. People love to compare my
Hold
niece.
on, real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna wrap you up. I just don't want it to be too much like trauma dumping.
It's not.
But hold on. We haven't been able to open the panel because people have been cycling today, and that's part of me. And real quick, because I don't normally respond to comments. Let me say this: for y'all saying I'm argumentative and I'm rude and I'm doing all this shit. Yeah, I'm fucked up. Y'all wanna know why I'm fucked up? I got my ass beat. There y'all go for y'all argument. I got a beating and I'm fucked up. So keep complaining, niggas. You just proving my point. We're gonna let London go, and then we're gonna go to the next person. Open the page.
Awesome. Sounds good. Hey, y'all. It's London. Good morning to everyone. I'm childless. I don't have no kids, but I can tell you from my personal experience, thanks to my parents, with gentle parenting, I didn't get no whoopings. Yeah. I saw my sisters go through it, but I was the last one out of 5. So my parents were a little bit more lenient. And I have to thank them for that. You know what I'm saying? Because it kind of taught me, how to be a better human being overall, I'd say, because violence is never really the solution, and you can't really fight fire with fire. So back in the day when I used to get in trouble, instead of getting a whooping, they would take away my phone. They would take away my, computer to my TV. They would take away like stuff like that. And to me, that was even a worse form of punishment because it like stuck with me. You know what I'm saying? And as far as the communication style, I feel like that's really important. My parents, they had a thing, they couldn't even call me weird. That was like a slur in our house, the word weird. And whenever I got in trouble, they had to explain what happened and why. Because I'm really bad with authority. If you just tell me to do something, I'm not going to do it. So you got to tell me what I'm going to do and why I have to do it. Yeah.
Do you know why parents tend to get more lenient with their children, or how sometimes the grandparents tend to be more nurturing with the children than the first go around?
No, can you tell me why?
Because a lot of times people are parenting out of anxiety, right? They don't know what the fuck they expect. It's something new. And they just reacting. A lot of times people think they're doing the best that they can or whatever, right? Whatever. Go out there and get the fucking information, y'all. But what happens is the first child grow up and they're like, okay, this one did unalive. Maybe I was overreacting. You get a little more experience and they calm the fuck down. But the first kid get it worse. That's just the way the reality work, which is why y'all need not if y'all got toxic family members, but y'all need multi-generational homes and extended family. Go ahead, Gamble.
Hey, good morning to all.
Salutations.
Yeah, I just was scrolling and I saw the post, you feel me? I want to elaborate as far as in my experiences as being a kid myself and as a father now.
Now talk more about being a father, less about a kid.
That kid feeling.
Cause see, it's a all right, this day and age, I feel like kids do need their ass whooped. I feel like they do. But it's a difference for me because my child absolutely don't act out or do anything to like he don't do anything for me to whoop him. Like the most I caught him doing was like throwing a roll of tissue in the toilet or some shit like that. Like he ain't never did nothing out the way
That's
the
a
world. It's
science
like
project, sir.
I
That's a science
gotta whoop your
project.
ass. Like he ain't never did nothing.
No,
So
that's a science
yeah,
project.
so I don't punish or beat my child. Like so
But you think other kids need to be whooped?
this day and age, yes, that's what's missing. Now getting beat, no, they don't need to get beat. But a whooping,
You know,
a
our
spanking,
parents
yes,
said the same
yes,
thing.
yes.
Our parents said the same thing. You know what's interesting? When they still had a newspaper, the parents was complaining about the newspaper. Just like they complain about the phones and the internet. Like, what are you talking about, sir? What activity do you see going on today that you like, oh, this generation worse than in the fucking 80s and 90s? My nigga, like, be for real. Like, go ahead, break that down for us.
Yeah, this day and age, they way.
No, you just disconnected from the younger generation, sir. And you turn into an old bigot. Yeah, they said about the TVs, they said about everything. It's when people get old and disconnected from the younger generation, then they start complaining because they scared. They be like, "Oh my God, this generation now, you scared, you old, and you disconnected." That's all. But the panel finally open. If anybody want to add something, try to keep away from the personal shit though, y'all. Say that shit for your therapist or tell that shit to your parents.
Proactive parenting is what's missing. Lack of resources is what's missing. You got people out here having kids that were rebellious against the ones that tried to raise them right. And the ones that are being rebellious are the ones either neglecting them or spanking them or just downright like not involved, right? Expecting their kids to know everything they know, right? So that's the generation today. You're dealing with a lot of young rebellious kids that have narcissistic parents that raised them. So you got a lot of resources not to know how to take care of that narcissistic trait, to not pass it down to their kids themselves. They are lacking the resources to go get help, or they wanting to get help, or they just don't want to be a part of the kid's life, to learn with them, to grow with them. They just want nothing to do with it. And they just don't want anything to do with it. And I think that's the problem.
Man, they picked that up from slavery times, man. And then they mama taught them, and her grandmama taught her, and her great grandmama taught her. That's all that was. They just gotta break that train, bro. They gotta break that generational shit. That's what they gotta do. You is not your mama. A lot of them hit
Right.
you with that. My mama ain't play it, so I ain't gonna play it either. You ain't
Yeah.
your mama was wrong too, nigga.
Yep. You just got a lot of rebellious behavior in the adult parents as well. They don't, they get feedback from how they probably got caught and red-handed, how they talk to their kids, and they get coached right there. And you see they lash out because they're getting coached in front of their kids, and then their kids see that behavior and then they join in, right? You can't help people like that. They are in a slave mentality. That whipping your kids with a belt, that comes from whipping slaves with a whip. And slave masters made their slaves into like supervisors to the other slaves, and they whipped their slaves. So that is passed down in the home of the slave master. Black slaves
Yeah, so
used to raise white kids. They whip their kids too. So it's all
so
hereditary.
yeah, and that's what I said. The first thing is hereditary. A lot of it again is reparenting, and that just like connecting with your inner child, maybe affirmations, recognizing your own triggers, some shadow work or something like that. Because like a lot of y'all, some big ass kids. I'm sorry, you think because your hairline receding, that meant you grown, but no, your body aging, but your brain is stunted. What's up? Amazing.
Hey y'all, hey everybody. I've been listening for a minute and it's been real interesting. To answer the question, I've been thinking about it a long time and listening to everybody's response. And to be honest, I don't think that beatings or punishments work on kids. I like what you said about like getting that energy out when they're not misbehaving. That is a really great strategy. And I think the disconnect when it comes to the people that say that children do need a beating every now and then or a whooping or whatever, I think that's just come from ignorance of, and like someone else said, a lack of resources. Because like you said, I'm in the educational field, and I've had to be a mandated reporter and do all of the rigmarole. But yeah, I think what's lacking with these parents that do find it okay to whoop their kids is that they don't really understand child development, like psychologically, each stage, Maslow's law and everything like that. So
Are you talking about Erson's or maybe like what's the other dude name? Freud, like psycho stages of development. The Maslow's needs would be like if they stuck in survival mode, just so you know.
yeah, I get it confused a little bit. I'm still kind of new to that.
It's okay. Fuck them niggas' names. I'm just
But
clarifying.
yeah, exactly like that. And that's what I'm saying. Like, even I'm in the industry and I'm still learning. Like, I've learned it, passed some tests, but I still need to keep abreast of that in the moment when I'm with the kids, either it be at school or my own. So I think that's where the disconnect comes from. They don't really train people to be parents. They just do whatever their parents did, try to do better and try to cover up if they messed up, because the kid don't really tell on them.
Hold up, real quick, chocolate. We ain't talk about that too. The yelling is also a problem too. It is right. It's dysregulating. Like you yelling at your kids, it scares them. And some of the stuff again, you got to work through it. That's what I'm talking about. Reparenting. Reparenting is working through your own shit.
Can I say something real
Um,
quick, or is she still on?
no, you got it.
Oh, I wanted to say because I know we talking about kids, but this literally starts as babies. People don't know how to take care of babies and nurture their babies. Period.
Now you got people talking about your baby trying to manipulate you and
Literally,
shit.
that's
That shit
crazy.
crazy. Yeah. Um. Yeah. What's it? Trust versus mistrust. A lot of people have their attachment styles was developed. Like for example, the cried out method used to be widespread, right? You don't want, even though in some cultures they do co-parents co-sleeping and that's very effective for children. I support co-sleeping. What they would do is put the babies in the other room and they would cry the first night, maybe the second night, but the third night they quiet and the parents like, yes, successful, it worked. But all the kids doing is self-regulating, because when they measure the cortisol levels of them same kids doing that, they had raised cortisol. So the kids learning, what a baby is learning, that because they cry to communicate. They can't fucking talk. That means that when I cry, nobody's coming to save me. Nobody's gonna come comfort me. Nobody's gonna check for me. Nobody gonna change my shitty diaper or feed me or nothing. I'm just alone in this world on my own. And I teach them to be avoidant, because it's like I can't depend on another person now. Because if I become dependent on you, that's gonna be bad for me, because you may not show up sometime. And that's devastating. That babies have to learn to self-soothe. A whole fucking generation of that shit. People still do it. And it's very damaging. Go get your motherfucking baby. Your baby cry. You supposed to figure out what's going on with your baby. You're not spoiling your baby by responding to them crying. They just came out of your fucking womb. It's been comforting. Food just showed up. Like they had to worry about none of that. It was like they could have the soothing of your heartbeat and all that shit. Like, yeah, when your baby cry, you supposed to be there to see what the fuck going on.
Listen, a woman told me, this is my fourth child. She heard my baby cry and she said, "You always go get her when she cried, don't you?" I said, "Yes." "How you know that?" She said she got a weak cry. That's when I really learned. And then guess what? That same woman got 10 kids. You can't take care of them.
Huh?
Yeah,
I'm lost.
what you lost about the 10 kids?
She
Yeah,
knew
say
my
that
baby
again.
had, I'm saying it starts as babies. She said my baby had a weak cry because she could tell my baby had a weak cry because I tend to her.
Oh, she was trying to say that's a bad thing or something?
Yes.
Oh, she told up.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I used to do these topics when I first doing live, and I stopped doing them because people fucking irritating. People don't like kids. People don't give a fuck about kids. People don't respect children, and that's just the reality. That's how fucked up it is out here. And you have a lot of people who are doing better, but not enough. That's just the reality. Some of y'all motherfuckers don't need to have kids, and that shit fucking sad for real.
You know, it's.
Y'all want to?
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's technical. It's very technical. You got spoiled men and spoiled women having children, and that behavior, if they see their child getting something better
No, I
than
don't
what.
think spoiled the right word. I'm gonna be honest. That's why I say they fucked up. Just say they fucked up
Well,
because
well, yeah,
no,
yeah,
no,
there
no.
we go. They're fucked up.
Because yeah, mentally they fucked up. You can say it a different way, but it's not. It's not just spoiled. Yes, there's an
Well,
entitlement there, but they
let me
fucked up
rephrase
because
it.
they want to
Yeah,
punish the child because they fucked up.
let me rephrase it. You know how there are people out there that get jealous when they see other people get something better than what they received. That's how some narcissistic parents are towards their children, when they don't give them something because it's either it'll make them happy, or they never gotten that, or they never received that kind of love, so they either take it out on their kids by either not gifting it to them or yelling at them, telling them not to cry when they don't get it. You know, the little things.
No, that's real because that's why I say the reparenting is so important because a lot of people hurt and carry that hurt and don't know why. And yeah, it's like they say you can tell a psychopath because a psychopath will harm a defenseless animal or whatever, right? So treating your child better than you got taught or you got treated, it has to be selfish and it has to be it's selfish and it's unfair. You have to see them be happy and enjoying life at a stage of your life when you didn't, and you gotta eat that shit. It does take you having to deal with those inherent traits that you're referring to because you the only one around. You the only one around. I was talking to this guy a while ago, and he was saying how he's an educator and he wouldn't dare put his hands on the kids because he could lose his job. But he put his hands on his kids, they his kids. And I said, that's fucking crazy. All that training, all that money that went into that training that you got, and you respect other people's children, not your own, because you see them as possessions. You see them, your children are an extension of you. They are separate from you. You got to respect that. And your goal is to guide them. And it's just interesting because, again, like some people think the got you is to somebody else. Motherfuckers talking about, well, it all work for me and all that shit. You think the got you is to the other person. No, like you and your child are suffering. You gonna pay for that shit. It's not a flex. And people say it like it's a flex, and it's fucking weird. Y'all want to raise docile children that y'all are breaking for this system, and this is why the system is upheld, because you essentially are raising your child for the broken system. If you look at capitalism and how it looks, if you zoom out and look at the principles of it and see how that's mirrored in a household, and we basically uphold that, talking about, well, we gonna make sure that nobody else do it to them. That shit don't make sense. The prisons is the ultimate fucking punishment, and look at the recidivism rate. The recidivism rate is fucking crazy. You know how you fix it? By changing the situation, addressing the core issues. And y'all like, well, shit, I don't want you to end up in prison. You training them for prison. You training them to like appeal to a fucking authority, to not think through stuff on their own, being able to regulate their emotions, make fucking wise decisions. That's the crazy part. You rob your child of that when you step in and be like, I'm the authority, you're supposed to listen to me. No, because parents ain't always right. Sometimes your child gonna come to you and tell you something, you like, damn, you know what? And you gotta humble yourself. I am wrong. I am wrong. But no, y'all want docile children because you want to be the authority. Because you didn't have that level of control and you didn't feel safe and you still in survival mode. So the way you feel safe is by being able to control everything outside of you. And it's damaging. So when you like, oh, it worked for me, this what we doing over here is not the flex you think it is. Again, anxiety, depression, PTSD, cognitive fucking decline, which is what's wrong with y'all. More likely to commit self-unaliving, participate in risk taking behaviors, and fucking substance abuse issues. And some of y'all living in the fucking closet and living double lives because of it, and you think it's a fucking flex. You think, oh, you hurting somebody. You're not. You're not. A lot of these you the motherfuckers are going to get off and go off and live their life. That's what I'm saying. It don't hurt nobody but yourself. But people don't want to listen. So what the fuck you gonna do about it? What's up, face?
Yo,
What's going on?
just wanted to say fuck that baby.
Are you sterile? Alright, you sterile. Don't be mad because you sterile, nigga.
Hey Tara.
We ain't make you that way.
Hey Tara, so what is the resolution to finding alternatives to the punishments or whoopings or whatever? Like, what would be a good alternative as far as like, I don't know, circumstance? I ain't had the right question, but you seem to know a lot and have.
No, I know what you're saying. So the thing is, the punishment in itself is like a blanket, generic response
Real
to
quick,
something,
Tara,
right?
like I'm talking like these kids sometimes don't listen, but I noticed that in an educational setting is different from a home setting. So in an educational setting, they have all of these transitions and little tropes that they use to get the kids to have fun while listening. But at home, sometimes the kids don't listen. Like they just want to get on their tablet, and if they don't get on their tablet, they scream, they holler.
Well,
You know,
you gotta understand in the if you work in the education field, you know expectations is a big thing, right? And the thing about expectations is communication. So before anything even happen, we're gonna address what potentially could happen and what's gonna be the consequence to it. Remember, consequence ain't always a negative thing, right? So it's like if you need to do something, if something go wrong, this is how it's going to be handled. If you get so upset with another student, instead of y'all sit here arguing, whoever more upset, I'm gonna tell you take a walk. You go down to the SEL room or whatever going on to the corner we have, and that's how we gonna resolve it. You talk about it before it even happened. You be proactive before you reactive. So if you know your child has a routine of coming home, getting on the tablet, and you think that time could be better spent better, right? Is a lot of things. If you have the resources, maybe an extracurricular. What type of activities would you like to do, right? Maybe if like somebody was mentioning earlier modeling, like we gonna go outside to the park. What the fuck they gonna do at the park? Ain't no kids at the park on the tablet. They want to play at the park. You take them somewhere where they can do something. So you just more proactive about it. And a lot of times what happens is we worn out. Like that woman who's, I don't know if she's still up here, was talking about she worked 10 hours. That lady fucking tired. 10-hour shifts is crazy. You working all them hours, you home, you don't feel like doing it. But it's annoying. But if you do it while they're young, when they get older, you don't have to do those things. So you just share the expectations. You have to come, you're foreseeing what may happen. Think about what the day should look like, map it out, and have that conversation with your children beforehand. And if something come up, they should already know what the expectations are. Does that make sense?
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the expectations definitely work. Right.
Can I say something about the tablets?
Uh-huh.
The tablets, are they not modeling our behavior?
I mean, damn. That's true. That's true.
That's all I'm saying. Like they modeling our behavior. Y'all gotta realize, y'all gotta think about, I mean, my bad, not y'all, you know what I mean. People have to think
No, you can
about what
say
are you
y'all.
doing?
Shit. Say y'all.
I have been reading in my house. Some kids have came over to my house and they literally asked me, why are you reading? You feel me? They don't see nobody in their life sit down and read a book.
I mean,
All
but
they see is
even
people be on the phones.
and I want to say this too, because like the reason why you on the tablet too is because again, children, people doing what people doing, right? They can be on the tablet. Think about what they doing on the tablet. Sometimes the tablet can be a good thing, and it's not always taking things away from them. It's the what they have access to. Make the best of it. They're gonna play a game. Find an educational game. Put that filter on it so they don't fuck their eyes out. Matter of fact, if your kids on the tablet all the time, you need to take them outside so they can look in the distance so don't fuck up their eyesight. Just so y'all know. What's up, Dark Horse?
Appreciate you. I never knew that shit.
Yeah, fucking the kids' eyes
To
out.
take them outside and let them look in the distance. That's some good shit.
Yeah, when near side, y'all blind motherfuckers know what I'm talking about. What's up, Dark Horse?
Not too much. Not too much with these trifocals I got over here. But I wanted to say with the not methods. But one of the things we're discussing about the kids, one of the things I wanted to pop in and say is, of course, park activities, all that kind of stuff, engaging, and it just matters what you. Oh, it was a lady who asked about the behavior at home versus other places. Just societally, when you're in a place that is very structured, if that kid, for example, has been following those rules all day, I don't know. It's easier to think about it as
I
a
mean, need
baby.
to.
Like if they've been
I know they
following,
need to relax. Is that what
right?
you're
That
telling me?
yeah, when they see their person and you're a safe space, people don't look at their kids finally letting their hair down and running and whatever they're doing to release energy. They don't see that as a compliment. That child has been in a system because these are all little mini systems, but their school is a system. So they have been trying to self-regulate, follow instructions, do what they're supposed to do all day. If you're their safe person, they're going to release and they go, this is finally a space that I can be myself, excuse me, I can yell, I can do all those things. And when you see that, that's a compliment to your parenting. And then usually after that stint where they get out the energy, if you set aside and make it a routine, routines make kids feel safe. Routine means you don't have to do the same thing every day, but you are consistent. So if you're consistent in saying, I know that every day when you get home, we're going to spend 30 minutes doing what you want to do before I start dinner. Making eye contact, looking at them and listening, not having your phone, looking at them and say, all right, we about to build with these blocks or whatever. Well, now we're doing these magnetic tiles. These magnetic tiles are crazy. Oh my God. But anyway, we're going to do magnetic tiles, build what you want, and I'm just going to watch you. And you get to talk to me and you get to see me make eye contact and not break eye contact, not look around and get distracted. When that kid gets that more intense one-on-one connection, then they can let you go off. And then they will also let you go off because they know tomorrow is coming and they have another time set aside with you. If they don't have an expectation of consistency, they don't know if every contact is the last contact. So you have to make it a priority and go, nope, on Tuesdays, I have to do this until 6 o'clock, but at 6 o'clock, you're going to sit down, do whatever you want. Show me what you want from school. Tell me about your day, whatever it is. Show me something on your tablet. I'm going to look and see what you're doing. But it's about that connection. And when they have that time, then they feel more secure to let you not let you, that sounds wrong, but they feel more secure to go off and do their own thing independent because they had the time to connect. If they're constantly fighting to get that attention, they're going to do it for 4 hours because you didn't get them 30 minutes. They're going to keep interrupting you. They're going to keep doing that. They didn't get their time with you. They never got your full attention. So that's the bond that I'm talking about building. And I talk about the consistent behavior. And it's not necessarily how much time you spend. It's the quality of the time. So make the time quality. You don't have to do as much because they want their own independence too. They want to go off and do some stuff. My favorite part of knowing when the time is over is when my kid disconnects first. But like, okay, mommy, I want to go. I'd be like, yes, yes. I got on their nerves enough. They done had enough. They full up. They're like, all right, you go do some grown up stuff. But they be like, is it time for dinner? That's a nice way of saying, don't you got some other stuff you need to do? You winning at that point, but that's what it is. But when they see you and they kind of not fall apart, but the behaviors may not be what you want at that time. They have been like little soldiers all day. Let them breathe. Let them relax. Let them get out. Let them say something crazy. I'm super relaxed on my parenting, if you can't tell. Let them say something crazy. Let them get that shit out. And then they won't feel like this is also a place where I'm suffocated. They have to have a place where they can be open, and that's how the relationship builds. But it's more about the security. That's what I wanted to say, Tara.
Well, I agree. You don't want to be the warden in your own home.
No.
And I want y'all to think about it like this. Just like when y'all get home, when y'all got partners and y'all want to be in your partner phase and you want to check on them, like y'all gotta do the same thing with your kids. Can't just be like go in your room, do your homework. You do need to have the connection, something that grounds you. And it's right. That's so true because when your kids have to beg for your attention, they gonna be every time you turn around, here they go, here they go, here they go. Well, you could have just sat down, spent some time with them, connect with them, and then go on about your motherfucking way. They tired of you. They got it all. They might need to talk about their day, They might want to hear about your day. They might want to catch up on something. They just need the connection. It reassures them, lets them feel safe, know you there for them. And then again, when kids feel safe in their environment, then they feel safe to explore. So they go out and explore, and that could just be on their tablet, right? And I understand. I want to say this and be graceful because sometimes, like again, a woman who says she working 10 hours, sometimes people don't have like extra time. Sometimes people don't have the money for certain resources to put them in programs, but you can make best do with what you have. It don't.
Oh, dang, Tara.
Everything ain't got to be toxic because a lot of y'all niggas say y'all ain't got time, but y'all be on here arguing with us for hours. Let's be honest.
I was going to say too, for the lady who's short on time, dual activities. So if it's a day that I can't set aside where I'm focusing on them, I have to get this done. Then I just invite them to the activity and I leave the door open. They can say yes or no. So if I'm cooking, I'm gonna be like, you want to come in the kitchen? You want to go to the step stool? And I find something that's age appropriate that they can do, so they still get the time to bond. No, it's not completely focused on them, but they didn't miss out on some type of bonding. I could be putting clothes from the washer to the dryer, and my 7-year-old will come up and be like, I can help mommy. Like, they want to still do things like dual and be participating and stuff. So if you have tasks in the home that you can't put off, you can include them in it, whatever level is age appropriate, and then kind of go from there too. For the days that I'm short on time, that's what I'll do. I'm like, I have to do this. Do y'all want to participate in this? And sometimes they be like, no, I don't want to help with that floor. You got it, mommy. Now don't nobody want to bother me. Don't nobody want to talk to me. Don't nobody want to come help me. So it depends on what it is, but usually that's the way that I do it when I'm short on time. And that's my last thing. Sorry.
I do want to say one more thing for that because one of the things people get embarrassed when they get out in public and the kids acting crazy. So like if you ever take your kids out to the store, like say y'all go to the grocery store, and you know like one you need to plan that out. Like kids been they tired or like they got all this energy. You need to plan that out, go a good time, but that's something you can also they can be involved in, right? You're looking for recipes, help train them. What did you say? Train? That shit was crazy, but find the grocery stuff in the produce item. Here go the things we looking for. Can you find the tomatoes age appropriate? Can you find some red vegetables or something like that? Give them something to do. Don't. A lot of times people are treating their children like an afterthought. They just sitting there bored and you wonder why they acting up. They fucking bored. If you got one of them hyperactive kids, find one of them empty aisles and fucking race down the fucking aisle. Do something, but plan them in the activity so they're not just sitting there like, what the fuck going on? Because that goes also into their routine. It's like, am I included? Or we just doing stuff and I can't wait till we get home. And now you arguing because they was picking stuff up and you ain't know where they was at. Like you got to plan that stuff out. That's what I mean by being proactive. Somebody was up there and they jumped down, but
Like
whatever.
as a father, my 3-year-old, he's really hyperactive. But with the tablet thing, I make sure I'm there watching what he's watching. I'll even choose, what he should be watching, which is the alpha blocks. He'll sing the songs, whatever. I don't
They
find
let them fucking
technology
alpha
a
blocks.
problem.
That shit crazy.
Alpha blocks, number blocks. He learning, he's saying the thing, he's spelling the words out. It's beautiful. But I think that technology ain't a problem. I think through our time, we learned through digital. I don't think it should be a problem for kids to have a tablet, especially if you're because once you're a parent, you're automatically a teacher. You don't need a degree or a PhD. You're already a teacher, so you're pretty much responsible for teaching them on what they should watch. Right? I just bought him some toys. They should be on the way. The little physics with the water, the liquid inside
Hold
the
on, real
tubes.
quick. It's cool
Can
y'all
you
be
hear me?
wanting to brag on y'all kids, but
Well, I'm not
you gotta
bragging. I'm
stay
just saying,
focused.
just keeping them busy,
No,
right?
I agree
With
with you.
physics.
I'm saying
Give
I
them
get it.
physics. I'm not trying to
No, no,
brag.
no,
I'm
no, no,
sorry.
no, 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 no. Hold up,
Go ahead.
because my attention span ain't good,
I hear
and
you.
sometimes like I don't care. I'm gonna respond to one way I want because my attention span, and I don't like call me
Just
rude. I don't care. But
just
we
give
got the
kids
point.
some toy. Yeah,
Yeah,
get
yeah.
them
Give them
into
some structure.
science. You know
Yeah,
what
you
I'm
got
saying?
it.
Let them play
What's
around.
happening?
I don't know. I just came up because I don't agree with babies having iPads. I think the iPads is fucking up people's attention span. iPads should be an age appropriate thing. The mothers who I've seen who don't have iPads, their kids are exploring and learning. And they not having those hyperactive quote unquote issues, because they actually running around and doing stuff that a 3-year-old supposed to do, like getting their energy out and not sitting and watching the screen for 5-6 hours a day. Like they touching dirt and stuff like that, and like playing in plants and making mud pies and stuff, and jumping off, furniture and shit. Like, I don't know. I think iPads are really damaging.
No, I agree with you, and I think sometimes the iPad is a babysitter. There are a lot of things you can do. Like they have the big Legos for kids. You can go to the hardware stores and get the cardboard boxes, and they can build forts. You can give them a spoon and some different color like beans and let them separate it and stuff, like kids, like simple stuff like that. So like there are things you can do. But again, that stuff got to be planned out. And I think a lot of times what happens, people get tired and exhausted, and their routine is get on their device. So the kids are doing the same exact thing. But I definitely agree. If you can find more productive things for them to do, again, it is bad for your eyesight and it is bad for your attention span. In some ways, it can be beneficial. There are other things they can be doing. It's important that you are doing it. You have the time, take them outside, let them run around. If you have the resources, put them in a class, something where they can get the energy out. They got gymnastics, they got sports, they got a lot of stuff the kids can be doing. If you need a break sometimes, sometimes you got the time, find another person where y'all can do play dates and take time that you trust. Like, there's a lot of things you can utilize. And I do agree that it can be overly dependent on the tablet. Somebody earlier mentioned the books. They love those, what do they call? Graphic novels. You get them a good graphic novel. Basically, a lot of the books that we grew up, like I know they did the Babysitter Club over where it's graphic novels, Captain Underpants, stuff like that. What you do is get them the first book in a series, and when they finish it, give them the second book. That's a good way to keep them curious in the reading. It's a lot of things you can do to like keep kids occupied outside of just technology.
Yeah, I think, and then like I said, I think it's age appropriate. 3 years old on an iPad is kind of, I don't know, call me crazy, but I think it's it's a little too young. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the effects of the iPad kids haven't been fully discovered yet, because people started giving their kids iPads 2013, 14, like those age groups. But I feel like you can start seeing it. Everybody wondering, oh, these teenagers always on their phone. Well, yeah, we've been giving them iPads since they was like 2.
And
And
just so y'all know, they giving them. You got to be also mindful of the schools or whatever. I know, like a lot of times, the schools are giving the kids the devices too, as
And I
young
was
as
just
like
gonna
2 years
pop
old.
in and say that, yeah, both of
Yeah,
them are been
they're,
getting iPads in school since they've been enrolled as part of the
yeah, the
learning.
schools are
Yeah.
using them a lot.
Yep.
They're using them a lot, and the justification, especially in the public schools, is they getting them ready for testing. But they utilize those. They got either laptops or the tablets. They're using them a lot, and they putting it in the curriculum for them to use it. Just so y'all know.
Yeah, I was gonna say too that
that's crazy. That's
they
for
have
a
it locked to
reason. Like,
educational stuff. Go ahead.
I was gonna say that's crazy. That's for a reason, because they want them to be hooked to their devices, because it's like a stepping stone for social media and to be hooked to advertisements, to be buying shit. Like, let's be serious. Like, the paying attention is a big deal. Like the major tech companies interfering and shit like that, like Apple and all of these people. Like, you think they doing it for your kids and progressiveness, but I want to know, have they implemented like major like coding classes and shit in schools, public schools across America, or
computer science or like shit like that, or is it only a select few? Because don't tell
Well,
me you trying to get
they
my
usually do that when they get older.
Yeah, they
yeah, but
have
they
it.
can start
The little school.
coding as young as like 5, can't they?
No, no. What I'm
My
saying
daughter
is
was learning it
usually,
at 5. Was learning coding,
yeah.
but in her
But it
school, yeah.
depends what kind of school it is. Usually when they get older. But the thing is, even if they take a coding class, they getting it in ELA, they getting it in math, they getting it in other classes too.
Yeah, that's
What's up,
crazy.
Savant?
Hey, how y'all doing?
What's that?
How about
Hold
y'all?
on, real quick. Star, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. I was listening to you guys. I
Hold
saw.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Star was up here. We've been up here for a
Oh
while,
yeah.
so hold on.
My
Go
bad.
ahead,
No, I
Star.
was about to say that. My bad. I didn't want to start the whole discussion about the technology or whatever. I just wanted to go back and remind y'all the whole gist of what I was getting at is that kids model the behavior of the adult. So if we talking about the beating and the punishment, there you go. So everybody that's coming in that's justifying it, there you go.
Yeah, let me remind everybody on their device right now. Go ahead, Savant.
No, so I don't see a problem with the technology. Just to go to that, and one of the biggest reasons is, as y'all just said, the schools are using it, right? And then if we, regardless of how we feel about politics or way the world is moving, especially in America, our kids have to live in that world. We don't. So how I look at it as a father is like, yo, I'll give a little bit of leeway so you can learn, because how can I throw you out there to the wolves and I barely know what's going on? Or you even know what's going on at all. So I do believe that we have to kind of go with the flow and adapt. We can't stick to this 1960 mindset. That would be my whole thing. And also when it comes to touching children,
What do you mean by that though?
which about the 1960 mindset,
Yeah.
like my mom, I'm 33. My mom didn't want us on technology. She managed it, but she also allowed us to get into it. Now as an adult, I can do a little bit of both. So I understood it. But to restrict the child all the way, how would I have been able to compete in a market where technology is the biggest part? Clocking in on my phone, doing stuff on my phone, writing essays on my phone, literally writing court documents. Had I been had my mom not allowed me to enjoy technology from 13 to 18 as much as I did, I don't think I would be who I am. That's what I'm saying.
But
Yeah,
clearly,
I
I
think
said
that.
age appropriate. A
Yeah, that be
3-year-old, like, what the fuck you think a 3-year-old is gonna
Right. I
learn how
didn't
to
bring up 3-year-olds.
write a
I didn't.
program on the computer?
No, I think children under 5, you regulate it a lot, but after 5 to 8, I think that's where you start introducing it to them heavy. Yes.
No, it gotta be a balance, and you want children that's well rounded. What's that show, Coco Melon? Are they still watching Coco Melon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nah, I
I
thought
kind
they
of
was
stopped
They
watching
talking
watching
that at
about
2.
Bluey.
how, yeah, they was talking about the way Coco Melon, the show is just like this. The way it's like constant stimulation.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. So like if you look at like the older cartoons, they like they'll stay on like one screen for a long time and then go to the next. Or even with the alpha blocks, like it's like one stagnant background. Usually it don't change a lot and the blocks are moving around. But some of the shows that they are making that are like
Or
visually
stimulating.
appealing, they're getting constant dopamine from it, and it is an issue. I ain't never seen Bluey, y'all. It might be Bluey too. I don't know. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's the constant the stimulation and the changing. But I would say too that when you guys get a tablet, usually for a younger child, it's not access. There's no shows. There's no internet browser. They're not watching that. It's just usually full of learning games. It'll say tablet for this age, and there's nothing but learning games up there. So there are things that you can do because it's the same thing. The flashcard game is up there. Matching is up there. What letter is missing is up there. So it's just taking the things that I used to do, which is go to the dollar store and then get all of these pre-K books for the fill out, right? For math and for read. So you did that, but it's just been transferred to the tablet. So if it's not just for entertainment only and it's learning, it's just a different way to disseminate that learning. And as long as you mix it up and your child has things that are tactile that they can touch, your child has time that they can not exercise, but expel energy and get some movement and then also get learning in. That's the you know, that's the recipe right there. It's just like not sticking them into one thing only, and then see what they like and what they'll ask for. So when they have that diverse option, I think the kids will still, pick all of it. But if they kind of been pigeonholed into one thing, then yeah, you may run into some problems because that's all that they know. That's their only source of entertainment or engagement. So that's all that it is to me anyway.
I just say that last thing about the punishment I was going to say. I know the host,
Oh, yeah.
she jumps in, but I don't believe in corporal punishment. If as adults, you don't.
The punishment part, I want to be clear, that's not for corporal punishment. That's the beating part. The punishment is like, oh, you messed up on this. The example they kept giving, you didn't listen in school, so you got to stay in your room for a week, or I'm taking away your phone or some shit like that. That doesn't work. That's not the most effective style of parenting, even though it's widely practiced.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I agree with that part too. But if we're separating beating and corporal punish, I mean, I feel like I just said.
No, I'm saying they the same. That part. I'm saying
you're saying they're the same. Okay. Well, can I just give my opinion? I don't believe you should ever touch a child, and I do agree with punishment as in taking phones and games, and you need to go sit down for a while.
Hold on. That contradicts with. All right. Why?
Corporal punishment, like hitting on kids, I don't believe you should ever.
No. We talking about the phone. Why?
Well, because that's what you're using, and if you're doing it for entertainment, period, and you're being disrespectful, I'm taking it. You're not about to disrespect.
Okay, hold up. No. Give a specific example so we can really talk about this, huh?
You acted up and you got suspended from school. I'm taking your phone the whole time.
Why did they get suspended from school?
I don't really care the reason, to be honest.
No. The reason does matter though, because consequences should make sense. It should be connected to the behavior for it to be effective. So the reason why they got suspended is important.
Disrespecting the teacher.
Okay, so then you got to go to the school and figure out what happened.
Right.
You got to figure out what was going on at the school, right? Did something happen that they were maybe emotionally triggered? Was something going on, and maybe the teacher didn't fully understand the full exactly what was going on? Something maybe another student said something to them, and they don't understand that. That's a conversation you go to school, and y'all got to address core issues. These blanket, like generic punishment styles are using is not effective, because one, that they're at home, they're not even at school anymore, and they may have calmed down, right? Y'all ain't really talk about it. They ain't got the phone. What happens when you take the kid phone? Are they reflecting on their behavior, or are they thinking about how to get their phone back?
I never said any of what you just said though, but I hear you.
What?
No, and that's the problem. That's what she pointed out.
Taking the phone isn't effective, sir. Like, what the
I was
fuck?
about to say, I feel like when you keep talking about taking the phone, people not understanding the punishment has to be directly related to the behavior. So only if the kid, maybe did something that you felt maybe was crazy with the phone, then you take the phone. But people, that's just their first go to, because it takes, like he said, that entertainment. They want to punish their kids and take whatever brings them joy away. Like, I don't know, it's crazy.
Yeah, and the thing is, sometimes it's in the language, right? It's not taking the phone away. You gotta earn your phone. Your phone is a privilege. Like, hold up. When you get home from school, we got a routine. What do you think needs to be done? List it out. You gotta take a shower. You gotta eat. You gotta do your homework, and then you wanna have some leisure time on your phone. What order do you think that should happen, right? And it's like, okay, and maybe I'll do this first and then this. You earn it. They just earn it. If they say they want the phone first and then get to the homework or whatever, and you think that worked, fine. But if the day before you didn't get your homework done and you was on your phone too long, now we need to sit down and reevaluate this. So I noticed you ain't get your homework done. You was on your phone too long. What do you think would be a better way of dealing with this? And then y'all gotta understand, kids can make decisions. You'd be surprised. If you ever ask your child how they should be punished, you will be devastated in how hard they are on themselves, and they want to please their parents, and they shouldn't be trying to please you, but they want to. So it's like, they can structure their day and be more productive because again, you are raising a person. You want them to be an adult who does that. Hey, I'm getting home from work. I might have some stuff to do. I want to make sure I run my errands first, and I'm gonna just sit down and settle. I ain't gonna just sit down and watch TV and then I don't get nothing done. It's all you have to connect the behavior, but just trying to take it away is a power trip because you know you can take something from them. No, I'm not taking shit from my child. That don't belong to me. That's my child's shit. I'm not taking my child's stuff. But we can have a conversation because I'm noticing something because we have rapport,
Ooh, Tara, you done
and
touched
you
on
can structure that
something.
on yourself. Like y'all want control, like it
Ooh.
because that's not how it work in the real world. Nobody can't just come to your house and take your shit. Like what's wrong with y'all?
Yeah, I was about to
I don't.
say if that's one of my pain points. Oh, I'm gonna try to make this short. Kids don't have anything. They have very little. They have very little that is actually theirs. And it will cause a disconnect in their mind when you tell them something belongs to them. And then you go back on that and you don't have nothing. You only got this because of me. They feel displaced. Don't understand. Dysregulates them because they don't even own a lot. They own something that's appropriate for a 6-year-old, which isn't much. It isn't much. So can you tell them about, hey, take better care of your things? Do you want this to last? Do you enjoy this? Blah blah blah. That kind of stuff maybe, but taking things from them makes them feel always like the outsider. You making your child feel orphaned in that moment. I'm not using the right words, but just think about the
No,
feelings that we'll
when
have because they don't have much as it is. And it's just a very mean and nasty thing to do, I think. Go ahead.
no, I agree. It's like when people be like, I pay the bills. Man, shut your bitch ass up. You don't pay them bills. You going to jail for neglect. Like y'all be doing too much. Um,
Yeah. Feel sorry for
what's
them
up,
babies.
East? Yeah, what's up, East?
Good morning, ladies.
Hey.
Hey. Yeah, I mean, I agree with all of y'all. Y'all pretty much touched on everything. And before I was about to say something, I was about to do the say that it's best for them to earn rather than take away. But Tara already like touched on it, and I think Tara, you didn't heard me, and Dark Horse and Lyndon heard me about the minute cards that I had made, but like when it came to mine, he was having an issue in school, so I made minute cards, and it had like a little picture. It was laminated cards with a little picture of the video of like a remote control on it, and it would be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 15 minutes. And I told him, I was like, I gave all of these teachers, I gave all of the cards to the teachers, and they totaled 45 minutes because we don't do, you know what I'm saying? We don't do it that much. But I was like, if you come home with all of your minute cards, then you get 45 minutes on the game. And if he didn't, then that means that he only get 10 minutes or 15 minutes on the game. And it's him earning something rather than him being taken, having that thing that he likes so much being taken away. So it's like sometimes you have to incentivize good behavior and not punish good behavior. I think that punish bad behavior. I think that we focus so much. A lot of kids don't get a lot of attention from their kids until they do something wrong. You know what I
Now,
mean?
did he agree to the cards?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
because
we
I
gotta.
think that part. No, I just want to stress that part is important. That like you're not just saying this is what I'm going to do. It's like you sit down and it's like they buy into it. It's something because I get what you're saying. It's like you get these tasks done and you can earn something. But it's like it's also important that they have some type of autonomy in that decision too.
Mm-hmm. And then I wanted to, as far as the beatings, y'all already know how I feel about that shit. I don't, you know what I mean? I don't think that it works. I think that it's just a cycle of abuse that Black folks has learned from slavery, and that's why we think it's okay. Whenever you find yourself advocating to beat a baby, to beat your child, there's something wrong with you, and you need to go to therapy and seek help. What else? So punishment, beatings, and then I also want to talk about uh, the the iPad. I agree with Lynn. the iPad before a certain age is detrimental. Like they have to the Dark Horse. What did you say? They have to have like the touch, the feel, the sound, the hearing. Those senses has to be fully stimulated before they can, before they start to brain rot. So remember, when we were kids, we had the little ring, and you would have to put the rings around the hole, and then you had to put the star shape in there,
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
yeah, those little toys. Those little toys are one of the best toys even till today, for like younger kids. Now, over a certain age, I do think that the iPads can be helpful. There's this program called Procreate on the iPad, and it's like you can make anything. It is an extremely creative tool on that iPad. The Procreate, you can do anything. You can make anime, cartoons, anything. They're about to I don't know if the new update coming, they're about to like try to implement AI in it. But yeah, the Procreate on the iPad, y'all, it is so cool. Like it really makes it makes them create a lot of different things.
One of the apps that I used to use with my students is called Epic. Some of y'all might know about it. They essentially go in there and read all different types of books or whatever. And it's just so interesting because like once I show them the Epic and they start reading books on there, sometimes like when they'll have their downtime or they'll come back to school the next day like, oh, I went on Epic and read this. So like sometimes you worried about what they doing on the computer, if you give them stuff to do, they'll just go to that. That's the thing. The
You know,
internet is a big place.
you know what, Tara? Let me tell you something about
How you doing?
and I don't know, maybe y'all could explain it to me. Whenever I read a book on the Kindle, I cannot retain the information. But when I read a paper book, I can. Does that make sense? Or is
Yeah,
that my
that's what I don't like
tism?
about. I, I don't know if it's autism, but I know I don't like like once I get on Kindle, I notice I keep checking to see how many pages is left. It's because the book you can like you know how much time is left over. I think that got something to do with it. I don't know though. I got a Kindle and I don't even use that shit to read books. I don't
Right.
like it. I like it because I can take notes on it. But yeah, I don't know what it is. It just feel endless, and if it give me anxiety, I be every time I open the book up, I gotta see what percentage I got done.
It's
I can't
the
do the Kindle
physical.
either.
It's the physical act of you turning the pages. How y'all was talking about the kids need to touch, do stuff like that. It's literally the same exact thing. It
Yeah, but I'm gonna be honest. I don't be want to read books like that. I be feeling like I don't have enough time. I read an article, but books, I don't. It be hard. It be hard. I listen to a book like a motherfucker, but
And
man,
look, I was gonna say about the tablets. This is what I learned with my daughter. Somebody gave her an iPad. She became a little iPad kid. But you can stop it. That it's nothing to stop it. Take it away if you need to, if you want to, whatever. But the difference between a tablet versus a laptop versus a TV is they can literally control it. How we do the scrolling with our finger, how we addicted to the being on these phones. That's the difference of the tablets. They can literally control every single thing that they're doing. So my kids, she don't have a tablet no more. I let her get on the laptop sometimes, and she watch the TV. But I notice when I let her get on my phone, then it start becoming a bad behavior. Then I'm like, nope, that's my phone. I gotta take it back.
well, you gotta understand they use like the thing about the apps is that they use like different psychological methods to keep us hooked on them. So yeah, that's definitely true. If you wanna get them off of their devices though, like you phase it out by just giving them something else to do. Don't make them feel like it's a punishment because that part is important. Like if they got the tablet every day and you like, well, give me the tablet. We want to do something different today. Don't do that. Be like, well, put your tablet away. We about to go somewhere. It is little things you can do too. Like if you sit down and have meals. Hey, we're at the table. We talking. Put your phone away. We'll put our phone away. Just setting different habits like that to kind of reduce the amount of time. Like if you go see family, hey, let's leave the phone in the car so we can like hang out with family and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
What's
Tara,
up?
I just want to say one last thing. They have completely phased out of like books and at least when they get to middle school, because his homework is all online. His homework is in this program called eCampus, and I sometimes I be wondering why the fuck I sent him to school with a book bag anyway, because everything is online. Their laptops, everything.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about Epic. Epic is like an app where they can read all these books online. Like, yeah, you gotta understand. It becomes a lot of the schools committed to that one tablet, one laptop per student, and it's a lot cheaper because the books are expensive. Um, yeah, and a lot of it's online, especially after virtual learning. But go ahead, Lachelle.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm okay. Honestly and truly, I did not get whoopings growing up. Um, and I don't know if I'm misunderstanding your point because what you have on the screen, beating and punishment don't work. Um, I don't know what you mean by punish. I don't know if you're just saying punishment doesn't work and you just want to use the word discipline. Is that what I'm hearing?
No. Punishment. Like, what do you think punishment is?
Just like the consequence for your action, like the punish, like what happened if you did something you weren't supposed to do, and
Yeah, anything that where authority figure is basically deeming the consequence instead of something being like just relative to the behavior will be a problem, right? Like a lot of people grew up just you well, let me just use something that's relevant for today, right? The phone is a big one. You did such and such action, so I'm taking this away. You did such and such action, so now you can't go to some place you enjoy. That type of punishment don't work.
Okay, so what type of punishment does work? Like I don't understand. I feel like even if like I did hear you say that like if say your child didn't clean their room or didn't take care of the responsibilities that they know they're supposed to, and it's because they were on their phone, and you were saying like, okay, then at that point you can have a conversation with them, and maybe tomorrow you get the phone for 30 minutes less than you did today or typically do, or
No.
huh?
It wouldn't be. I wasn't saying. I didn't say 30 minutes less. I'm saying like I would have them rearrange their schedule to make it make sense. So, for example, one, we already had a conversation about the importance of cleaning your room, right? Like certain things. Like sometimes kids, it ain't gonna be top tier. We not in a hotel, right? But stuff like food can attract bugs.
Yeah.
Having certain like trash and stuff is you want to make sure you have good hygiene. You talk about the importance of good hygiene. Now, if you got some clothes, they gotta be sometimes. Hold up, get background loud. I'm gonna mute you for a second. Again, and I think it's real important that like, hey, common spaces, we have to respect our common spaces. We both keep it up. Your own space is fine, but it's certain things that's still good hygiene. But yeah, cleaning your room. Usually, don't you feel like if my child will clean their room, don't you feel better when your room clean? I love when my room clean and everything organized in the spot. Not people calling me. Isn't its right spot, right? You having a conversation about it, so they understand first the importance of having a clean room, right?
Damn, they blowing you up, girl.
Don't do that. Let me grab my laptop. No, but it's like y'all hold on, y'all got it. Give me a second.
I'm sorry, let me just ask my question more straightforward. If I don't know if somebody else can kind of answer for her, but I guess what I'm basically trying to ask is like, okay, so when they're actually doing something that's bad, like when it's actually like when they're actually acting out, like not something like typical, like cleaning your room, that's something like kids typically do, like maybe missing the homework assignment, like that's typical. That's not really bad. I don't think that's like something bad. That's just kid stuff. But what do you do when your kid is like, I'm talking about like in the store, throwing a tantrum, knocking stuff off shelves, like when they are being bad, or even if it's not in public, like how do you still steer away from giving them a punishment?
So I know that someone has an echo, or okay, maybe not anymore. I know what Tara would say, and Tara's truly the expert in this, but I know that this was addressed earlier. So when a kid is acting out at the grocery store or, you know, in another environment where they shouldn't be acting out, it generally, like, it's about getting to the root of the issue. So the issue is that they're bored. The issue is that they have a ton of energy that they got to let out. The issue is that they were at school all day and they felt like, you know, they have to follow all these really rigid rules at school. And now, like, they're finally out of school. They finally are around someone they can feel like more comfortable around. And so they've got to kind of like let it out. And that's all very natural and normal and part of being a child, right? So the ways that you like, so an outlet for their energy, like making sure that they are able to like go to the park and let that energy out, or like if they're able to, if you have a recipe you're making or you have a list, like you can go to the produce aisle and say, can you find me where tomatoes are? And can you get me 3 of those tomatoes? Can you find me? And then they're focused on something and then they feel like they're part of it as well. And kids really respond well to that.
Can I also?
Okay, so what if we're talking
I
about?
wanna. Can I
I'm
just
sorry.
also? I wanted to just say to you also. I know what you're
Oh,
asking.
hold
Like,
on.
if
Yeah,
Lachelle.
Lachelle. I was
sorry.
just gonna say, what if it's kids that are not in school yet, like under 5?
Yeah, that's what I was going to answer that. So I'm a Tara knows me really well, so this is what I do. Like, this is my expertise. And so one of the things when they're very young, oftentimes the reason why they're acting out is because they don't have the expressive language to say, this is what I want, or they're having big feelings and they're not able to really communicate appropriately at that particular moment. So typically children who are very young, under 5, they act out, right? They bite, they hit, they throw things because they're still developing that expressive language. Now, one of the things that we do now, it's not to accept that behavior. No, that you have to set boundaries. That's not how we communicate. So typically what we would do is, and I'm doing this as a parent, I've done this as an educator, how I've set up classrooms as an administrator. So you have a child, you make sure they're safe, right? And I'm just going to use this as an example, like when my kids were much younger and they would tantrum, they wanted something in the store. Oh, okay, well, you know what? This is not the place that we're going to do this. So I'm going to first ensure safety. So we're going to go to the car. And you're going to have your tantrum or whatever it is until you settle down in the car. And I'm going to do what I need to do, right? Like, that's fine. You want to have that moment, you need to get it out. And then we're going to have a conversation when the external stimuli isn't around that is aligned with what they can handle. So now they can say maybe a few words. I was really mad. I was this, that, and the other. Okay, now we can have a conversation about, yeah, well, that wasn't an option in that moment, right? And you can still set the boundary as the parent. But if you just smack them or hit them or even just be like, oh, I'm not going to give you the phone. And I have my own, I think we give kids way too much screen time, but that's another conversation. But if you do that, then you're actually you're telling them that I'm not able to really understand you. You're not able to express yourself. And so when you do express yourself, you're now going to get this response. And I know sometimes that's hard, right? What I'm saying, you're like, yeah, easier said than done when you're in a grocery store and maybe you have other children or you're in line or whatever, and that's going to take extra time and maybe you're tired from it's a lot. And I'm not saying it's easy, but it is one of those things where when you have to kind of almost be proactive, especially when you have younger kids. You know what? Did they have their nap? Did they have their snack?
Mm-hmm.
Am I going to go into this store and go down this aisle? Right? Like, I can't. And sometimes you can avoid it and sometimes you can't. As they get older, a little bit older, and they can express a little bit better, then you can say, we're going into this store. And I'm just using this as an example. You can tell them what the expectation is before you even get to the place.
Right.
You know what I mean? But it is hard. And I don't take that away from parents with young children. I was a parent. I had at one point I had a toddler and a preschooler. Preschooler and an infant, right? And it can be hard. And I always say to the parents, and I even say this as an educator, as a former therapist, like, listen, you pull on your community. Thank God I had folks who was like, listen, I remember when I gave my boys are 4 years apart. Now they're much older. But I can remember, when I had an infant and my 4-year-old was acting out, and I knew why he was acting out. Things were changing and everything. And I was just at my wit's end. Thank God I had a community to be like, all right, I'm going to come get him and we're going to go and have a play date, or, I'm going to take him to the library or the museum so that you can just have that time. So I always tell young parents too, if you can, use your community in a way that's going to support you with being able to parent your children in a healthy manner, but also that's going to give you maybe possibly that support that you need.
Thank you. I appreciate that response. Really, all of it was helpful, especially the just go to the car and just take a second, because that's something I have not did, if I'm being honest. I do get frustrated from time to time, just in the grocery store, and I'm not really that fazed by people being around and him acting out. It's not really the other people around me that makes it frustrating. It's more so just the fact that I don't know what to do, because my baby actually communicates very well as far as just what he wants or why he's upset. And so
How old is
it's
your baby?
1. Okay,
Oh.
so now I already know y'all gonna look at me crazy, like, girl, he only 1, like, be quiet.
No, I was gonna say, cause my best friend has a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, and she just had a baby. Like, she got a newborn. And she told me that she often shops at Trader Joe's, because Trader Joe's has like the little kid carts that the kids can use and like pretend like they actually grocery shopping, because they in the grocery store and they picking out the groceries, and she just put them back when they done. But like, why don't you order like a little fake plastic one off of Amazon and put it in your car? Every time y'all go to the grocery store, give him the little grocery cart and let him like go shopping with you in the grocery store.
I'm
I
not gonna
agree
lie, that's
also with
fire.
that. Can I just tell you this? I do want to say this. So Trader Joe's also, and not all of them, they used to, but I did notice they used to have, like, while parents were shopping, they would hide the little stuffy. And my kids used to love looking for the stuffed animal. And then afterwards, of course, they would get they would get a lollipop and like the stickers, man, I would have reels. They would just give out stickers. I don't know if they still do.
I think they did when my kid was
stickers
little.
everywhere in my house, but it's like one of those things where it's like, what? Then they get older, right? My oldest is about to turn 20, and I'm like, oh, remember when we go to Trader Joe's now? I'm like, remember when you used to want a sticker? And he just look at me like, whatever. So, I will say this though to I can't see your full. Is it Lachey? Lachey? I'm not seeing your full name. Lachelle. I apologize. Your baby still is very, very young. So your baby probably does communicate really well. Receptive language, right? They understand you. They're real clear. That expressive language, them being able to articulate and communicate, is still, right? Honestly, with a baby that young though too, they're still little, right?
Yeah, he's still 1. But I'm just saying, as
put
far
them
as
in
whatever
the
it
cart,
is.
because also what happens is, and it's not even totally our fault, manufacturers also understand child development.
Yes.
And I don't think you understand that, like, most of the stuff that kids like, the bright colors, the sweets, the treats, all of that is also put at their level, at their eye level. There's a whole science behind that. You can look that up. Like, there's a reason why children have access to some of these items. They see it, it's at their eye level, and they know what they're doing. Grocery stores do it. The manufacturers tell them where they literally pay money to get prime access to certain shelves where they know, oh, okay, let me put this here because the child is going to see it, and then the parent is going to purchase it for the child, right? He's so little. You get your little cart cover, maybe get a book, one of the board books, and a board book and a little cup of snacks or whatever, and they go in and make sure you strap them in, and that's where he sits while you're in the grocery store, right? Like, I just remember doing those things, and that was always really helpful as well. Now, if it's just a time where he's just out of it, again, has he napped? Is he hungry? Have all the needs been met? Is he dry? And if you feel like it is not an ideal time to go shopping, those are also some times when you might have to just think, you know what? I'm
Yeah.
not going to be able to do it right now. And so it does take a little bit of active planning ahead of time with littles like that, just to keep your sanity. But I do want to also say to you, right, you're a great mom, and I don't know you, but I can hear it in your voice. Listen, we do the best that we can. And we're from what the information that we know, we don't know what we don't know. And just the fact that you're asking these questions and that you're present and you're open is just really, it speaks volumes, right? But we also need to know we're doing the very best that we possibly can. And the fact that you want to have this conversation means that you
Hey,
are trying to be the
Rose.
best parent to your little one and ensure that there are no adverse childhood experiences that they are going to have at your hands. So I just want to, give that to you, because sometimes we don't often hear it. So.
So yeah, let me
I was
just
gonna
say,
say, yeah, we don't hear that
when
enough.
you can educate your kids about advertisement, one of the easiest ones is start recognizing the characters. So that when they start pointing those things out, you already had a conversation, or they just trying like that's the characters. Hold on, I'm trying not to forget the second thing I wanted to say. Oh, and another thing you could do, especially if they're young, every time you go to put something in the car, except if it was like meat or something, go by the produce section, just name some stuff. Sometimes you can just give them some fruit, grab a second banana or something. I don't know. But the goal is to involve them in the process, right? Because every time you go to somewhere like the grocery store, you got to think that like who background is that? Hold on, Michelle. The noise would distracted me. Yeah, because like remember the children, they're going to be adults, so it should be a learning experience for them too, and they like it, they enjoy it, especially when Lynn mentioned the card, they love that. And I never knew about the stuffies thing. I think that's interesting. And sometimes, depending on how old they are, it could be a shopping list. Help me shop. Help me find something. Teach them about how you stay on the perimeter store for unprocessed foods and stuff like that. What's up? It's time. You on mute. They playing on the phone. Anybody else want to say something?
That's what I was trying to say with the grocery cart. Like, Tara, like, if you can't get him his own little grocery cart, which like one might be too young, but like when he turned 2 or 3, like buying like a little plastic one off of Amazon. Even if you, instead of like getting him his own book, like print out like pictures of the foods you get. Let's say you get some apples, some bread, like some tomatoes, and like an onion or something. Like print out the little pictures and give him the pictures. And like, we're looking for a red apple. Like let's find the red apple. And then have him look for the red apple. Once he find the red apple, like make a big deal. Like, okay, we need 1 red apple. Good job. Like, and count out the apples y'all get. And then, okay, now we're looking for some blueberries. Like, let's see if we can find blueberries, and have him like have his own little checklist of stuff y'all need. And if it's like specific, just print out the pictures. Like, we looking for some seasoning. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need some bread. Like, what do you make with bread? Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, stuff like that. Like, have the conversations with him while y'all at the grocery store. Like, turn it into an interactive moment, a learning moment. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Yes, I understand what y'all saying. I feel like y'all gave great advice. Honestly, I never thought about ordering him a personal, little cart. That's a good idea. I'm definitely gonna be doing that. We kind of already because I plan on homeschooling him. So like as far as like the fruits and colors and counting, like we kind of do that all throughout the day already. But I can't say I could do it more and try to use that more as a tool to distract him or calm him down, or to get him to like, you know what I'm saying? Like just connect with me again, kind of like when he getting antsy in the store. And I think
Like,
that
if
is,
you already have relationships with the flashcards, like, and the
we do.
flashcards have like apples and oranges and bread and stuff like that, bring the flashcards that are associated with the things you need at the grocery store, and like go on like a little scavenger hunt.
You know?
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Or
I
give
I
them
guess.
just
like
wanted to
multiple
because
choice.
I know I had got a call and I want to make sure it's important. So the thing, because I don't know if you already explained it, y'all might have already done so, but when it comes to punishment, the thing about punishment is that it's like a generic, like kind of reaction to something. And a lot of times it's the same punishment for different behaviors. When really it should be some type of communication and reinforcement to a specific behavior based on what the behavior is. So whatever you find out with the core need that needs to be addressed, you're going to be creative about what needs to be done about it, and as much as possible you want to involve your child in that process, because again you're trying to build up their own cognition. And that's the problem with punishment, is that um in in a lot of ways punishment can also cause consequences, like I was saying earlier. If my goal is to not get in trouble because I'm not understanding exactly why the punishment is implemented and I'm not taking ownership of it, then now I might lie, I'm gonna be sneaky, I'm gonna find ways to get around it. And then you can essentially indirectly and not on purpose, but reinforcing misbehavior in your child, so to speak.
Okay, so y'all are giving great advice, and I want to give Tara credit for, well, all of you really, but Tara was speaking when I first clicked on, and initially I was kind of like, I don't know who was speaking. It was a male voice, but he was saying something, and initially I kind of felt like there really wasn't anything wrong with what he was saying, and I felt like
No, they
Tara
was
just,
attacking me.
yeah,
These men was I
I
was
don't
getting
agree
jumped.
with beating and putting your hands on kids, but I guess maybe I just haven't. I mean, my baby's 1. I haven't thought about, him needing a real whoop. Like, like I've already decided I don't want to like really put my hands on him for real. But I guess in my mind, just because of the way
Somebody must have called her.
I ruled it
Y'all,
out.
we live in the information age. Y'all gotta look for the information. If you young, you got a lot of questions. Sometimes you can sign up for a parenting class. There's a lot of ones you can do for free. Read some books. You can get some free PDF versions of books if if you don't have the finances or you want to kind of look around. You can go to Google Scholar and read some empirical articles. Like, and if you want to go to AI, because AI is not always reliable, you literally can ask for information and ask for the source and check the source of the information that they're giving you. But there's a lot of ways you can get like real-time feedback in a lot of unique situations. I know it's the default to say that like there's no guide to raising kids, but there are literally thousands of them. What's up,
And I
Matt? Make sure
say,
you want to say.
Hey, what's
Oh, go
up?
ahead. Go ahead, Star. You in there
oh,
just
I
for a
just was
while.
about to say about like parenting classes. I love them down. Your local library probably offers them for free also, or even the schools do, and your doctors.
Okay. Can I ask
Thank
y'all
you
one
for
more
that, Tia.
question? Or I can wait until after Matt go if you were trying to go in that order. But I just wanted to ask one more question.
Go ahead, because we don't know what Mac about to say.
No,
Okay,
I'm gonna keep it
so
P though. I think beating and punishment it
Hold
depends on the
on,
Hold on,
parent.
hold
let that
on,
lady ask her
Mac. Hold
question.
on. Because I want to say something to you too, Leah. I mean, Lachelle, I'm sorry.
no, you're fine. I was just gonna say, okay, so I think, tantrums is one thing, but then okay, so when your child is like clearly expressing themselves and the answer is no for their safety or whatever reason, and they get angry and decide to express themselves through, putting their hands on you or anybody else, or if they think they're gonna, I don't know, like when they know that.
That from what I understand, that's normal behavior. Like that's what 1-year-olds and 2-year-olds do when they get mad is they put their hands on people. It's like reteaching them. And when my nephew was little, he was 3 or 2 younger, 3 or younger. He was biting people, and his favorite my sister found a cartoon. It was his favorite cartoon. It just so happened to be his favorite cartoon, and it had a little song, "Don't bite your friends, don't bite your friends." And she would play that song like over and over and like get real excited about singing like "Don't bite your friends," and like
my brother-in-law would join in and like his brothers, and they would have like a little family moment and like don't bite your friends. And he stopped biting everybody because he learned don't bite your friends. Like you're not supposed to do that.
That's cute and crazy at the same time. God body is not always learned behavior, especially with young children. Another thing you could do is like literally every time they do it, just like gently touch them, just say gentle, gentle. I know that's been effective. There's a lot of different ways. Like you're just teaching them. Again, kids, their survival is tied to like you giving them attention. So they are really in tune with you. So like the problem is if they're hitting, you hit them or you say don't hit, and you haven't like redirected the behavior. Those are teachable moments. This is an opportunity to show them what it should be. But go
And
ahead,
can I?
Mac.
I'm sorry. Just I wanted to real quick.
I'll go ahead. Mac. All right. Fuck you, Mac. Go ahead, brilliant.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait. I was gonna say, don't let Matt go. Because I wanted to tell you, Lachelle, like at this young age, a lot of people, especially like Black people, have reinforced the beliefs that like a child like under the age of 5 don't know no better, so let them do whatever. But the best moms that I've seen, like with the most like steady and controlled children, they create a routine for their kids starting at like birth to like they turn 7 and 5, and so they don't have to like react a certain way because they're creating a bond and a routine with their children. So like please don't fall under the pretense that like my child is 1 right now, I can let them do whatever and I'm gonna start teaching them at the age of 5. Like just be, the baby learning. He only 1. He only knew it's only his first year out here. He don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, just be gentle with, not gentle, but like be patient with teaching him and stuff like that, and creating a routine with him.
I wanted to just speak on that. So I wanted to also tie in what Tara said and what you just said as well. So again, it goes back to development and expressive language and redirection when a child under a certain age. So typically when they're, around 2, 3, there's a lot of things that are also happening somatically, right? So children do know, right? That's why receptive language develops before expressive language. They have the most neural connections during that time. So our babies really are understanding their world, and they understand it very deeply. Now, do they have all of the tools to share all of that? No. So that's why the biting, the hitting, you gently redirect. It's not learned behavior. Typically, we don't look at it as learned behavior until they get a little bit older, but and that's if they've been beat on. But typically, it's just another way of communicating. Children also around that time, a year old, 2 years old, they're still very oral. Right. So they are still, and that's where the biting comes in too. And I just wanted to say that. So they're typically still expressing, learning, and understanding their world through in a multi-sensory way. Well, we're always doing that, but definitely the oral sensation. And so that's where the biting thing comes in. It typically phases out when they're able to talk a little bit more, when they have other skills, when they have been redirected. So as we are just even having this conversation, it's really great. I just think it's really wonderful that we as parents and aunties and uncles and community can have this conversation about looking into how we develop as human beings. And I think, again, looking at Google Scholar is great. Looking at there's lots of places. I'm sorry, Mac, if you don't know how to read, it's not my fault. But I actually am an Orton Gillingham specialist, and if you need support, I can help you. But you can DM me, and I'll give you my rates.
Okay, big OG in the building. Big OG in the building. I see you.
But if that's too much for you, let me know, and I can support you with your phonemic awareness. Do you need that?
Such a classy read. I love that phrase.
Why can I answer the prompt?
Go ahead, Matt.
Just disrespectful. I can see what type of woman you are. You ain't got no man in your life.
Just answer the prompt,
you can get this
sir.
dick. Funky bitch don't ever disrespect.
Oh my
What did you
God,
just say?
man.
What? Okay, don't say it
Man.
again. Don't say it again.
Hold up. No, man. Don't come in here being you. We're not about to discipline you, sir. Don't come in here misbehaving because you've been neglected. We're not here to be a parent for you, man. That's what I'm saying. That's why ain't nobody wants you to go anyway. What's up, God body?
What's going on? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Perfect. I agree with the prompt to a degree. I don't think beating
Fuck the
works.
prompt.
Cool. So like I was saying, I don't think beating works. I think that's unnecessary, and I think it's going to cause more damage than anything. But punishment in the sense of laying down rules and procedures and structure, I don't think there's nothing wrong with that.
Let me ask you a
I think,
question.
yeah,
You been to jail, God body?
no.
Why not?
I just stayed out the way.
Hold up. You haven't made mistakes in adulthood?
Of course, but I ain't make mistakes that
Now, hold
landed
up.
me in
Hold
prison.
up. No. Why would you need to go to jail though?
Why would I need to go to jail?
Yeah, if you made mistakes, you should be in jail.
The mistakes that I made wasn't crimes. It wasn't criminal mistakes.
No.
But I
Call
was
the
punished.
prison. Call the prison. No. You don't get to choose the punishment. No, you messed up, you go to jail.
So then everybody should be in jail then.
So be it.
Yeah, that don't make no sense. I
It
think
don't
you
make sense. You right. Hold up. You right. It don't make sense. Because that wouldn't make sense, would it? If
no,
everybody
but
just had to
there's
go to jail for any old
consequences.
thing, hold up. It depends. Yeah, it depends on the behavior. It
Right.
depends on the behavior. And you
Mm-hmm.
don't want to go to jail because you jaywalk, correct?
Right.
So the consequence should be fit for the behavior. It shouldn't
Right.
just be yeah. So that's the problem with the punishment.
Right. Okay. Yeah. But that's yeah. So depending on whatever happened, there's consequences to your action. That's the thing that we're trying to teach, and we're trying to learn. We're trying to teach the children is that there's
Yeah, but
consequences
hold
to
up.
your.
How's that any different from me saying whatever you did wrong, you need to go to jail for?
Well, you just said that some consequences don't fit the crime or don't fit it. So
Yeah, and that's a
everything doesn't
problem.
right. But what I'm telling you is everything doesn't isn't supposed to land you in jail. If I jaywalk, that's not jail. If I litter, that's not jail.
Okay, and
If
that's
I
usually how children hold up and say right there. That's how children usually respond to punishment.
right, but it depends on what you're punishing.
Well, who gets to decide that?
The parent, the person, the guardian, whoever's
Yeah. So
in
yeah,
charge. But what I'm saying is, so okay, so then children shouldn't have to deal with no consequences to their
that
actions.
nobody said that. No, I'm
Okay,
pretty
so
sure
what?
you just said. Hold up, you said it was a consequence for your actions, but it wasn't jail. Because you
Right?
feel like jail might be too extreme, right? But when the
Yeah,
next
very
person
extreme.
deciding, when somebody deciding what the punishment is to the action is not directly related to what you did, that it doesn't matter if you think jail was too much. A child could think, well, shit, you taking my phone might be too much. Now I can't talk to my friend. They're not thinking about that action anymore. They're thinking about the consequence. That's why it doesn't work.
So what does work? Because if you
It
believe in
depends. It depends.
consequences,
Again, it just like jail wouldn't apply to everything. It depends on the situation.
that's the point that I was trying to get to, though. That's my point. Is that depending on the situation, the consequences for every action, depending on what you do,
So
and
why would you
depending
have to
on
implement a punishment if there's already a consequence?
that is the consequence. The punishment is the consequence.
No.
You lose. You lose.
Give an example.
That's just in like real life. You lose
Give us an
privileges.
example.
Um, for example, if you um, I'm trying to think because my daughter doesn't do too much that, we take privileges away, but. For example, all right, last night, I was like, well, listen, you can have ice cream after you finish your dinner. She finished everything, finished all her dinner, did everything right. It's not a consequence, but she was rewarded afterwards because she did what we agreed that we was going to do. We agreed on something and she got rewarded. If she had not finished everything and she had not finished all her food and all her vegetables and everything, then the consequence would have been she's not getting ice cream.
Or she could just be educated on like nutrition and understand that you need to eat your nutritionally dense food before you eat dessert. And she
That's
could have made
still,
that decision on her own. Did she need you to say something about it?
I mean, she's two. I mean, that's teaching. That's what
But I
I'm
mean,
here to do.
so the punishment was the ice cream?
I mean, I wouldn't call it a punishment.
I mean,
Is a consequence.
is your example of a punishment. So I'm
Is a
wondering if
con-
the ice cream was the
is a
punishment.
consequence. I mean, I don't.
It could have been nasty ice
I
cream.
have
You
a
don't
I
know.
have a okay. I have a 2.5 year old, so it's not too much that my 2.5 year old can do that she would get punished for.
So
You know,
you believe in punishment, but you can't even think of a example of one.
I believe in consequences that you could consider punishments, but I believe in consequences to your actions. Yes, I do.
Yeah, so
If I had a
consequences can
teenager,
happen
better yet,
naturally.
I'll give you an example for a teenager. If I had a teenager that was sneaking out the house, right, that no or they have a curfew and they didn't come home at their curfew, yeah, you could lose privileges in the house. You could lose
Why
your
would a
phone
teenager sneak out the house?
to go do teenager shit, to go do shit that teenagers do.
Why would they have to
Maybe
sneak around and do that?
because if they want to go hang out with their friends, maybe they want to go do what teenagers do. I don't know if you've been a teenager before. I'm sure you have, right? Obviously.
Yeah, I know,
But
but hold up. I know a lot of teenagers who snuck out because they knew they couldn't talk to their parents about what they wanted to do, which made it more dangerous.
Can I please speak on this?
Mm-hmm.
Because this is what I was trying to talk about earlier, and I was so happy he talked about a teenager because it seemed like everybody else has young kids. Like you said, why would she sneak out? I'm just giving y'all a hypothetical. Somebody run away, a kid ran away, right? Everybody looked at me because they love to get my advice. Because I talk, nobody would do what I would do. So they love to say, what would you do? I said, if my 15-year-old ran away, I would be trying to talk to her to see why would she want to run away. Do you feel me? Like you said, why would she want to sneak out? So then the same teenager, and I'm gonna tell y'all, she ran away. Guess why? Because she was getting beat. Okay? She ran away because she was getting beat. She's out in the world on her own, lonely. Nobody knows where she is. My idea was, why not give her a phone? Why not, give her a little bit of money so she can do what she need to do? Why not give her a phone and have her location on? Everybody thought that was the wildest idea. Guess what she doing right now? She got a phone. She got her location on. She goes about how she was going to go about because that's what she was going to do anyways.
Yeah, so the thing is, it's like if your child is running away, y'all don't have trust established, and you just making it worse. Saying, "Well, I'm gonna punish you," and what you going to do now? Because they already snuck out, so they got to be up under you 24/7. Like, how do you prevent that
so
if you don't?
what's your consequences for rules and regulations that because you have a
Rules and
son, right?
regulations in the hold up. No. This the problem you got. Rules and regulations isn't the priority. Why the fuck is my child running away? I want to get to
I'm
the
not
bottom of
talking
that.
about
But
running.
hold
I
up.
never said anything about running away.
Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. Rules and regulations. Who the fuck talking about rules and regulations? My child feels unsafe. They are running away. I want to know what the hell going on.
I didn't say anything about running away. I said
Well,
sneaking
sneaking
out.
out. Sneaking out,
Sneak it,
yeah.
yeah,
Why
sneaking
why
out
don't you
to
feel
do.
safe? Hold up. Why don't you feel safe enough to come to me and tell me you going somewhere? That's dangerous. I'm thinking you in
You
the
know what
house
I
and
was
you
sneaking. You
outside.
know what I
Something
was
could
sneaking out.
happen.
Listen, let me tell you. You know what I was sneaking out doing that I wouldn't go tell my mom
Let me ask you
or
a question.
whatever. I
Before
mean,
you tell us the illegal activity you was doing, did you have an adult that you could talk to about leaving out?
that's when it wasn't illegal.
Hold on. Did you have an adult that you could tell you was going somewhere?
Yeah, my brother, I could tell. But
Why didn't you
it,
hold up? Who who was taking care of you though?
my mom was taking care of me
Why couldn't you tell your mother?
because she wouldn't have wanted me to do it. What I'm about to tell you, I'm pretty sure nobody would want their teenage son having sex. 16 years old
So
having
you was
sex.
hypersexual as a teenager.
I mean, I wouldn't call it hypersexual. I had a girlfriend. I mean, and that was my first, and that's what we did.
What
But
you couldn't have a girlfriend?
no, I can have a girlfriend, but having sex is different. Having sex leads to things. Having sex is opening up the door to
Oh, they gotta stop saying
possible.
that word, but that's high risk behavior.
That was a
Okay.
developmentally correct activity for you at that age.
Okay.
So can I ask a
Okay. So
question?
it seemed like no matter what the point of what I'm trying to ask is if there are rules, she don't like the word regulation, but if there are certain standards that we have in a household, and if those or boundaries, I should say, and those boundaries are crossed, what are the consequences to those boundaries?
What do you think your consequence should have been?
No, I'm asking y'all because
No,
y'all
no,
don't
no,
believe
no,
in
no.
consequences.
Hold up. You gave an example.
Oh
You
man,
snuck out, right? What do you think the consequence should be when you get caught?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know.
I could give an example. The consequence would be any natural consequence that comes to the child from sneaking out on their own. That's the only natural consequence
Hey,
that needs to
Tina.
come.
So can I ask a question? Okay, I'll just go ahead and ask. So, sometimes kids do have someone to talk to, and Christopher, sometimes children do have someone they can't. Okay, give me 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm. The problem is y'all again. Y'all too concentrated on being an authority, and another thing is, I don't think we touched on religion. Religion teaches us that children are inherently bad. So like even when you talk about like talking to your children, a lot of people say, "Well, what happened if they did this worst case scenario?" Right? And it's like children don't just want to be bad and misbehave. A lot of times, and you would think that people who've been children before would get that, but apparently not. Like children, like you think teenagers want to be sneaking around? No, they rather just be to talk to their parents. You have an open line of communication when you showing them respect. And you understand they should have autonomy, and y'all have a conversation. I'd rather if you're going to go out, right? We talk about it. You understand that like you may have to go to school the next day. I know where you at. You have your phone on. If emergency happen, I know how to get in contact with you. You can call me instead of sneaking out the house. That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
So I'm asking you, Tara, a direct question. Are there any consequences for crossing boundaries? Are there any, or should kids just run and do whatever they want to do? Is there
No,
any?
it's definitely consequences for boundaries, but my question is, what's the
What
boundary
are
and
those
why is it
consequences?
there?
So hold on. You said there's consequences for boundaries. What
No.
consequence?
I just asked you a question though. It
I asked
depends.
you.
What's the boundary and why is the boundary there?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the boundaries you have in your household. You have a young boy, right? What are those boundaries that you set in your household? And if those boundaries are crossed, what are the consequences? Or are there no consequences? That's the
Consequences
question
happen
I'm
naturally. I
directly.
already made that. I already made that point when I gave you the jail scenario earlier. Nobody has to come in and give the consequences happen naturally, and it depends on the situation. The problem is y'all want a one size fit all answer,
No.
and it literally is based on the situation. But the problem with that is it requires you to use some critical thinking, and clearly that's the issue.
I think
Sure,
I
that's the
think
part
I'm
that they can't
asking I'm
conceptualize.
asking direct questions and I'm asking
And I'm giving
just
you
out of
direct
curiosity
answers, and
because
you
I'm
still don't know what's
no
going on.
that's not really a direct
I'm
question
giving you
because
direct
you're
answers,
pushing
and
it
you
back.
still don't know what's going on.
No, you're pushing it back on
Well,
me.
she ain't gonna let you,
And
homie. She ain't
No,
gonna
like
let
I
you.
said, the part that they can't conceptualize is you saying that it depends. Each behavior Depends, but to them, no, it's all a blanket. No, you getting a whooping.
So
No, you getting this taken from them.
I'm
That's
asking
what
an
they grew up and
example of that.
learned.
I'm asking an example of that. What is an example that consequences would have to be enforced?
But so to listen, for her to answer you, you have to give a
Oh my
specific
Jesus
example.
Christ.
Okay, so can I give one?
Everybody
So
here,
say
everybody here is parents. Everybody here is parents on this live so far. If and everybody just doesn't let their kids just do whatever. So I'm asking a question. If your kids have pushed the boundary or crossed the boundary, what were those consequences? I don't know. I can't give you a direct. I'm just asking a question. Or does everybody kids do whatever they want to do? That's
That
what I'm
difficult.
asking.
Hold up. It's not that
Hey, yo.
difficult. Hold up, y'all. There's no one size fit all answer. It literally depends on the situation, which is why the example is so important.
that's
So
why I
I'm
said, let
asking
me
about
just
a
give her an
situation.
example for you.
I'm
He
asking
can't
y'all
do
about a
it.
situation.
Hold up, real quick. I'm gonna mute you. No, you misunderstanding. He can't conceptualize what's being said. It don't matter how many times we say it and with the way it's said. He can't conceptualize it. I'm telling y'all, that's the cognitive decline that I'm addressing.
Okay, well, let me ask for myself, just because I have a 1-year-old and a 4-month-old, and I'm gonna have teenagers one day. So, if your child, say they ask to go somewhere, and you're like, no, it's been a lot of fights up there. It was a couple shootings. That's dangerous. We're not tonight. We can see about another time, maybe when it cool down. Not tonight. And your child goes to their friends and say, mama said no, I can't come. And they start to peer pressure your child. And so your child is like, you know what? I'm going.
Next
I'm
time,
not about
swallow
to get
them
laughed
kids,
at.
bitch.
So your child sneaks out. Say they sneak out based off of the peer pressure. Not really that they couldn't come and talk to you about it. Y'all had already had a conversation about it. Say your teenager is just being a teenager and it's like, you know what? I'm doing this tonight. I don't care. And they do that and you find out or whatever. And say y'all come back and y'all have a conversation. You realize what the issue was and you like, okay, we talked about this. I trust you to make the correct decision moving forward. Don't let this happen again. I trust you. Say they do this again because they didn't get in trouble for it the first time. Or maybe let's not even say why they did it again. Let's just say they do it again. How do you specifically react as a parent?
So I'm gonna explain. First of all, the initial reaction would be different. Because first of all, if it's dangerous, I'm not gonna tell them it's dangerous. I'm gonna pull up the story and let them see what happened. Hey, do you know this happened up there? And they haven't implemented anything to make sure this doesn't happen again. And then I'm gonna address the core need. You and your friends need to go out for entertainment. How about instead of y'all going there, y'all go to this place instead. I buy y'all a pizza or something as a incentive because they still want to hang out. That's why they sneaking out because they want to hang out. But maybe them and their friends don't understand the harm. Now let's say they still decided to go out. Again, that's we need to cycle back and have that conversation. Do you know what danger that could have put you in? Because sometimes kids don't understand that, like that you're not immortal. Shit can happen to you. It'll be a conversation. It's going to continue to be a conversation.
So even
In
after
the
they snuck
future,
out the second time?
hold up real quick. The problem is, I'm telling you, this is the problem, and it goes back to what I said. Y'all assume children are bad. If you address the core issue the first time, it's not likely to happen. What I'm saying, if it does happen again, then you have a conversation with them. Okay, now this was an issue. What do you think should happen now? What is situations you put yourself in? I'm also going to inform the other parents because this is a safety issue. Something could have happened to you. If y'all want to go somewhere and you want to hang out, where else could y'all go? We could have fun and be in a safe environment. Well, they'll make a decision to go somewhere else. That's what I'm saying. It's not just you could have did this and you didn't. You actually helping them carry out the decision. They're brainstorming some other options they could do. You help them understand that they can navigate where they can meet up. You can do transportation, whatever. You figure something out with them. That's the thing. You don't just say, well, you could have did something else. You ain't listened to me. You did that and you snuck out. No, I know y'all still want to go out. What y'all gonna do instead?
So basically, you just have a conversation with them, even if they do decide to do it again. And if they do it a third time,
That's what y'all
you'll still
failing to. No,
no,
that's
no.
hold up.
We can
Hold up.
have the
Let me ask you a
conversation.
question. Hold up. Let's say your friend, right, wanted to go out to a club. and you like, man, I don't like that club. They ain't got proper security. Shit be happening. We should go to this other club instead. They got better security and the music better. And they like, no, I want to go to this club anyway. It's dangerous. You think that's gonna happen? You think people make that decision? You think people go in dangerous situations intentionally?
Well, I think that's a little different because those are adults and they.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not different for adults. Children, y'all
But there
don't give
are
them the
adults that would be like,
opportunity.
well, but this crowd be jumping, and they'll find dumb reasons to be in unnecessary places. Like people make bad decisions.
She gonna say that doesn't happen, but it's people that make
Now,
dumbass
I
decisions
do
all the
understand that
time.
it's not
Y'all
smart.
missing. Hold up. Here's the thing, and I'm not saying stuff don't happen. Don't get me wrong. Stuff don't go and happen. And then yeah, you might have to be like some things need to be a little more stricter, and they still part of that conversation. But the problem is y'all assume the worst, and then y'all want people to give y'all scenarios. Literally, my child gonna want to go to a club where everybody pew pewing up the club. And it's not the club that they want to go to. The kids want to hang out. They want to go out and have a good time. So how about instead of going to the club, y'all go to the skating ring or the arcade or something? You think they're gonna be like, no, fuck the arcade. I want to go to the no. You find something else they want to do. That's the problem. Y'all assume the worst. That's why your consequences are what they are. Because you think your children are horrible people. They're not smart enough to make the right decision. And they don't care because you think it's a us versus them thing instead of understanding that you're supposed to be collaborating with your children.
Yeah, so I don't think kids are bad or any of that. I just know that I know things happen. I know kids will be kids. They gonna be curious. They gonna inevitably, little situations gonna arise. And I just feel like I understand that. Okay, you need to sit down, talk to your child, figure out what the root problem is, and that's why in the scenario that was already done, and the child did it again. And I only put it that way, not to be combative, literally just to put myself in the situation. And I know in that moment I would feel like, okay, I talked to her the first time, that didn't work. That would make me feel like I need to go back to the drawing board and do something else. Like, okay, what else can I do? That's why I asked the question. So when you say you're gonna have another conversation, that's the only reason it's even more questions. It's not because I'm trying to be combative and just go back and forth. It's just because in my mind, if the conversation don't work the first time, then that means something else need to come into play. It's kind of like if you ever watched My Wife and Kids, he didn't whoop them, he didn't beat them, but he did give them punishments and or consequences. And he didn't make it seem like it came directly from him. Like he didn't just, be mean. He set it up to where life would give them the consequence. Like it didn't seem like it was coming from him, but it was coming from him. So
But
it's like I understand you saying
on
like
what
life
show
should be the
you're talking
consequence.
about.
Huh?
Y'all gotta understand it depends on what show you're talking about because y'all gotta understand sitcom television still can be propaganda. That's why I was saying the nanny show is very problematic. But what I'm saying is if your child is sneaking out, but I don't know what that you keep it. If your child is sneaking out the house, y'all tell me how do you fix that? Tell me what punishment you give to a child that's already sneaking out the house. And how's that better than anything that I just said? That's what I'm saying. Like, if your child is already sneaking out the house, what are you going to do besides lock them up?
Literally, Tara. And when I had this conversation with my whole family, because we talking about my real live niece right here. When I had this conversation, I told you my option was give her a phone so we can know where she at, whatever. Every single person, just like everybody who get up on here on this panel and they start stuttering and they be being quiet because they don't be knowing what to say. Every person I said, so what option would you give? And they just be like, I don't know. Exactly. They don't know.
You could give a phone, and what if they leave the phone at home?
So here's
Then
my
what?
thing. Oh, okay, hold up. Answer my question. If your child is sneaking out the house, besides locking them up, what's the consequence that you're gonna give them that's gonna stop that from happening?
There is no consequences. They're going to start making their own
I can
decisions.
think of a couple creative ways that's not beating or not.
But maybe there's certain
No, but
privileges
he's saying
in the house.
punishment. What punishment are you gonna give to a child who's already sneaking out? There's no trust there anymore.
I guess the punishment could be something like, okay, if you realize they snuck out, lock the door. So and it be right there waiting. So when you hear them try to sneak back
That's
in,
what I'm saying. Lock them up. So hold up.
no, lock them out,
up.
not in.
So when I gave him the example of going to jail, that's what you're talking about.
Me?
Lock them in the house.
No, I didn't say lock them in the house. I said
No. I'm saying if you're locking the door so they can't get out, you're locking them in.
no. I didn't say lock them in. That's what I'm telling you.
He said lock them out, and I think that's even worse than locking them
Hold on,
in.
lock
I'm
them
sorry.
outside.
Yeah.
Oh
He
my
said
goodness.
lock them
I
out,
said
y'all.
no. Well, I didn't
Yeah.
even finish. First of all, I said lock the
Hold on,
door
what did you
and be
say?
waiting for them to come back, so that when you hear them try to sneak in, you can kind of like let them stand out there for 2 minutes and try to figure out how they're gonna get in, and then you can open the door and come out. Like, now you see that? You see you was locked out? You see how dangerous that is? You could have been out here all night. What if I didn't know you was outside? I came downstairs, I just locked the door because I seen it was unlocked, and I go back to sleep. You see how dangerous that is? I'm not saying lock them out and leave them out there. I'm saying try to teach them a lesson like that.
Yeah,
like
and the
that
next
is.
time they gonna make sure they leave a window unlocked.
Exactly. Because
Oh my
what that
goodness.
does, and this is actually
Yeah, hold
proven.
up,
This
hold
is
up,
statistically.
hold up. That's what people do when you sneak out and you get caught. You leave a window unlocked. You leave the back door unlocked so you can get back in the house.
So y'all basically saying that if your kid kind of start to go that far,
Thank you,
that
Lynn.
they kind of already got their mind made up, so you should probably just let them flow with that until they come to their own conclusion that it's not safe?
No, you
My
having a first of all, they're sneaking out for a reason.
We know that part. I'm saying how you deal with it. Once you have realized there's a problem, and okay, you're trying to figure out how to fix it. Obviously, you have to get down to the root cause. Let's be real. I was a teenager once. I used to sneak out. Well, I snuck out once, and it was because I just wanted some attention. My mama didn't care, and I knew I could get away with it. And it was really just me proving, like, girl, you see how much you care. You didn't even know I was gone. To this day, you didn't know I was gone. So I understand that it is a root cause.
So hold up real quick. So punishment was not the solution for you then? Correct?
That's kind of what I wanted. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, I wanted her to just show like that she even cared.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The root cause would be you needed some attention. You want to spend some time. You want to feel connection. It wasn't punishment would have just pushed you further away. It doesn't fix it. That's my point. I understand what y'all saying. Some of the issues are complex. I know it gets complex in real life, but to just think, assuming that punishment would be the answer, it makes it worse. It's a
Can I say something too real quick? Because it's just crazy that this is real life. Again, this is real life. So how she said she would lock her out, whoever thinks about locking her out, she did do that. And guess what? She don't live with her mother no more. She didn't ever want to go back. And then y'all go, it is, you telling me something is true. This is literally true. And then y'all gonna be grown-ups, middle age, wondering why y'all kids don't call y'all and talk to y'all.
Nah, cause
so she locked her out for the whole night, or
more she like locked her out. She's not been back there, period.
I understand what so I think what you're saying is she just locked out, and you're saying you would lock the door and you waiting for her.
Yeah, I wouldn't leave my baby outside. I understand
but
that.
What I'm saying,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
I understand what you're saying. What I'm arguing is that not the core issue though. The sneaking out isn't the core issue. Is what I'm saying is, it's not always easy, and I understand that. But you're not addressing the core issue. When you just gave the example, and what you really wanted was connection. So you would go, and a lot of us did that when we was younger. We'd go outside the house looking for connection because you latch key. Your parents all tied up. You need to feel connected. And the thing about communication, right, is that is part of bonding. You sitting and you talking. Your child feels more connected to you. And that's how you showing them you care about them. And they can trust you because you're hearing them out. You're not talking at them. They're part of the conversation. They know that you are somebody they can rely on who's going to help them with guidance. You're not just trying to control them or take away something like their autonomy. But go ahead, big dope.
Yeah. What I was gonna say was that I do not think that beating and punishment work or are effective in raising kids, and it's coming from someone that doesn't have kids. And I know a lot of people don't value people without kids' opinion, but I heard that the host, she's actually has a background in an education on this type of topic, and I'm actually studying that. So I've been learning, and I'm currently still learning about the effects that punishment and beating and the development of kids and how they develop and how everything that we do shapes them to be who they are as an adult. And what I can say is that when you teach violence in your household, it's going to carry on throughout their lifetime. And in a lot of ways, it cannot, doesn't have to be physically all the time, but it can create an angry person. It can create an anxious person. So it just can create a different type of adults. And now we're here having all these type of issues and we don't even know where it stemmed from. And it just comes from a lot of those experiences that we had as kids. And I know that we don't want to name our parents to be abusers and whatever, and that's okay. We don't have to, but we can acknowledge that they made mistakes as well. And they did not correct certain behaviors that were not beneficial even in their life. So that's what I could say. And I was not beat as a kid. You know, I was not hit. And I turned out fine. I think that, like the host was trying to get at, there are deeper issues that if I'm sneaking out, which I have done, but there's are reasons. I was very sheltered. I was not allowed to go to the corner store. I was not allowed to go to the park. I was not allowed to go to a friend's house. I was not allowed to do anything because of the experiences my mom had. You know, she was scared of, you know, you can't even go to a cousin's house because there are men in the house. So there were things that she didn't work through, which then in turn, she kind of had me jailed up. And then it got to a point where it's like, I want to experience childhood. I want to go to the park with my friends. I want to go to the movies. So it was something that she had to sit down and work through and kind of set boundaries. Like, I'm not saying just let me go out and be wild and do whatever I want. But at the same time, the approach that she took also created other negative situations.
Yeah, because if you study, you understand certain milestones. You have to that's essential. And during the adolescent years, having friends and doing going out on your own away from your parents is important things to do. And as long as you get a chance to utilize those and practice those skills, you're not going to be doing this sneaking around stuff. That's what I'm saying. It's like, and I think we really need to think about why we keep giving worst case scenarios when we're talking about our children. What's up, Joshy?
Yeah, I gotta say that I, of course, don't agree with beating senselessly without conversating or speaking to your child, but punishment most definitely works. Teaching your child that there is a whole range of consequences depending on what action you take. Meaning that if you're doing stuff like, for instance, when I would do stuff that would break, when I was literally steal or assault someone as a child, and it was stuff that would amount to jail later on in life, I got locked in the bathroom with a pillow in the bathroom, getting paper plates slid.
So they put you in
jail. The door, hand me a paper plate with my food on it, and depending on what I did,
they put you in
how long I was staying there. And I never been in actual real life jail because of that.
Why would you hold up, Joshy? Why was you stealing?
Because I was just bored. I remember one dude, he left his iPod Touch in the middle school gym bathroom. I literally was like, not middle school, middle school gym locker. I took it. I was like, I didn't even need it. I had a better device than that shit. I just took it. I was doing dumb stuff.
So you was impulsive. Do you have an ADHD diagnosis?
No, not at all. I was in middle school. It was seen a little.
Did you do a lot of impulsive things when you were younger?
No, I was never. I don't know. I was never evaluated. So maybe I did, maybe I didn't. But as of right now, in my adulthood,
to steal something you don't need is impulsive behavior.
Well, I could resell it or whatever. But yeah, I suppose. But I was never evaluated, so I don't know, or I can't confirm it or not. I don't want to self-diagnose myself, but this stuff that happened to my child when she taught me those consequences and what I would do, the level of actions that I would take, what it would amount to, I stopped doing it later on in life.
Do you think locking you in the bathroom was the best way of dealing with that?
Yes, most definitely. It was one time where I took a damn, I just started hitting this dude because we was joining at first and he stepped on my shoe. So I took this little plastic bat. I don't even know it was plastic. I don't know what it was made out of.
Oh,
but it
when you
hard
was younger,
plastic.
they told you.
With it. You not gonna step on my shoe.
Hold on, you was told you couldn't have feelings and shit like that?
No, I was taught because she would conversate. She would explain why I did what I did. She would ask me, what was I feeling? Why would I even do this in the first place? And why what I did was wrong. And then that's when the consequences, that's when I'll be sentenced to a few hours in the bathroom or sometimes it would be a whole day in the
Listen to a few
bathroom.
hours in the bathroom.
Yeah, with the locked pillow in the bathtub, food. She crack the door, feed me, depending on how long I'm there, once, twice, or 3 times. I never ended up being sentenced more than 2 days in the bathroom. But depending on what I did.
What the fuck? Hold up. This is so extreme.
2 days? I'm sorry. No.
It's the
That shit don't
sentence
work.
word for me. He's using sentenced like
No, because it was literally explained just like how it work in real life. We would have a court session where she would sit here and I would plead my case, and then it would be a little bit more, instructional. She would like get a little bit more deeper than they would do in courts. It's not as like cold.
Is your mother a judge?
Why I did what I was wrong. Why what I did was wrong. Why I can't do this later on in life, and if I was, what would truly happen? Assaulting somebody or stealing something, or I remember one time. I ain't even gonna say that was the worst. That's when I got sentenced to 2 days. I ain't gonna say that, but yeah, like it
Hold on, did
truly
you
kept me
Can
from
I-
jail.
real quick?
You is proving to us that it don't work.
Yeah, this shit is crazy. Like you said 2 days is crazy, and
You said you was
That's
spazzing out on the
fucking
kid.
wild.
You telling us all these behaviors that you continue to do, although you was getting locked in your bathroom.
Eventually, it stopped though.
No. I'm sorry, I'm doing.
After the
Do
big
you not
bad,
think
the
that
2 day
maybe it
sentence in
stopped
the
because
bathroom,
you
that shit
started
stopped.
growing up and started being more aware and started being more emotionally intelligent and started developing more as an adult? Like, do you not think that maybe that also contributed to like it stopping?
Nah,
Because
not
you know
at
that
all.
there are
Because
people that have been beat and they also can sit here and tell you that it does not work and that they use other alternatives like
No, he
to
needed
get better
not at all.
results.
Because I have an
No,
older brother
he
on my
needed-
dad's
hold
side
up.
that
No,
wasn't
no.
under
He
my
needed
mother's care, and
professional
he's
help.
terrible. He's terrible.
No,
He's been to real prison.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. It was something causing you to be impulsive like that.
I mean, I guess I probably played a little bit too much GTA or something, but other than that, or seen the
No,
TV
nigga.
and thought like
Did you
watched
grow
certain
up?
hood movies and
Like
thought that shit
what?
was cool, but other than that, no.
Where did you grow up?
I grew up in
What
South
city did you
Fulton,
grow up in?
Georgia. South Fulton, Georgia, Metro Atlanta area.
She has you
Okay.
institutionalized since you was a kid. That's what it sounds like to me.
But
Did she used to do the same to your brother?
no, my older brother was not under my mother's care. That he has a different mother, and his mother, she allowed him to run over her, and she did that soft parenting bullshit.
But why were y'all acting out? Where was y'all father?
Well, we would meet up every summer, but other than that,
So your daddy wasn't in your life. So a lot of
no, he
young
most definitely
men.
was. Like I see him on the weekends, the summer, but when I was with my mother, that's when I felt like I could act
Yeah,
up.
but to me, I don't know. To me, like when a lot of young boys have this desire to be around their fathers more, and they like to say, oh, women have daddy issues, but never address the daddy issues that men have. Because if it affects a girl that her daddy didn't live in the household with her, what do you think gonna happen to a young boy? Like, sometimes y'all acting out, and a lot of men overlook this, and I don't know why, because you want more attention from your dad. That's why you thought like,
My
oh,
dad,
like
fuck
disrespect.
no.
No,
That
I'm not
dude.
saying like you want your dad to discipline you. I'm saying like you
No,
would
not
like
even
to.
that. I don't even want to be around him. He just be looking like he's straight face. He got this mean mug and shit. He big and buff and shit. I don't want to be around that dude. Like as a kid, hell no, bro. Like I'll just be chilling
Because
I'm
you're afraid
sorry.
of, you
stepbrothers and
She
shit.
was
afraid of
And he'll
locking
you
walk
him in
in
the
that
afraid of
bitch, just be
bathroom.
looking.
discipline.
He
You're
needed
afraid of
attention
Same.
from his
discipline.
Nah, I'm
mama.
good on that.
Okay, but that doesn't even. Okay, so what you're saying, something in the buttermilk ain't clean. Because the way you're describing your dad to me right now in this moment sounds like you didn't know him well. Like his personality was
Exactly.
all put into you. So
Nah,
that
I
doesn't
knew
even sound
him
like
well.
a
He was
child
strict as
who.
hell.
You're afraid of
So
discipline, bro. You're afraid of discipline. That's why a lot of young bros go to the streets and do whatever. If you don't get discipline in your house, the police will do it, and the police is not nice.
no,
Yeah, exactly. That's why I
no,
was disciplined by
That
my.
ain't
That's why I
that
was
ain't
sent. Thank
it.
you, thank you. I
no.
was sentenced to that
No,
bathroom to
absolutely
prevent me from
not.
being sentenced in jail. I thank you. I was punished to prevent me from being punished by society. Thank you, whoever just
Yeah,
said that.
but you never sat and thought of why you was acting up as a kid.
You asking me that was I having introspective moments at the ripe age of 12?
I'm talking about at the ripe age of right now.
Right now, hell yeah. I mean, I don't do those same things that I did when I was
Why were you
12,
acting
13,
up when
Let
you
14.
me
were
I
just
mean,
say
I'm not
12?
something. Let me
I'm
just say
No,
something.
truly
I just want you
Let
to
me just
shut the
say
fuck
something.
up. You talking about discipline. I want you to shut up while I'm talking to this grown man who can speak for himself.
but
Why do you believe you was acting up when you was 12? If you looking back at it,
looking back at it, I say literally just like thinking that it was the norm, like thinking it was the cool thing to do.
and where did you get those ideas from?
Shit, outside, TV, video games.
So your
You
environment,
didn't have a
your video
daddy.
games.
I
So
did have a father, but when I was away from him, I felt like I was more free to do what the hell I wanted to do. I felt
But
like,
that,
and for one, as a 12, 13, and 14-year-old, you have this like moment of thinking that you are the sneakiest, slyest individual and that you're going to get away with anything that you do. So
okay,
that was also
but
a part of
only
it.
a
so
man can teach you to be a man.
hold
Only a
on,
man
hold
can teach you
on.
to be a
I
man.
need
You
you to
understand?
shut up. Why your daddy didn't teach you self-control and to wait
He
and
did, but
patience? I'm not talking to you, Joshy. I'm talking
okay.
to him. Why your daddy didn't teach you that? Because you coming off mute and ain't nobody addressed you yet. We still talking to this man and you got like fucking hyperactive issues where you can't even sit and wait patiently. That's a
Right,
problem,
all
sir.
right, Lena. Go on, Lena.
Okay, thank you. Um, so this is the thing. I don't think, Josh, that you've evaluated what went on when you was 12. And I'm gonna say this, and I mean it respectfully. Do you have children?
Nah, I don't got no kids. Hell no.
Do you think you ready to have kids? Like, do you think you ready to be a father?
Nah, not at all.
No,
Okay,
don't hit no
good.
kid.
Cause I don't think so either. Because you haven't evaluated like the reasons why you did the things you did and the reason and how your mother treated you or your father have treated you and what was wrong or not wrong about it. And I think that that's important in the healing process before you get in a relationship with somebody else, like, and expect to have like a good relationship, because it's stuff that be buried there and we be going around thinking like, okay, thanks, we be going around thinking like, oh, I'm fine, look at me, like I didn't end up in jail, I didn't end up doing blase. But then the same things that we went through or we did as children, you end up like perpetuating those habits with your own children. So I think like a part of your healing process might look like sitting down and reevaluating the things you did as a child, the things your brother did as a child, what y'all had in common, and what your mother did, and was it okay, and was there a better way to handle it? Because you think that it was a perfect way to handle it. I don't think that that is. I think that you had other underlying issues that your mom could have figured out, and that was like a band-aid. Cause now,
Well,
like, you a grown man, and like it might still exist 9 times out of 10.
well, I say if I
It
By
just
grew
the
up
way,
in
evolved into
and
grown man
hold
behavior.
on, you can tell by the way he's talking is that like he feel because he believes that he deserved the treatment he got, and that's damaging to children
Right,
also. That's it. That damages self
Hello,
right.
esteem. You probably struggle with like anxiety, depression. You
hello.
probably got some type
nah,
of
I ain't
you
got no. I don't even
isolated.
believe in that.
No, I know you don't believe in it, but no, like you that's like torturing a child.
Hello.
Like,
Nah,
hold
that shit
up.
made me
No, no,
stronger.
no, 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 no. That's fucking crazy. That's extreme. That's fucking
You can't
extreme. And this
argue with
shit,
him. That's why I told him, like, you need
I'm not
to
saying it for
evaluate
him. That's what I'm
yourself.
saying. No, I'm not. I'm
Yeah.
not saying it to him because I know he's not listening. That's what I'm saying. Children internalize shame, and then you end up becoming an adult, and you feel like the bad things and get paid. You deserved it. You're not worth anything. It fucks your self esteem up. It's why people self medicate and like they be isolated from people. Like that shit is fucking crazy. Go ahead,
Hello.
Brett. Hold up, Brooklyn. Brett was up here first.
Pardon me.
You on mute, Brett. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead, Brett.
Oh. So I was gonna talk about like the sneaking out portion, but as far as with him, I wanted to ask, would he do that to his future kids? Like, would he see that as a problem, or would he change that? Because it sounds like it's gonna be a repeating cycle
No,
if he
he know he
does.
fucked up. That's why he say he don't want to have no kids. He know he fucked up.
I ain't say I didn't want to have kids. I said that I'm not.
But if you
As of right
do,
now, I don't want kids. But I would not do that. If anything, I would put them in a better environment and surround them around things that wouldn't even like make them think that that's something cool to do or that's like the norm. You know, that's where I would start from the foundation. That's why I won't have kids right now, because obviously when my mother had me, she wasn't ready to raise a kid in that environment.
so you
When I went to my
understood that
dad's
in that
house and
moment.
shit changed, of course I would change for the moment, but as soon as I come back, I'm like, okay, I'm still like smart as hell. I'm gonna go over y'all heads with the shit I'll do this time. I'm not getting caught again. You know,
And
so
that's why, I believe in sometimes, like, I don't know, maybe your daddy had a better environment over there. Get these kids to their daddies sometimes. Like, some shit don't be worth it. Like, people be thinking about the right now, like, oh, I can't live without my baby. It's not about you. Like, it's about your child. Like, and you talk about, I can't live, my heart don't break without my baby. Meanwhile, your baby is suffering and in a fucked up environment. No, you behave better at your daddy house for whatever reason. Just don't put your hands on my child. And like, off you go, little scooter butt. Go ahead to your daddy house and y'all figure it out for a little while. And maybe I can get myself in a better environment to where he is safe and, like you said, not surrounded by these things that are influencing him, or these people, or in a better school district. But for now, I need you to go with your father. And I think more women should start being okay with that. Get them kids to their daddy. Like, and get yourself together. Go back to school, do whatever you need to, work a second job, stack some money, and then resume parenting.
Yes, I agree with you
Hello.
with that one.
Hello.
Hold up, Brooklyn. Go ahead, Brett.
Okay. So talking about the sneaking out thing, basically I was one of those sneaking out teens because I couldn't go anywhere. I had to stay in the house, watch my brothers and sisters all day. So when I finally did realize, hey, I can go out here and live life, like I started doing that. And like with my mom, she didn't tell me about smecks and things like that. So I did become a young mom because I was doing that. So I feel like when I have a daughter, I'm going to talk to her more. I'm going to make sure she feels comfortable asking me things so she won't be out there sneaking out of windows and inviting her boyfriend in. Like at one time, my mom, she was there. She didn't even know he was in the house, which is crazy. And when she kept walking back and forth, I was like, yeah, it's time for you to go. I don't know if she's suspecting something. But like to this day, she doesn't know things that I've done. And I don't want that for my future child, my future daughter.
Yeah. Thanks for sharing that. Go ahead, Brooklyn.
Sorry.
What do you want to say?
I didn't know she was meaning me. I feel beating and punishment, it does work. I feel like for some people just like grew up a little soft. But beating does work because it disciplines a lot. Your brain, it does something to your brain, so you would know
Yeah,
the
it
difference
does something
between.
to your brain. It causes. Do you know what cognitive decline is?
Wait, can I just finish that little
No,
part?
no, no, no,
No, she
no. Do
asked
you
you a
know? No. Do
question.
you know what
But I
cognitive
was cut off
decline
in the middle of
is?
my
You
part.
don't know what cognitive? Just say I don't know what cognitive decline means.
I wasn't even talking about that. You just cut me off.
Yeah, it don't matter. So when you're hitting someone, right? They are afraid. You're hitting a child. Y'all gotta understand. Children get upset over the
It
smallest
depends how
thing.
hard you're hitting them. Like,
Hold up, real quick. They are afraid of things. Like they get scared of little shit. You know how you watch the movie when you're younger and it was scary, and then you grow up and you're like, oh, that's Barney. That shit ain't fucking scary. The thing is, like, you gotta understand how terrifying that is. It causes cognitive decline because now you're in survival mode and you are hyper vigilant and you got anxiety because you don't know when you could get hit. You don't know. You people pleasing because you're afraid that if you upset this person, they may react. So yeah, it does do something to your brain. It make you stupid. So you come up on panels and say the stupid shit you just said.
can I reply? Yeah, so what discipline does to your brain, it basically
No, I
I
don't
was,
want to hear that
I was,
bullshit.
I was about to say he's
Me
suffering. He's
neither.
suffering, so he don't even know what it means. So give him grace.
I
No,
ain't
fuck
giving him the
him.
fuck ass thing. Yeah, the hell. Stop hitting these children. The next time you fuck up at work, I think your boss should haul off and punch your ass across the fucking face and break
Literally,
your
I was just
jaw.
about to bring
How
up the
about
boss
that?
thing.
How about that? The next time you disrespect another adult or accidentally step on somebody's foot, how about they beat the fuck out of you? Like, what the hell is wrong with y'all? I ain't giving not a fuck ass person who think whooping kids is okay grace. I think you should get your ass whooped. How about a big ass bitch whoop your ass or a big ass man whoop your ass?
They fucked up. That's what I'm saying. I was saying earlier, just like when people be like when it be like when kids can't read the prisoner pipeline, and sometimes we gotta understand that the people we talking about is the people from the pipeline. So yeah, that's the cognitive decline right there. And y'all don't want to admit y'all fucked up for real. All right. So here's one.
Oh,
What's the
shut your
baby?
dumb bitch, black ass up, you fucking stupid bitch. That'll be the last time you kick me, you stupid fucking hoe, you dumb fucking whore. Shut the fuck up, bitch, you dumb fucking black nigga,
Oh, let
you
it
Hold
fucking
out.
dumb
up.
bitch. Shut
Let
your
it
bitch ass
out.
up,
This
you stupid fucking
He's been
cunt,
beat
you
all his
dumb
life.
faggot
He's been
nigger,
beat
you
all
dumb
his life. Can't
faggot
y'all
bitch.
tell?
Shut your
Jesus.
bitch ass up, you stupid fuckhole,
Jesus.
you dumb
Yeah, this is
fucking
the example
imbecile,
of
dumb
people.
incel bitch. Fuck you,
This is
bitch.
the
Your daddy should have
cognitive
dropped you on your fucking
decline.
head,
Yep,
you
Exactly.
dumb
yep.
stupid intertwined fuck, you dumb
what
stupid
happened when you
fuck.
beat your
Your dad
kids,
should have
y'all.
beat your ass as a
When you
child.
beat your
Your mommy should have beat
kids
your
and you
ass as
put
a
them on
child. You dumb
punishment,
gay
this is
fucking
what
twig
happened to
fucking dumb
them.
shit
He just
fuck.
saying
Fuck you,
Right
bitch.
anything.
Shut
there.
your stupid ass up with your
Right
fucking
there.
with your fucking they them
See,
he
this is
him
what
she
she
her
this is
dumb
what
bitch
she
ass
wanna
up. You
do.
fucking
Jesus.
American dumb fuck. Shut your bitch ass up. You stupid
Oh my
fucking
God.
baked treacherous
All right, you
fucking
can
fat.
go now. That's
Jesus.
just so y'all
He was
know.
just
That's
saying
what
anything.
That's what happened when you beat your kids, y'all. Just so y'all know, that's what the whole conversation was about, right there. Thank you for coming up and being an example. Keep punishing and beating y'all fucking kids. That's what y'all gonna end up with right there. Repress rage. Repress rage.
Blabbing out the mouth, no self
Incoherent,
control.
incoherent bullshit. God damn. He been
And
holding that shit in for 50 years.
and I wanted to say something about the sneaking out of the house situation because I wasn't able to come up at the time. But like, are we? So I don't know how far y'all got. So if I repeat anything, please bear with me. Did anybody ask their child why they sneaking out the house, and ask yourself why you saying no? Your child can't go out the house. Like, let's say, for example, it's a school night and they're a teenager and their bedtime is like 10 or 11 anyway. There's no compromise. Hey, you can go out. It's a school night, but you got to be back in by like 9:30. Don't you think that's fair? Because you got to get ready for school the next day. And on the weekends, you have more time out. And then if it's a safety thing, right? Like, where are they? Maybe you and your friends should go to another area because I believe that area to be unsafe. Or like nobody said like allow your kids to hang out at the house either. Like set up a little area for their friends to feel comfortable to come to the house if it's a major safety thing. Like, or y'all don't want them kids at your house. Like I'm trying to figure it out because like my best friend's mom, my godmom, she made it to where because she had a bunch of teenagers at one time and all of us, you know, they had a pool and stuff like that. Like that's how they set up their life to be. And they had a pool house and they set up like their entire backyard space so that the teenagers could have like a kicking spot. And we like was able to throw parties and like hang out back there, and it was under like not under her eye because she didn't really watch us, but like we wasn't doing nothing. We was in the backyard, like the boys was there, the girls was there, like, you know, because it was a mixture of us, like my god brothers and stuff like that. Like they had their friends there, we was kicking it. Like your kid can't have friends over if you don't want them going out. Like you can't go out, but your friends can come over like for a little while. Like ain't no compromise, or it's just a hard ass no. Like I saw many ways to work out the situation, but a no and no reason given, and like no, like let's figure this out together. What do you think would be a better option? Because this is why I don't think you should be going out tonight. Like, what's the thing? I don't know.
No, that was literally my point earlier because I was like, all right, you punishing them for sneaking out. Now what? What are you going to do besides lock them up? Because essentially, like, I remember it was a white van outside of the fucking school, and there was a rumor that the van was snatching kids up. That's not what was happening, but that shit spread throughout the school, and them kids was like telling, get away from that van. That's what I'm saying. If they want to go somewhere and it's dangerous, and you letting them know, hey, you may not know this, but this XYZ happened. Y'all think y'all kids gonna be like, oh, I still want to go over there? Hell no. That's what I'm saying. Like, you don't do anything by just saying no. You just cutting off all forms of communication. And the problem is y'all think y'all can control the kids. That's the problem. You think you can control another person, and you can't. And they rebel. And when they rebel, they can be in dangerous situations because you're not prioritizing their safety. But I'm gonna end this shit, y'all. Thanks for coming up. Y'all gotta do better. Stop hitting these goddamn kids. We live in the information age, y'all. Utilize the information we got.